ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now. David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
Bring them out, bring them out. Woo! Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out.
Oh, God. Welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we are streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with Hall of Famer David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay, we've got Jay Moore, we've got you for a 3-hour ride on this Waddle Wednesday. With open phone lines for you, 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776. You'll need that number today. We are on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN Without Chicago. Also on YouTube, youtube.com. Like, share, and subscribe everything we do on YouTube. Cap, the Chicago Cubs dropped their second in a row against the Milwaukee Brewers. The Cubs are 2 games behind the team with the best record in baseball, the Milwaukee Brewers, at 64-43.
So Caleb had a good day yesterday, according to Ben Johnson.
No.
Yeah, I watched that game. I texted with you throughout that game. That game was an absolute travesty. Pete Armstrong dropping a ball at the wall. Dansby Swanson with what I thought was going to be a key at bat. 10-pitch at bat. He's grinding. Quinn Priester's sweating like a you-know-what in church. And guess what? Throws a pitch that even Javi Baez wouldn't have swung at in his worst days. And he waves at it. Like, what in the H are you doing? And forget the Andrew Vaughn Grand Slam. That was just the cherry on top of a blank Sunday. The Cubs had men on third base 3 different times with less than 2 outs. All you need is a fly ball or a well-placed grounder. You're going to score a run. They got none of them. The Brewers, 3 times in the same situation, got 3 sacrifice flies. What I watched and what everyone watched last night was just abysmal, awful, and we haven't seen the logjam of players moved around baseball. But I don't care about any other team. I care about that team. And Jed has got his hands full all day today and tomorrow. And at 5 o'clock tomorrow, those rosters lock. That's it. There are no more additions the rest of the year other than a player that gets released or someone who's in your minor leagues. You cannot make waiver deals. That's all dead now. They don't do that anymore. So he has got to make, in my opinion, at least 3 moves. You have got to figure out your bench. Because I'll be honest with you, I'd rather watch Shea, Jay Moore, or you hit than Vidal Brujan. That dude sucks, and he should not be on a major league roster. He's horrible. Absolutely awful. John Birdie, the best thing he does is pitch in blowout games. And he's a bench guy. He's terrible. So that's got to get fixed. Ian Happ's now headed to the injured list, according to Marquee. Moises Ballesteros is coming up today. You and I are going to be at the game with Shay and Jay Moore and some listeners. We'll be in Milwaukee this afternoon. But what I watched yesterday, Colin Ray, nice experiment. He's a long man. He's not a starter. He was pressed into duty. He did a good job when he wasn't expected to do that. But guess what? Today's a massive game. It's not a must-win. Must-wins are when you can be eliminated. But it is an absolute game of massive importance because you're either 3 out or 1 out going into the trade deadline. You got the day off tomorrow. And when we get in here on Friday, that roster better look a whole lot different or they're telling me they don't care. And I believe they do care, so I do believe there'll be moves. But it better get un-effed right now.
On July 30th, you can say, well, Hoodie, there's no real big games in July. There's big games in September. Of course, the biggest games is when the spotlight is at its brightest in October in the postseason. However, I do believe in measuring stick games and measuring stick series. Everyone in baseball knows how close and how tight this race is in the National League Central between the Cubs and the Brewers. And the Cubs saw it coming, like, here we go. We got to go into Milwaukee, a team that beat us down last year enough for them to be able to be atop the National League Central, but we want to change the narrative. We're the Chicago Cubs, and so we now are going to be the hunters. We are going to be the ones to track down a Brewers team that's not supposed to be as good this year. And guess what? The Cubs failed in the first 2 games this series, and they've already lost the series, but they failed. It's not just because the Brewers scored more runs. It's because of some of the little things which we'll document here on the show. Cap, when you see the Brewers, if you are Craig Counsell, the fine manager of the Chicago Cubs, and that's your team on the other side of the field. That's the team that you were managing last year, and they're beating you down. They're embarrassing you. If you're Craig, you have to be pissed. You could be proud of your ball club, but also be pissed. Both things could be true. That Pat Murphy's is managing your old team, and they're finding a way to win baseball games. They got their cup of coffee. They found a way to be able to win a baseball game with power and doing the little things. But we're going to talk about some things here with the Cubs, not just the loss, but how they are losing these games, especially yesterday.
Fly ball left center. This is hammered. It's backhand off the top of the wall. Contreras into second base with an RBI double.
Can I just tell you something about PCA, Pete Crow Armstrong? Let me just tell you something. Let me be the first to tell you today that I'm rooting for Pete Crow Armstrong because, as we talk about often on this show, we like new, fresh, different, right? PCA is not a Chicago guy. He's a national story because of where he came from. We enjoy the speed, the defense, the power that came out of nowhere. It's something different for the Cubs. I've gone as far as to say that he's the guy in Chicago until Caleb Williams can prove something that PCA is the guy. But can I just give PCA a little bit of advice, just as a baseball fan? I've seen you do the incredible defensively. Run and take over Ian Happ's spot and catch his balls. Go to the right side, catching Tucker's balls. I've seen you do it all. Can I just give him a little advice? How about make your layups? Meaning that some of those routine plays that you make routine, you got to make them. You can't do this.
Fly ball to center, sends Armstrong back, still back spinning and making the catch. And now the ball falls out. Contreras is at third and Yelich stands at second base. Crow Armstrong was trying to get that ball in quickly and it just fell out of his glove.
Wow. That'll be an E8. Kind of twisting around. He just flat dropped it.
There's times, Cap, we watch Pete Crow Armstrong, and I'm going to use the basketball analogy because you've coached it. That guy can jump out of the gym. Look at those dunks. Oh, my God, the way he shoots the ball, unbelievable. But when you need him to make free throws, he shrinks in the big spot. I'm not saying that's who PCA is. What I'm saying is already several times now we're going to talk about PCA not being able to do the little things, like make your layups. And in that spot, for all the incredible things he's done, you got to put a glove on that ball yesterday.
Yeah, that ball has to be caught. And the night before, when there's a man on first and a man on third, first and third, fly ball deep center, going to score the run.
Yeah.
And he decides to try and airmail it all the way to the plate, way over the head of the cutoff man. And guess what? The guy on first goes, tag up, right to second. So now you allow a man to move into scoring position, and the guy scores from third because with a bazooka you couldn't have thrown him out. No one could have. Not Roberto Clemente could have thrown him out in that position.
Right.
That's just dumb baseball. Dumb. And now last night he drops a ball. Just not good. Dansby swings at one that literally, if you had a boat oar, you couldn't have reached it. What are you doing? 3-2. Take your walk. Doesn't. They just don't come up with big hits and big spots. And the one that bothers me the most, if I hear one more person call in here, Todd Ricketts is cheap.
Oh, no.
He won't give $500 million to Kyle Tucker. There's no team in baseball that's going to give him $500 million today based on how he's playing.
Damn.
Based on how he's playing, he looks like garbage, period. Let me give you the numbers. I sent this to the guys last, or maybe Shay sent it to us first, because I've been sending stuff like we always do. Listen to these numbers for the vaunted Kyle Tucker because we're too cheap. We won't sign him. Stop with that idiocy. Said 6/29. That's June 29th. That is a month ago. He's hitting 208 with a 286 slug. 208 with a 286 slug. To factor that in, that ain't even worth being on the freaking roster with those numbers. Pathetic. Again, I do think he can turn it back around. He's a proven star player. But based on this right now, there's no one giving that guy like some insane deal. Tom won't give it to him because he's cheap. Just stop. Stop. Start playing baseball. Come up with big hits and big spots. When I pay a guy $400-500 million, guess what? He's a game wrecker. He comes up in big spots and bam! Wow, that guy's just a killer. He never stops. I haven't seen that in weeks. Weeks.
Yeah, those aren't Kyle Tucker numbers. Those are Chris Tucker numbers. That's what we're seeing right now. That's not good enough. Especially that high in the lineup also.
Take advantage. Vaughn, ground ball up the middle, base hit.
This guy.
Contreras scores. Yelich to third.
Yeah, this guy has just been on a tear. The former White Sox first baseman Andrew Vaughn.
Vaughn and a drive. Left center and deep. Vaughn.
3 for 4, 2 runs, 6 RBIs for Andrew Vaughn. And he hits one off of Presley yesterday. That wasn't great either.
No, I've had enough of him. He can be DFA'd too. I've had enough of the Ryan Presley experience. They got rid of Chris Flexen yesterday. Good luck. Thanks for coming. Have a good time. Look, they have got to get this freaking Colin Ray out of my rotation. Move him into the bullpen. There's your long guy. You need a long guy? There you go. And then go out and you got to get me 2 starters. I know Assad's going to start, I think, tonight at Iowa. So you may get him back. You can forget right now about Porter Hodge. You see Porter Hodge last night at Iowa?
I didn't.
Yeah, a third of an inning. 2 hits,
That's good
4
stuff.
runs, all earned. In Iowa.
Yeah.
Tyone threw a 40-pitch live bullpen yesterday. They said he came out of it great. He'll do, I believe, 1 rehab start, and he'll be back in the rotation. So 10 days or so, you'll have Jamison Tyone back. Fine. I need to go upgrade and get at least 1 elite arm and then another filler.
Yeah,
So-
no, I understand. But Cap.
And this bench sucks.
Okay, that's fine. But we have to be able to also focus on what's real, and that's your everyday lineup. We're talking about a 62-45 ball club. I get that. And as I mentioned, it's July. But I don't know why the Cubs in some spots play tight. You play tight, in September when you find out who's real and who's fake. I'm just saying that I thought that the Cubs played tight for whatever reason, especially defensively. We already talked about PCA. There's a floater right to Horner. As good as Horner was offensively, right through the glove. What happened there?
Now,
a floater right there.
Now, he's a Gold Glove second baseman. That ball was 107 miles an hour off the bat, exit velocity, but he's got to catch it.
Big leaguer.
And he would tell you, I should have caught that one.
You can't play that way, Cap. I mean, again, it felt, I'm sure, and we'll find out later on this afternoon, but it felt like a playoff atmosphere, obviously, because you got Brewers fans in there, you got Cub fans in there, so it's loud and it's tense in the stands, but you still have to play with poise. And I don't think the Cubs played with poise. The Dansby Swanson thing is amazing because on one end you say, you know what, that's a competitive at-bat by hanging in there, but just a non-competitive swing in a big spot.
Right. It was a great at-bat. 10-pitch at-bat. He's fouling off tough pitches. He also tried to swing at one that was, like, basically in on his belt, and he yanked it foul. I'm like, what are you swinging at that for? You got to read it, man. And then the 10th pitch, again, that was basically going to maybe miss the batter's box on the other side. That's how far out it was.
And they gave him a gift on the eighth pitch.
Yes.
It was just a spinner hanging middle.
And he yanked
you
it
should
foul.
Pound that ball.
Correct.
And he pulled it foul.
Correct.
The at-bat should have ended on that pitch. It went 2 pitches too long, and he struck out.
That is correct.
The Brewer fan is laughing this morning because
Deservedly so.
and the centerpiece of that team is Yelich, Cap. He doesn't get his acclaim in the big leagues, but Yelich is the guy. But then it's these others, right? I told you, you can line up those Brewers, and you have to have them turn around so you can recognize them because you don't recognize them facially. Hey, turn around. Let me see your number and name. Oh, you're Frelick. Oh, okay, you're Contreras. Oh, you're Collins, Terang, Siegler. Siegler just is called up. He just got called up. Not a good play over there by third base. He probably should have thrown it home with a runner at third base, but he tries to, throw it around the infield. But he comes through with a sac fly. Yeah, they just called him up. And again, a team also looking for Suarez because they need a third baseman too. So this is very interesting what's going on here, where there's named guys with the Cubs that everyone knows. The Suzukis, the Pete Crow Armstrongs, the Tuckers, the Ian Happs, Swanson. You know these guys. But for the Brewers, once again, no-name guys just doing it the way Murphy wants them to do it. Just fundamentally sound. We were texting about how the Brewers had an opportunity to really bust the game open early, but they were doing with sac flies. Unselfish, getting in the air and getting runs to cross the plate. That's Brewers baseball. Solid pitching and good enough. It's not outstanding, but it's fundamentally sound. It's better than the Cubs in this series so far. That's what it is.
There's no question they're a better team than the Cubs right now. But I also caution everyone who's throwing in the towel. All right, here we go. It's over.
No.
You got 2 months to go. Yeah. Go back. Shay, can you pull up July 30, 2003 and tell me what the Cubs' record was? I'm pretty sure they were 52 and 51, 53 and 52, something like that.
By the way, I wanted to pass along this as well. According to Travis Wacker, our marketing guy, Brewers fan, since the day Kap walked into the marketing office pounding his chest about being 6.5 up and 6.5 steps back, please, the Brewers are 25-8.
God bless.
Is that an Elias? Did he look it up in Elias?
Yeah, Elias Stats Bureau.
312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone
Cubs
number.
were 53 and 53, 4.5 out on July 30th, 2003.
There you go, and they won the division.
This is a much better ball club when it's right. This Cubs team. Better ball club.
Yeah, and we're going to the game today, by the way, for people that don't know.
Yes.
And that's... Travis said, what can I do to make it really uncomfortable on them? Yeah, make sure that Hoodie has to go west to get his car after the game. Make sure Cap's got to go south. Yeah. I'm like, why are we parking where you got us parking?
Cub fans, we want you to jump in our conversation this hour.
Fan.
How many moves do the Cubs have to make to be a true World Series contender?
50.
If you were that'll be Rockies level then. That'd be pretty bad. The Cubs are better than that, way better than that.
Just get me
Okay, we'll talk about it.
2 starters.
Okay, how many moves do the Cubs have to make to become a World Series contender? And if you're at AmFam Field, if you watch that game, we want to get your thoughts about the Cubs and their loss against the Brewers 9-3. We'll hear from the fine manager of the Chicago Cubs, Craig Counsell, coming up next, and your phone calls on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Good morning. Good morning.
Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago.
Pounding the table.
Training camp marks the unofficial start of the 2025 season. As such, one must glue themselves to their listening device with it tuned to ESPN Chicago. Go ahead.
Okay.
Otherwise, you could miss the insights, interviews, and stellar coverage provided by the home of the Bears.
Darn.
Good. Bears training camp is now open. Catch a glimpse with Peggy and Dion live from Hallis Hall, Saturday 11 to 1. Training camp coverage on ESPN Chicago, brought to you by Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana and by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
Hey teachers, congratulations on another year of being awesome to the students you lead. We salute you. Now it's time to relax and take care of the things you've neglected this school year. When planning for this time, don't forget about your family. And if your family is complete, summer is a great time to take the next step, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read the testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. With 4 convenient locations in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, now with free valet parking. Their procedure is covered by most insurance, so everything is lined up to make your decision an easy one with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Visit vasectomychicago.com today or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
The Taste of Elmwood Park returns. It's August 7th to the 10th. Mayor Skip Saviano, what's your favorite part?
Where do I start? The live music, family fun, and sampling from over 20 of Elmwood Park's best restaurants. I love it all. How about you, Carm?
Gotta be the meatball eating contest.
Always a crowd favorite.
And I'm excited to be the honorary MC once again this year.
Join us at the Taste of Elmwood Park happening August 7th to the 10th.
Grab your family and friends for a weekend of amazing food, live entertainment, and a true Taste of Elmwood Park.
Hey, I have a question for you. Why are you still paying full price to light up your building? It's Chris Hune from Universal Lighting of America. We're a 2025 service provider for ComEd and NIPSCO, and we make it easy to upgrade to LED. We handle everything, install, paperwork, and best of all, your utility company may cover up to 70% of the cost. You get brighter light, lower bills, and no more changing bulbs. Call us or visit ulasaves.com, and I'll come out personally to show you how to shrink your energy bill.
$4.5 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $4.5 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group.
Listen for Danny Acker and the Crane Chicago Sports Business Minute, airing Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Chicagoland BMW Centers.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Just 3 tournaments to settle the entire LIV Golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook next Friday through Sunday. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in. With special guest Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Get your tickets now at livegolf.com, livgolf.com. Jay Moore.
Now back to Kap and J Hood.
I just come to let y'all know, put some respect on my name. I'll drill y'all. Stop playing with my name. I ain't gonna say it no more.
On ESPN Chicago.
Our training camp coverage is brought to you by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers. Kap and J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10 here on ESPN 1000. Here's hoping that you're going to have a great Wednesday. It's a Waddle Wednesday. We'll hear from Tommy coming up at 8:35. We're talking about the Cubs and their loss against the Brewers 9-3. Again, you can't say that there's big games in July, but I always believe when you look at the schedule, okay, if you're the Cubs, you're head-to-head against the Brewers. Let's see what we can do at AmFam Field. And the Cubs have not played good baseball. It's not just losing, it's the way they're losing. Look, you're going to lose ball games. You're 62-45. It's not that much to bitch about, but it's the way that you play against the top team in baseball right now from a one-loss record standpoint, let alone the National League Central. We turn now to the fine manager of the Chicago Cubs, Craig Counsell. You had a chance to talk after the game about the loss against the Brewers.
You know, from the pitching side,
oh my God,
you know, couldn't make big pitches, and we gave them some extra outs, and that always makes it hard. It's something that we've been really good at not doing, really, you know, creating outs. We've done a good job of. So, you know, you put that together, and it, you know, it's 9 runs. So,
Again, unedited, Cap, counsel. Now, if you're going to be exasperated, now's the time. Not when the team was winning and on a roll. He starts the quote.
From the pitching side.
Oh, God. Cap, that's the time to be exasperated because he's probably telling Jed, and please tell people if they missed it, Craig Counsell in action yesterday during the Andrew Vaughn homer.
So the bases are loaded. Andrew Vaughn is at the plate. And you could see from the side view of Andrew Vaughn, he swings, and as he makes contact, and I mean, that ball was smoked. He makes contact. In the background, you look and you see Craig Counsell pick up the phone. As the ball is leaving the bat.
The trained ear. He knows when he hears it, it's all over.
He looked,
yeah,
picked up the phone. Now, the question I have is, did he pick up the phone to call the bullpen, get somebody ready, is so-and-so warmed up, or was he calling Jed?
Seriously.
Operator, connect me to Jed Hoyer. Get me some freaking help!
Hello?
Hello?
Who's this?
Who's this?
From the pitching side,
that's who it is.
couldn't make big pitches, and we gave him some extra outs, and that always makes it hard. It's something that we've been really good at not doing, really, creating outs. We've done a good job of. So, you put that together, and it's 9 runs. So,
Major League Baseball's Don Knotts. There he is, folks. Fine manager, Chicago Cubs. 3-1-2.
What am I wearing right now?
A Cubs Sosa jersey.
Yeah, correct.
Yes.
I got the baby blue on, the new one this year, the throwback.
Yeah.
We're going to the game. I'm excited to be there. And I am going to cheer my you-know-what off to try and help my guys find a way to win a baseball game.
Okay.
Period.
All right.
That's it. Right now, the focus is find a way to win a baseball game today.
Okay.
Get it to 1 back. And then, Jed, get to work, man. Get to work.
Just do us all a favor. Don't guarantee a victory like you did yesterday. Not a good idea.
I thought they'd win.
Well, so did I. I thought they'd have enough offense to come through. But
Blew up my parlay. I hit every other leg.
Well, played a little tight for July.
I was stupid.
No. Your expectations are for them to bounce back after that first game.
Yeah.
That's not your fault. Cap, look over here. That's not your fault that you can't find pitching that can help you, that you're having to DFA somebody in July. And you might have to do it again before the deadline. Okay, Pomerantz, that'll be all. Seriously.
Right.
You shouldn't have to do that. But again, the same issues from last year is starting to occur where Presley's not good, Pomerantz is not good, and if you're Craig, you're like, going to go through this again? Are you going to give me the right pitching to try so I can be able to hold some leads around here?
Well, here's the other thing. If your stars aren't going to play like stars, I mean stars, we got to pay this guy, we got to pay that guy, then play like a superstar, and then I'll scream right along with you, hey, Tom, get the checkbook out. Let's go. Get the debit card fueled up. It's time to pay. Kyle Tucker has been nothing short of abysmal for over a month. A month.
I know.
Seiya Suzuki, Cubs have 2 men on. I'm like, all right, here we go. And I hear Boog Shambi say, he's what, 3 for 32 or whatever the stat was. 3 for 32. Big spot right here for Seiya. Ground ball to third, over to second, to first. That's a double play inning over.
Yeah.
What?
Bad. Got to execute in those spots. Got to. Let's go to the phone lines and talk to you. 312-332-3776. The question we have this morning, how many moves do the Cubs have to make to be a true contender for the World Series? Paul in Sacramento, California, listening on the ESPN Chicago app. Good morning, Paul.
Hey, this is Carl, not Paul.
Hi, Carl in Sacramento.
Good help's hard to find, buddy. Sorry.
That's one. That's on me. Hand up.
Thanks for telling us the obvious. You're on the phone. Put your hand down. Go ahead, Carl.
Yeah,
It's accountability, Hoodie. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah.
My hatred for the Packers will never come close to anything, but the Brewers are a close second, I guess. So it makes me sick to lose to them. But do we see this as maybe like a blessing in disguise? Because imagine if we won 2 or swept them. Jed might be sitting here thinking, we got the weapons, we got the team, we don't need to make some big splashy moves. But
he didn't feel that. He
got
believed
the weapons, we got the team.
He didn't believe that.
I mean, by getting embarrassed by them, though, and God forbid we get swept by them, that might put him in a panic mode to be like, hey, we got to make some big moves no matter what it costs. This is basically kind of like a historic year. We got to go for it. So this might be something that, we look at later in October and think maybe it's good that we lost those games because now we made the moves to be the World Series kind of team.
Yeah, it's never good to lose. And he was all in anyway.
Yeah.
But look around the industry. I mean, it's not like we saw 7 teams make massive deals yesterday. Everybody's waiting for the price to come down. You get close to the deadline and the team that says, I got to have him, and him. Well, you got 30 minutes left. Are you going to hold that guy or are you going to take what I'm offering you? All right, fine. Let's do it.
Yes. Don't look for Paul, if you're looking for like the Davis Justice deal or if you're looking for the Randy Johnson deal to Houston or if you're looking for, Doyle Alexander to John Small, that's not happening this year, Cap.
That's correct.
The big swing deal, that's not happening. You don't have that in 2025. So don't look for it. But the Cubs have to be able to shore up some spots here. That is for sure, especially with the starting pitching. You're hurt pitching-wise or you're not effective as far as the relief corps is concerned. So more of your phone calls coming up, 312-332-3776 as we talk about the Cubs and their loss against the Brewers 9-3 on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Phillies.
Coverage starts today at 12:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Hey, when was the last time you hopped out of bed without that knee or back yelling at you? Or walked downstairs without groaning step by step? I know exactly what that's like. I've felt those aches and pains as well. It's easy to think, hey, I'll tough it out. Maybe it'll fade, but nothing changes. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I want you to do what I'd tell any teammate to do. Call Dr. Caravelli and the team at QC Kinetics. Their regenerative treatments help your body restore and repair damaged joint tissue. No scalpels, no pills, no long recovery, just real lasting relief. Bring your x-rays and MRIs for a free, no-pressure consultation. They'll tell you honestly if you're a good fit. They even have Saturday appointments as well. Worst case, you learn something new. Best case, you get your life back without groaning every step. Call QC Kinetics right now at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Golf clothes that actually fit your life? That's Swannies. Swannies is dedicated to suiting you up in the best looking, best feeling, and best made golf gear without breaking the bank. We're talking clean cut polos, lightweight layers, breathable hats, and gear that works just as well at brunch as it does on the back nine. Swannies focuses on style, comfort, and versatility so you can feel confident wherever the day takes you. Upgrade your golf wardrobe today at swannies.co.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. John, what are you doing? Get in my car. Why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They are draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, you're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code $1 for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code $1. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code $1 for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code $1.
Advantage Toyota of River Oaks has all the new Toyota vehicles you've been looking for. If you're not driving home in your new Toyota in less than 60 minutes, they'll make your first car payment. Every new Toyota comes with the Advantage Plus program. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details or visit AdvantageToyotaRiverOaks.com.
Like the fire needs the air. I won't burn unless you're there.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
I think that when it comes to acquiring depth, we're on the lookout, we're talking, but with realization these things usually trend towards late July. And just in the market in general, I mean, I think so many things happen over the next, 25 or so games until the deadline, that, the idea that there's a handful of teams that know exactly where they are, but a lot of teams that are in the middle. And, look no further than 2023 when all of a sudden we went from sort of, sellers to buyers in the last 10 days. So a lot of things are going to change. There's probably some teams that will sell that don't expect to, and vice versa. So I don't think the market has really defined itself at this point.
Jed Hoyer, the head man for the Chicago Cubs, talking about the trade deadline. Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN 1000, and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. You all right over there?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. You almost took out the whole board there. That thing tips over.
No, because that's why I have a top on it. It is my Ice Shaker ESPN Chicago bottle that has my cold brew in it. This thing is awesome.
Yeah.
It's the best bottle I've ever owned.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
It's good. Glad the top was on it. With you until 10 o'clock, then it's Clinton and Friends
at 10.
The
Jayhawk all over me.
No, you don't need. Well, that's going to happen anyway. Yeah. Clinton and Friends at 10. Then it's Carmen from 12 to 12:30, right into White Sox baseball.
Oh, that's a heavy shift.
Oh, yes, the golden hammock of Carmen, 12 to 12:30. I don't know. Look it up, boys, from 12 to 12:30. Then White Sox baseball as they take on the Phillies. After the game, it's Waddle and Sylvie, Bleck and Abdallah at 6:30, right here on the home for the White Sox and Bears, ESPN 1000. The Cubs, they lose to the Brewers by a score of 9-3. They've lost back-to-back games against Milwaukee, looking to salvage the series this afternoon, and we're talking to you about it here. Just one little side note regarding the game. So the Reese McGuire play.
The one where he fouled it in front of the plate?
Yes. Did you find that to be fair or foul?
It was a foul ball. In the umpire's defense, that ball was screened by the catcher, Contreras, and you could see he kind of looked and he kind of guessed, fair ball. Craig came right out arguing to no avail because in the idiocy of Major League Baseball, if you line one down the first baseline and you can't tell if it's fair or foul, they can review that.
Sure.
The one in front of the plate's not reviewable. The dumbest thing I've ever heard.
If we've ever needed an IBM, you make the call, it would have been right there.
Right there.
And look foul because and again, it's not to the left or the right of the line. It's just the foul line. It's just right there at home plate.
Yeah.
And the umpire obviously couldn't see that. You can't review it if you ask down the third base line. I don't know. It's too far for me to see. I have no idea.
He talked to the third base umpire. He's like, he's out.
He doesn't know. It's a guess.
Show his guy up.
Yeah.
I can't see it.
Look how far away that is. I don't know where that ball was.
90 feet away at least.
Yeah. So, and McGuire's pissed, and then counsel says, just ask someone. Could you just ask? That's the counsel thing. Could you just ask? I'm not going to argue because you just ask. That's the council thing.
I need somebody to explain to me why that's not reviewable, though. Because it's not subjective, it's objective. Did the ball cross the corner of the plate or not? It didn't. We can see it on camera.
Yeah.
Why can't we just review that?
Right. Now, it's not like we had Barry Bonds at the plate in his prime. We had Reese McGuire.
Yes.
But guess what? He could come up with a big hit there. Don't take the bat out of his hands.
He very nearly hit a home run in his next at bat. Missed it by about 6 inches.
Could you just ask? Could you just go down and ask? You're not going to get fired up, huh,
Hold
Craig?
on. You got to do it right.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Could you just ask?
Could you ask the guy? Could you just ask for me on my behalf? Tinley Park, here's Ron on Kap and J Hood. Ron, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Hey, how you doing?
We're good, man. We're going to the game today, and we're going to be there to try and fire these guys up.
Fantastic. They need it. Before I give you guys my couple moves I need to make, if you look at the season, it's actually remarkable where they're at because you've had a pitching influx from rotation from the beginning, okay? But your hitting was amazing. You're putting up more runs than anybody. So it kind of hides it a bit. Now that you're not doing that and you're expecting your bullpen and your rotation to be solid like that, it's not working out. It's not happening. So, I think one of the big moves they need to make is now they need 2 arms, 2 starting pitchers, and I think 1 bullpen arm. I'd go after Chapman, make him your closer.
Who?
And Danny could be your
who?
I forgot Arnaldis.
Why? Hold on a second. Why would Boston trade him when they're in the playoff race?
Well, I thought Boston. Well, is Boston still in? Kind of. Okay, so that's you could X that.
Half game up in the wild card.
Boston's in the wild card right now. They're leading, or they're in to get to the playoffs if it ended today.
Yeah, they're 5 games behind in the American League East, but they're in the wild card race, Ron.
Okay, well, we'll scratch that. But you definitely need 2 arms and maybe a setup guy before Placencia or another arm. But one more thing before I leave.
Damn right.
Danny Placenta.
Yeah, man.
The huge part of the season, it wasn't Tucker and PCA, the All-Stars. It was Seiya. Suzuki was so consistent, phenomenal. Scoring runs, RBIs. That lineup ran through him. Now he looks lost out there. He looks broken. You should see his facial expressions. He looks lost. You're getting nothing out of him.
Right now, you are exactly correct. I think he's, 3 for his last 35 or something.
Come on
Brutal.
now.
Pathetic.
Once they need him to get back going. He's the key, I'm telling you. So.
Well, I hope you're right. I expect while we're in Milwaukee, maybe something will happen. We'll see.
312-332-3776 is our telephone number. By the way, we should update people on what's going on with Ian Happ.
Yeah, according to Marquee, and again, the Cubs have not yet put a release out, Ian Happ's headed to the injured list after fouling a ball off his leg, and Moises Ballesteros will be coming up. And I've had a couple people already text me, why wouldn't they bring up Owen Casey? Why would they bring up Owen Casey? They're trying to trade him in a deal. Why would you bring him up? You've got to use the guy you bring up. You need the bat. A, what if he gets hurt? B, what if he has an 0 for 4 day? And like, I don't know. Let him just be the top prospect and get him out of here if you're moving him. Period.
I ate her placenta, though.
Yeah, so, yes, placenta.
Danny
Placentia closing for the Chicago Cubs.
Yes.
Brandon and Roselle on Kap and J Hood. Brandon, good morning.
Morning. How are you guys?
We're good, man. We're good. We wake up, grab a cup of coffee, and find a way to win a baseball game.
Well, you're killing me this morning, Hoodie. You're on your game today. But anywho, I'm heading to Milwaukee right now, actually, for work. So I'm a Sox-loving Cubs hater, so I'm loving this right now. The Cubs are held together, the pitching rotation and bullpen with glue and duct tape right now, as I said to Shay. And there's no guarantee that teams are going to just happily give their best players over to the Cubs. There's a lot of teams that are in contention and are going to be out for deals as well. So I don't see it getting a whole lot better for you guys. And unless, like you said, these guys can turn turn on whatever they had going in the beginning of the season, I think they're going to continue to fall and maybe even fall out of the playoffs.
You know, the Sox are playing at home. How come you're not going to the rate, but yet you're going to
No, he's
AmFam
going
Field?
to work.
I'm going for work. I'm not going to the game, unfortunately. I got a softball game tonight if it doesn't get rained out.
I see.
Yeah, but see, when I can't take what you say with any dose of credibility because you say it with bitterness, edge, jealousy, envy, and hatred for the Cubs. You're not saying it from an informed perspective. You're just hoping that the deadline comes and the Cubs got, some guy out of Double-A from the Marlins organization, and that's about it. You're going to puke if you hear, they did what? They got who? It'll drive you insane. And you know what it'll make me? I'm going to think of you, and I'm going to smile if that happens.
That'll be great. I mean, that'll be great for the Cubs. Even if they do get a Chris Sale or somebody like that, that's not going to be enough to put them over the top to win a World Series.
You better hope not, because I will haunt you.
Okay, Brandon, we appreciate the phone call. Brandon, if you watch the landscape of Major League Baseball, that could be enough. There are no favorites in the big leagues. They're good teams, but there is no one at the apex of the big leagues that says, that's the best. You can't beat the best. It's pretty even across the board in a lot of ways in the big leagues.
By the way, can I correct something? I saw the tweet from Marquis that Ian Happ's going on the injured list.
Yeah.
Good source named Jesse Rogers was first to report that.
Yeah, he texted me. He said, according to Marquis, show them who bleeping broke that. Jesus.
I didn't see his text. I was asleep.
See, this is why when Jesse attributed an idea that was mine to Tyler Rocky, now he understands. Proper attribution.
But let me ask you a question. If you were a teammate named Jesse Rogers, would you not text the guy who at the station is probably most closely aligned with covering the Cubs and go, hey, kid, when you get up to do the morning show, please know Ian Happ is on the injured list. Ballesteros is coming up. I'm the one reporting it, him. I would have been all over it. I would have been my guy Jesse reporting. The tweet that I saw pop up on my timeline was from Marquis. So I can't read Jesse's mind. Jesse, I love you. You're better than that.
Come on, Jesse.
So we credit Bruce. Take that.
Exactly.
312.
Bruce Levine reporting that Ian Happ's going in the injured list.
First to report here on Marquis.
Yes.
That Ian Happ.
Yes.
IL stint.
Actually saw Jeff Passan had it.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Cap, do you have the quote from Marquis? Do you have the tweet handy? Can you pull that up?
Get it for you.
I'd like for you to read exactly word for word, Counsel, what it says here about what the Marquis, how did they report it?
They didn't give Jesse credit.
No, I just want to know how it was written. If you have that handy, I'd like for you to read that to the audience because I have what Jesse wrote 8 hours ago.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to hear that first?
Sure,
Jesse.
go ahead.
Looks like the Happ injury might require an IL stint. You heard the sentence, right?
Mm-hmm.
You heard what I just said?
Yes.
Looks like the Happ injury might require an IL stint. The team is calling up Moises Ballesteros from AAA per a source. He's hitting .331 down there and talks about, how he had a cup of coffee with the big league team earlier this year. Do you have what Marquis?
Yeah, I'm trying to pull it up.
Oh, my God.
But I just got a text from Jesse.
Okay, thanks for helping.
The text from Jesse says, good point, Cap. Yeah, you think?
Okay. Well, here's what I was trying to give you. Jesse says, looks like that Happ will be taking an IL stint, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Marquis says, Ian Happ is headed to the IL. Andy Martinez confirmed via source.
There you go.
More definitive, Marquis.
Right. Now, if Jesse had given me a heads up, I could have also, like him, texted certain people at the organization that I've known for decades and said, hey, man, I'm hearing this, or Jesse's telling me this. Is this accurate? Okay, Jess, it's confirmed. Here you go. Or Jess could say to me, yeah, I confirmed it, kid. Here you go.
So neither of you did your jobs to the extent that you should have. That's what you're saying?
I was asleep to get up and do the morning show. All Jesse has to do, he can wake me up. My phone is right next to the bed. Kid, Can you do me a favor? I'm hearing this. It looks like.
Yeah.
Can you confirm this for me?
Yes.
I would have made one call.
Yes.
Done. Here you go.
Okay. But instead, we've got the report first from Elise Miniker. 312-332-ESPN.
Jesse said, tell you doing Bruce was worth it.
First to report, Ian Happ, IL stint, Ballesteros coming up. Back to you, Cole, in the studio. Oh, God! 312-332-3776 is our phone number. Kap and J Hood, weekday mornings, 7 to 10.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago.
Mazel.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J Hood show are presented by Ankin Law.
Here's John Hood.
You probably heard of speed dating, but, there's something similar to hiring, especially if you're running a growing business. There is Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You can post your job today and talk to interested qualified candidates tomorrow. Try for free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. Again, ZipRecruiter.com/USL. J-Mo.
Kap and J Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the shop floor.
Please have him call me.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was T-boned by a utility truck.
Please have him call me.
My guy.
Your guy?
Correct.
Not this again. Howard Ankin is my guy.
Hold on. Kap, your friend, Hoodie, your buddy. I'm their guy. And I'm also your guy and your guy.
Call 312-6million for injury law made personal.
Howard Ankin, our guy, on the Kap and J Hood show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
My God.
Yeah.
Hi, it's Chris Hune from Universal Lighting of America. If you own a business or manage a building, now's the time to upgrade to LED lighting and actually save money. We're an official 2025 service provider for ComEd and NIPSCO, and they may cover up to 70% of the project. We make it crazy simple from install to paperwork. I'm not kidding. You get better light, lower bills, and we handle all the hard stuff. Call us or visit ulasaves.com. I'll come out and show you what's possible. Let's light it up.
Looking for the top live music acts in Chicagoland? Head to Joe's Live in Rosemont. See Colby Cooper on August 15th, Whitey Morgan on August 16th, and Billy Bob Thornton and the Boxmasters on September 16th. For tickets, go to joesliverosemont.com.
The Nissan No-Hitter is rolling on the White Sox Radio Network. Enter now at NissanNoHitter.com. If the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could win a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
The dog days of summer are here, and the Schaumburg Boomers are chasing down a 5th Frontier League championship. The August home schedule is loaded with great fun and great baseball. Get game and ticket information at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom. Jay Moore.
Okay, it's about that time. You're tuned in to the Kap J Hood Show.
Everything ain't hardcore, you know.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
I love the game. I love the hustle, man. But if I leave, the fans still gonna love me, man?
Downtown Dean is with us on the Kap J Hood Morning Show. Dino.
Good morning, gentlemen. Shout out to Jay Moore. Every day he's working, and I can tell when he's there and when he's not. I get to hear a song, Hoodie, that I otherwise wouldn't have heard or listened to in years, and it's a pleasure.
The top is down. That music is playing. You're going down Lakeshore Drive. That means life is good, Dean.
Indeed. And if you could bear with me for a moment, gentlemen, I'll be brief, but I've been on hold for a while, and I have a few thoughts. When I'm through, Kaplan can say I have a weak constitution and I can't please my partner, whatever else he wants, followed by telling me he won't tell me how to fan. I've been on record on this station saying that I'm a Cubs fan, but when they won in 2016, Hoodie, I said, I don't give a damn if they don't win for another 108 years. My appetite is satiated. You see these articles coming out about Assad. He's gearing up to make his return. They're going to send Brown back to middle relief. It's going to be like they gained a starting pitcher at the deadline, right? That's what Ricketts wants you to think. Sell us the ketchup popsicle. Him and Hawk Harrelson should get an apartment together, Hoodie. We don't need Merrill Kelly. We got assheads. The Swanson-Shaw combo is unwatchable. 2 automatic outs. Tucker's on his way out. To me, this feels like the Brewers ended the Cubs season last night, fellas. At this point, I'm just praying that they hit the win total. But it's okay with me, Hoodie. It's okay. I won't get worked up about it. You want to know why?
Why?
Because it never really mattered too much to me. All that really mattered was 2016. Take that.
Wow. This guy, man. First of all, Matt Shaw since the All-Star break, what's he hitting, Shay? Post-All-Star. Got to be 3-something, right?
It'll take me a minute, but I'll find it.
The Cubs need to make some serious additions. I believe that they will. If I come in here Friday morning,
good job, Shay,
and I see that they've done nothing to improve their struggling roster, I will call them out with. I'll be so vociferous you won't be able to believe it.
I understand.
Danny will be like, you mean you take a day off? Jeez, settle down.
Matt Shaw post All-Star break is hitting .371, a .389 OBP, 800 slug.
Okay, so maybe Dean needs to cut back on the protein over at Carson's and just settle down here.
Weighted runs created plus of 231, 131% above average.
That's correct. So he's been fine. Do I think he is the guy I want batting in a key spot in the NLCS? Not right now, I don't. Maybe in 2 months I'll feel differently. Right now, no. I want Eugenio Suarez, my guy. He passed all his medical tests. He's healthy. Let's go. But I also want starting, pitching, and bullpen help. And if I watch Vidal Brujan one more second take another at bat for this team, I'm literally going to puke like I did the 999 challenge because that guy sucks.
Boy, if you're going to puke, that'll be interesting. Can't wait to see the lineup today.
He better not be in the lineup.
I'm just saying, man. Shot or no shots in 2 minutes on Kap J Hood.
That gets it Kap J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
That gets it wet.
Are you confident your retirement game plan is as strong as steel? Hey, it's Yurko from Mitch Lyons Wealth. MitchLyonsWealth.com is full of tools for you to access at no cost to make sure you're positioned to win retirement. Go to MitchLyonsWealth.com today and get a free copy of Mitch's book or his retirement documentary. You can set a no-obligation 10-minute call with Mitch and his team to see if strategies they are utilizing might improve your retirement. That's MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Parent Petroleum, its customers, and the Parent Petroleum Foundation work together to support local charities in an effort to give back to the community during their annual Pump-a-thon event. With every gallon of gas purchased in the months of July and August, fuel retailers donate a portion of their sales to 4 great charities: Folds of Honor, Living Well Cancer Resource Center, CASA Kane County, and Cal's Angels. Be on the lookout for Pump-a-thon signage at a participating gas station near you. Learn more at parentpetroleum.com.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Hey Chicago, your local IKEA stores know that summer is short, so make the most of it. Visit your local IKEA Schaumburg or IKEA Bolingbrook stores between now and August 8th for your chance to win a fully catered suite night for your family and friends at an upcoming White Sox game. Just scan the QR code in the store. And Friday, August 8th, it's IKEA's annual summer barbecue from 4 to 7 p.m. Enjoy a delicious buffet of American backyard favorites with some Swedish flair. So stop by your local IKEA today to enter to win, and then join the barbecue fun on August 8th.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I see him in the shot. Shot or no shot with Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. That's why I see him in the shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. It's a Waddle Wednesday. We'll hear from Tommy coming up at 8:35. Shot or no shot. Here's Shay Norling. Shay?
Good morning, boys, on a Wednesday. Feeling good, Kap?
Yeah.
Everybody
excited.
feeling good?
Going to the game today with some friends, so I'm looking forward to that.
It'll be a good time.
And hopefully the Chicago Cubs find a way to win a baseball game today. If I get back on that bus and they're one back, I'm going to be a fired up dude. And then it's locked in on MLB trade rumors, and let's see what happens.
If they lose today, you'll be a fired up dude. I think we're going to get a fired up dude either way.
Yeah, it depends how they lose. If you tell me, well, Peralta was amazing and so was Shota and Cubs lost 3-2, I'll be bummed, obviously. But, all right, they battled, they competed, Shota looked good. If Andrew Vaughn's got 6 RBIs and we get blown off the field again, yeah, I'll be really hot, really ticked off.
And very well should. So should Craig Counsell. That's his old team on the other side, you know.
Yep.
And by the way, with Murphy as a manager, how menacing is he? When he comes to the mound, yeah, I tell you what, man, I'd be afraid of that guy. He looks like a football coach, Pat Murphy. Mm-hmm. I'd be afraid of that guy.
I tell you, I've heard the Brewers do not miss Craig Counsell in the slightest. And I've also heard, surprisingly, that Pat Murphy has been more willing to embrace the analytics side of the game than Counsell was when he was with Milwaukee. They just seem like they're happy.
The Brewer fan is really against the Cub, but definitely really against Counsell. I see it on social. I see what they're talking about at ESPN Milwaukee. They're happy that he's here and that they got Pat Murphy. The intimidation factor, by the way, is game one. Remember when Yoho could not finish out the game and had to be pulled because they needed someone to get the last out. Murphy went to the mound, just give me the ball. He just Yoho just put his head down because he couldn't get the third out in that game 1 of the series, and they had to give it to McGill for the save, if you recall.
I do recall that.
Yeah.
The other thing is Jackson Churio got hurt last night.
He did, man. Yeah. That's a hustle triple, but he said he felt a tickle in his hamstring.
There's no way he's in the lineup today.
Probably not. He hustled enough.
He did.
Yeah, I mean.
That guy can run, man. He was flying.
That's a rough series. It's not even football, Shay. That's rough.
Yeah.
Ian Happ, Churio being out a hustle triple, had to leave the game. That's some effort there.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw Ronald.
We say there's no big games in July. These two teams are treating these like big games.
Yeah,
sure.
Ronald Acuna Jr. got hurt last night. This guy's blown 2 ACLs and now sobbing in the dugout and in the clubhouse because he felt something in his Achilles. It's not torn. There's tightness, but he's headed to the IL. There's no way you play him the rest of the season.
There's no reason. It's all over.
Your team's done. They're out.
Yep.
So why would you bring him back? Because if he tears the Achilles, not being ready to go, he's out all the next year again.
Correct.
He's your best player.
Here's Shay Norley.
All right, we've been talking a lot about the trade deadline this morning and what the Cubs need to do to become true World Series contenders. But I think the key of this, and this is for all teams, the trade deadline can help you. But internally, what you have is where you have to win. If Kyle Tucker's not going to hit, if Seiya's not going to hit, if Shota will look at all like he looked against the White Sox, whatever you do at the trade deadline is not going to matter. Shot or no shot, the core of this Cubs team has to be good enough for them to win a World Series.
That's a shot. Cap's talking about all the other margins, and the margins do matter as far as bullpen and the back of your roster as far as pinch hitters or guys that can step in, Shay. But it's ultimately on everybody, including your core guys. Yeah, you don't like your bench. Sure, Cap. You don't like some of your bullpen guys, but it's up to, King Tucker. It's up to Seiya. It's up to PCA for him to fumble the ball the way he did yesterday. It's about playing airtight defense. It's about being able to come through in the clutch. We have not seen that in a big moment against the Brewers the last couple of games.
Yeah, it's an absolute shot. I said to you at the start, you're not going anywhere if Kyle Tucker doesn't play like Kyle Tucker. He's going to be the guy hitting 208 since June 29th with an awful slugging percentage and looking feeble at the plate. And that's not me being a hater. That means that's me speaking the truth.
Yeah.
Right now, this guy looks awful at the plate. And I know Chris Kampka has a stat out there. He's got an 18-game on-base streak. He walks a lot. He gets some bleeder base hits.
He's like Moneyball. He's Scott Hatterberg.
Yeah, but rarely is he giving you like a rocket. Like, wow. He had one last week. He hit one off the wall. This is a guy who should be a 35 home run guy. He's at 18. He's not going to get to 30. PCA's not getting your 40-40. Stop. Put your fantasy away. He's swinging at pitches down at his feet sometimes that look awful. And then he drops a ball at the wall, and he misses a cutoff man 2 nights ago. This nonsense has got to get cleaned up, and it starts with the player always. But you know who else has to wear some of this? The freaking $8 million manager.
PCE 8 last night.
That's going to happen. Human beings drop baseballs. Missing the cutoff man is not a physical error. It's an error of immaturity. It's an error of not playing the game the right way. And that falls at, yes, his feet. Clean it up, Craig.
The Kyle Tucker stat that Cap is talking about, where it's strange how both things can be true, Shay. Kampka says 13 hits, 17 walks during a current 18-game on-base streak. Okay, that's true, but also the non-clutch stats also matter.
Horrible.
So it's both, actually, with Kyle Tucker.
Well, yeah, it's not coming through.
Yeah.
Last night, 1 for 11 with runners in scoring position through 7 innings, which is the point where I was like, okay, they're done here. I can turn the game off. When you're only hit with runners in scoring position that long was to advance a runner, not to score one, you're done here.
Yeah.
It's just getting Eugenio Suarez would be lovely.
Mm-hmm.
But if Kyle Tucker's not going to hit, Suarez is not your panacea. It's dependent on the guys who are here doing their jobs.
Shay?
All right. Yesterday, Ben Johnson threw Luther Burden off the field during practice. Reports from camp were that Ben Johnson chewed him out. There were fans who were on social media saying they were close enough to see this, and that Ben Johnson got in his face, got loud, ripped him, and then threw him off the field. Said, "You're done," because he got misaligned out of the huddle during a drill. Shot or no shot, this is exactly the type of accountability we've been dying for at camp the last 3 years.
An absolute 100,000% shot. This dude is all about accountability. He doesn't care if you're Caleb Williams, the face of the franchise. He doesn't care if you're Luther Burden. He won't care if it's Joe Tooney or Drew Dahlman. Veterans making big money. He is going to change the culture around there, and if you don't like it, then get off the roster.
Yeah. That's a way of also teaching, too, a young player. Like, hey, I don't know what your standard was at Mizzou, but this is our standard here. And after all this time, you should be better. I liked what Johnson said the other day about Luther Burden.
Yeah, it shows up already. I mean, we were in the walkthrough yesterday afternoon, and the misalignments, we have to rehuddle, we have to start it all over again, and so he's a little bit behind right now.
Got to learn.
Correct.
Young player, got to learn.
When you're injured, you are behind. Mm-hmm. That's a fact. Doesn't mean we don't empathize that the injury set you back, but we got a football team to prepare. You better catch up.
When I look at Luther Burden, Shay, it's not about now, it's about the future. Because I'm not concerned about Luther Burden as far as what he could do for the ball club today. But later on in the season, or definitely next season, that's what I'm looking at. Hopefully he can be a contributing factor for the Bears. But I'm looking at more Anadunze and Zacchaeus and to see if Tyler Scott's going to make this football team. And then if Burden can help, that'd be great.
I think there's also a little bit of worry that Ben Johnson might be too intense, and if things start going sideways to start the season, like people have said, Patrick Finley said it, Albert Breer said it, this could be a slower start than the fans want. There's a little concern from some fans that this could lose the locker room. You come out losing games, and you got Ben Johnson going nuts on players. I kind of think he's towing a line where he's not admonishing them publicly. He's not doing like the Matt Patricia wannabe Bill Belichick thing where he's taking personal shots at players and admonishing players. He's just intense in practice, and it's got to be done a certain way or you're not going to get this rep.
Yeah,
I think that's the right way to handle it.
I think it's about time that the fans and the press around here start to be able to reset their eyes and reset their expectations. This ain't an Eberflus camp where everybody's got a nickname and you pat him on the ass. Clearly, he was brought in here to be able to bring a different standard in. So whatever's written about, Ben Johnson being too rigid on his team, they need to reset and see what a football camp looks like. Football is emotional. Sports are emotional. But football, for sure, in that heat, that is emotional. If you don't believe me, look at any NFL films, whether it's in the stadium, whether it's in the locker room or on the field. It's emotional. You say things and you're out of your mind because you're trying to do what you can to influence your team to be the best that they can be. So if Ben Johnson's going to be that way, they need to reset. This ain't Eberflus with the beard and the new hairdo thinking that you're going to win games that way. This guy here has a standard, and you have to play at his standard, and hopefully that equals to wins. I don't believe in this, whether he's too emotional or not.
Yeah. My thing is like the ultimate test for me, this isn't going to be a perfect season. There will be ups and downs. I hope that when there are downs, the intensity at Hallis Hall and who Ben Johnson is stops some of these guys from doing what they did last year and going on all their podcasts and their radio hits and airing out dirty laundry. Enough of that.
Yeah. This is about a coach coming in and trying to set a culture, and rightfully so. Because last year it was it's grab ass, and it's just like, hey, we're going to hold you accountable, especially if you apologize on Twitter. No, that's not good enough.
Remember that?
It's just different. And different's good. People need to readjust around here. Shay?
All right, ESPN had a ranking of the NFL rosters by players who are 25 years of age or under. So just the youth on every roster and ranking those rosters in sum total. The Bears checked in as the 5th best in the entire NFL, buoyed by guys like Caleb, Rome, Kyler Gordon, Colston Loveland, etc. 5th best roster of players who are 25 years or under. Shot or no shot, the Bears have finally built this right for a lengthy contention window.
Can it be might be a shot?
No, it's shot or no shot.
Okay, then you have to say shot because they have fixed their O-line, we think.
Yep.
They have a young quarterback who they're developing. They have some really good players on their roster. They're not there yet. Mm-hmm. But they have built this thing, I think, correctly. But how quickly they take that step remains to be seen.
That is a shot for me, Shay. And I think here's the reason. It's the mixture of young players for your future and veterans now. So it's not a scenario where the Bears are thinking, well, we're good now, but in 2 or 3 years, we're going to be – it's not the White Sox or it's not some of these teams that's trying to build towards something. You are in a win-now situation because you establish your offensive line with veterans. But then along with that, you have a young Colston Loveland. You have a Roma Dunze in his second year. You have veterans on your defensive line. You've got Shamar Turner that you're thinking about for the future. So what I'm saying is that to me, I think that's a good placement. You said fifth, right? Fifth on that list?
Yeah.
I think it's good. I think it's good because the youth with Ben Johnson as the head coach is going to push them through the future of the football team.
Yeah, and I think for me, look, nobody knows if it's going to work. I don't have a crystal ball. But it's built in a way where I can't really fault them for much of anything.
Right.
I don't love the Rome pick, the process behind it, but I think he's a good player. If Caleb's not good, nobody's going to go back and go, oh, the Bears screwed up the pick. Everybody was taking Caleb 1.
Yes.
But let me ask you a question.
So what Adun say, you got your wide receiver for like the future. That he could be WR1.
Yeah, like my point is this isn't a Mitch Trubisky situation where you moved up and picked the wrong guy. Everybody was taking Caleb 1. You can't go back and go, they screwed this up. Mm-hmm. You can take issue with them not talking to anyone else, but they took the consensus number 1 player with the number 1 pick.
Okay, so when you say you didn't like the process getting Rome, I'm not sure how long DJ Moore is here. I know he's locked up. We'll see. I believe Roma Dunze is the best receiver on that roster.
I agree, but I wanted Jared Verse. And defensive line still, to this day, is the thinnest piece of this roster. And I was pounding the table for Jared Verse.
But if you didn't take Rome, wide receiver would probably be the thinnest part of this roster.
I just think it's easier to find those guys. I think it's easier to find good wide receivers than it is elite defensive ends.
Maybe. That's fair. Trey Hendrickson looks like he's getting his deal done with the Bengals.
Well, he looks like he's ended his holdout, but there was somebody, I don't want to say the wrong name, so I'll just say an insider was on Sportsmanlike, I'm not sure who it was, saying they're in the same situation they've been in. He's reporting to camp, so he won't get fined, but they don't have any of the contract worked out.
Pounding the table.
All right. Get it done, Mike Brown.
It was Canty. Coming up,
It was not Canty. To be clear.
We go around the NFL. Coming up next,
Might have been Kimberly A. Arnold, but I don't want to say the wrong name and attribute something to someone who didn't say it.
Or Kimberly A. Martin.
Yes,
coming
thank
up.
You.
Coming
Arnold's
up.
her maiden name.
Kim Arnold. Damn. Fine insider.
The best.
She's the best. Kimmy Arnold.
That's exactly right.
Kimmy Arnold. That's what I've been told. I don't know, but Kimmy Arnold. Arnold watches. Arnie watches.
She doesn't exist.
All the best.
She's not real. She never exists.
We will go to a Waddle Wednesday at 8:35, but first, around the NFL on Kap and J Hood.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago. The ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation. Come with us and we need the full ESPN Chicago team to Las Vegas for a packed football weekend. True Fan Travel and ESPN Chicago have teamed up for this once-in-a-lifetime trip. Round-trip airfare, a 3-night stay at Mandalay Bay, entry to special ESPN Chicago live broadcasts, an all-inclusive tailgate, and tickets to the Bears-Raiders game. Go to TrueFanTravel.com. Limited travel packages remain, so log on now. TrueFanTravel.com for the ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation, September 26th through 29th. The ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation.
I think one of the things that patients don't realize is that when they get a joint replacement, that's not a lifetime treatment option. And they're probably, if they are a younger patient, signing up for multiple surgeries down the road.
As a physician and medical director for QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli's seen a pattern of trending joint pain. Prolonged medication, steroids, then surgery, possibly another surgery.
So a lot of our patients are trying to avoid or put off surgery, and this is the treatment that can help them do that.
QC Kinetics extracts your body's healing substances, concentrates them back into your aching joints to help heal and restore those areas, providing lasting relief.
Oh, I love being able to tell my patients, before we do this surgery, let's try another option. Let's see if this is right for you, because now they might not have to have surgery at all.
Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Heat up your backyard with a new fire pit. Our fire pit bundle includes everything you need: concrete landscape blocks, steel ring insert, pea gravel, and adhesive, all bundled together to make your project quick and easy. Visit us today in store or on Menards.com and save big on our full selection of fire pit projects and accessories today.
Save big money at Menards. Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
GNC knows that you're not always feeling it at the gym, but don't get down, get lit, and get more out of every workout. Beyond Raw Lit is a clinically dosed pre-workout that flips the switch and gives you more energy, focus, intensity, and pumps. The perfect combo for a killer workout. Plus, it's got incredible flavors and thousands of 5-star reviews, so you know it's good. Pick it up at GNC stores or go to GNC.com.
On the road or off-road, Chevy Silverado is built for tough performance in any conditions. It's a real workhorse in the trenches. Check out the full line of Silverados at ChevyDriveChicago.com. Chevy Silverado, official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
Welcome back to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
I want winners.
He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
Now time to go around the NFL here on Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Well, we're going to hear from Tommy on a Waddle Wednesday coming up at 8:35 around the NFL with Shane Orley.
All right, I have here from CBS Sports NFL the 10 biggest wild cards entering the 2025 NFL seasons. These are kind of X factor questions. We're just going to play a simple game of buy or sell.
Got it.
You can either buy the stock that this wild card will be good or sell it and just say, no, this isn't going to work out.
Got it.
So number 10 is Michael Penix Jr., who was selected last year with the 8th overall pick and forced into duty because Kirk Cousins stunk. Now he's Atlanta's starter. Are you buying or selling? Michael Penix Jr. can take Atlanta to a winning division in the NFC South.
That is a sell. I'm going to stick to my guns on what I said about him originally. I don't think that is the guy. But I don't think that Kirk Cousins is either. So I think that's a sell.
Yeah, I'm buying it. Hung out with my guy in Mexico. And, I think I'm buying that.
That's your guy? You met him once?
Twice. I met him the night before at dinner, and then I met him the next day at the
Cat
pool.
met him in Cabo, so now they're
actually Cancun.
Best friends.
Yep. When you say met, bothered.
Pretty much.
Shay.
Number 9, the Denver Broncos offense, which is effectively Bo Nix and a bunch of guys. They do not have great skill players. It's R.J. Harvey and J.K. Dobbins. R.J. Harvey was their draft pick. They picked up Evan Ingram, who was like dead in Jacksonville last year. It's still an iffy wide receiver room. They didn't address tight end to the level I thought that they needed to, in part because the Bears took Colston Loveland off the board. Buy or sell the Denver Broncos offense?
Bo Nix. I would say buy, Cap. That head coach has not forgotten how to coach.
That guy can coach.
I knew that the mood would change up there in Denver with him being the head coach. I believe that Bo Nix has a bright future. He's being ushered along nicely. Take that.
I am going to buy it as well. I think that this guy can flat out coach, and I believe he will be laughing at everybody else. Why would you take Denver? That thing's a train wreck. A lot of dead cap money, blah, blah, blah. He figured it out real quick.
Just want him in the front office to be on the same page, so that way that Bo Nix could be able to have enough weaponry around him. That would be nice. Check.
8 is the San Francisco 49ers wide receivers. They traded away Deebo Samuel to the Commanders. Brandon Ayuk got paid, and that leaves Brandon Ayuk, Jawan Jennings, and Ricky Pearsall as the leaders in the receiver room, leaving Jawan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall as the top 2 options. If Brandon Ayuk does miss time, he's still recovering from a torn ACL and MCL last season.
Sell. Don't you need better than that? And when will you be able to upgrade that, Shay?
Their cap sheet's a nightmare for wide receiver upgrades. Their hope is that Ricky Pearsall hits. He was a second-round pick last year. He had flashes after the gunshot wound.
I guess my question is like, how do you upgrade that? Because you're not going to be so bad over the next couple of years that you can acquire a draft pick at wide receiver. They're going to be good enough to just hang in there and get a middle pick, won't they?
Yeah, but a lot of guys come from there. I mean, Tyreek Hill was there for reasons. Amon-Ra St. Brown was there. Puka Nacua was there. They can find people, and I trust their front office to do that. But for this season, I don't know if it's enough.
That didn't sound good, what you just laid out there. That didn't sound good for their future as far as them winning.
You know how I feel. The Rams are going to win that division, I think.
I agree. I'm with you. I'm selling that. I think the Rams are going, as long as Stafford stays healthy, I think the Rams are going to win that division.
Shay?
All right, number 7. It says right here, I think it's a little rude, but it says Service Academy quarterback J.J. McCarthy.
It does not say that.
Yeah, I thought it was a little rude that they put that there. No, it says J.J. McCarthy, who I believe is a Service Academy quarterback. Buy or sell?
Sell. I need the Bears to be better. Thank you. Take that.
That roster, according to Albert, is loaded.
That's fine. You see the roster like he sees the roster. We see the same depth chart every day. But if you're going to buy McCarthy, then how will the Bears get past him?
Well, if McCarthy's who they think or hope he is, we're not getting past them.
Okay. Then how do we get past Detroit? Take that.
It's a tough division, man.
I know Cap's buying McCarthy. We don't have to.
Oh,
Cap
my
loves
God.
This kid.
I'm going to trust myself, and I am buying J.J. McCarthy.
Okay. Then we'll be wrapping things up in early January for our coverage.
All right, maybe we finish second and we go to the playoffs.
Are the Lions, are they still playing football?
Yeah, they have some things they got to work through, too, there,
Like
Sparkles.
what?
Like they lost their starting all-pro center. They lost their O coordinator, their D coordinator, a whole bunch of other assistants.
They lost their best guard, Kevin Zeitler.
Another offensive lineman. It's not as easy.
Levi Onwuzurike is out for the year, one of their best defensive tackles.
And Jared Goff's a very good player. He's not Patrick Mahomes. He's not Josh Allen.
That's fine, but Dan Campbell still is the head coach there.
And I like Dan a lot.
Okay.
I was the first one around here that liked Dan.
You like Dan more than Ben Johnson. Here's Shane Norley.
Didn't say that.
Number 6.
But is that not true?
No, Dan has proven more. Ben has to do that. But I love that we have Ben Johnson. Never thought Again, I've said it a billion times. I never thought they would step up to that level. I'm thrilled they did.
But you like Dan Campbell more. You like Aaron Rodgers the most.
No. But I like Aaron. I'm an Aaron fan. Yeah.
It's unbelievable. Just whatever way the wind blows with this guy.
What does that mean? I've been loyal to Aaron as a fan. I've liked him. I haven't changed.
You were stroking Dan Campbell under the sheets for the last couple of years.
I like Dan Campbell.
You love Dan Campbell.
I do. I love Dan Campbell.
Okay, but you don't even know Ben Johnson. You know Dan Campbell.
I just said to you, Dan is more proven. He's won a lot of big games. Ben has to do that, but I'm thrilled he's our coach.
Yes. That's not the. Yes, he'd rather cut the meat with Dan.
Like to develop Caleb, Ben is better than Dan.
Sure.
Yeah, Dan was not an offensive guru. Ben was.
Shay?
All right, number 6, the Dallas Cowboys. I'm buying.
Sell. Next.
Wow.
Don't you effing say it in here.
Cap, you want to walk into the fire with me? I'm buying the Cowboys.
He's a dope. He hasn't listened to you last couple of years.
I actually think the Cowboys are going to win that division.
I kind of do too.
It's unbelievable.
Buying it with Shay.
Unbelievable.
I kind of do too. And I've been lockstep with Hoodie for 2 years.
That's fine.
You can't buy this team.
That's fine. It's fine. It is amazing. I wish I had that kind of disposable income. I don't have it like you guys do. Like you just burn money right through the mattress on the Dallas Cowboys, on an underachieving team that can't find their way to the championship. It's amazing to me how you two work. I can't do that. I care about my money more. And of course, when they underachieve, we won't hear bleep around here about it. Nothing.
All right, let's speed round the final 5. 5, the Texans' offensive line. Hard sell for me. Trading Laramie Tunsil, that was the best player, and the rest of the line stinks.
That's a sell.
Ben Johnson, buy or sell?
Buy.
Buy. B-U-Y. I'm buying.
Aaron Rodgers, number 3 on this list.
Sell.
Aaron Rodgers, I'm buying. That team's going to win 10-11 ball game.
Yep, wide open with it. I know. No Vaseline.
Number 2 here should be quite quick for all of us, I think.
Wow.
Justin Fields, sell.
Yeah, I'm selling. He's a Jet. I'm selling.
Should we sell Tommy just because he's a Jet, or should we sell because Fields can't throw it from me to you? Is that you all right?
I've been laughing for 5 straight minutes. By the way, when Cap is stroking Dan Campbell, is he wearing a Cowboys jersey or what's he got on?
I've got an Aaron Rodgers 8 Steelers throwback.
He's got Dan Campbell's Saints jersey.
Yes. And assless chaps. Don't forget about those. But for the freedom of it all.
Cap's in bed wearing Dan Campbell's Saints jersey.
Woo! Take that! Woo! Take that! Woo!
I love rubbing and touching my meat.
I just want him to be a Chicago.
Oh, man, Cap, thank you, man.
Oh, thank you,
man,
brother.
This feels great,
Couple
man.
of bikes right there of the coffee. Oh, man, we're good now. Wake up and find a way to win a football game. Woo!
Speed legal. Oh, my God.
It's unbelievable. Wow. I just want my partner to love Chicago sports as much as we all do.
I love Chicago sports.
Instead of looking over the not hole in the fence at everybody else. I love Dan Campbell. Take that. I love Aaron Rodgers.
You said not hole, right?
He said we about the Steelers like a week ago.
Yeah, I just want him to love it like we all do here.
Albert, what do you think of the Steelers? Because I think we're winning the South.
I love the Cowboys.
Remember when he was packing up the truck and going to Latrobe, I think it was, to watch Mitch quarterback the Steelers in camp?
We're live from Latrobe.
He was efforting to get us there live to watch Mitch.
I think that would have been awesome.
We had the weekly Mitch update.
Oh, Cap, you're one of a kind, my friend.
That's it, man.
I
am who I am.
So whichever way the wind blows, it's incredible. Just love our teams.
Well, listen, I share his love of Ben Johnson. I do. I really do. But yeah, that was a visual that I'm not sure I want to revisit now after the last 5 minutes.
No Vaseline, Tommy. Go ahead.
And Hoodie, number 1 on this list, just for posterity, the Bengals defense, which I will sell because they stink.
Also sell. I'll absolutely also
They're
sell that
getting
too.
Trey Hendrickson back in camp today.
Well,
They had him last year.
They got to bring him back to trading me here to the Bears, don't they? I mean, he's got to be in camp. pack up all his stuff to move to Chicago, I think.
It's exactly right. Strange for him to have a Bears uniform in Bengals camp. That's going to be strange.
Yeah, I would say that I am selling the Bengals defense.
And that's our look around the NFL. Right here on the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000. We'll take a look through Tommy's notebook of what he's seen on the field with the Chicago Bears.
Mm-hmm.
That is coming up. Write something, Tommy. It's coming up next right here on Kap and J Hood.
Good morning to you. Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Phillies.
Coverage starts today at 12:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement.
It's like a megaphone for your wallet.
Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
3 games left. Just 3 games to settle the entire LIV Golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook, August 8th through the 10th, where 54 of the world's best players will come out swinging for glory. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in, with special guests Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Ready to see things get clutch? Get tickets now at livegolf.com. That's LIV golf.com.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
Watching Cubs games on Marquee Sports Network will cost an extra $20 a month next season for lots of Comcast customers. The media giant this week said the team's channel will move to its highest tier offering starting October 1st. That's the same one that has the Sox, Bulls, and Blackhawks on the Chicago Sports Network. The Cubs had been fighting to stay out of that package and its $20 a month premium, but would rather be there than not carried at all. It's also $20 a month to stream Marquee if you don't have cable. Comcast's Xfinity brand is said to be used by about 1 million subscribers in the Chicago area, and the company said more than half of its local customers already have the highest tier package and won't be impacted, while those that opt to go without it will see a roughly $8 drop in their monthly regional sports fee. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Summer's meant to be wide open, and with BMW, nothing stands between you and the road ahead. The BMW X3 makes every journey effortless with xDrive and expansive cargo space. The plug-in hybrid X5 moves through summer without limits, combining uncompromising power and electric adaptability. And the all-electric i4, sporty, sleek, and unmistakably BMW. Find your ultimate driving machine now at the BMW Summer Sales Event. Hurry in for exceptional offers now through July 31st.
Empower. Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
Dive into the Marvel Universe on the official Marvel Podcast. We're going behind the scenes with the creators behind Marvel Comics, the stars of the MCU, and Marvel Studios' Kevin Feige.
But if you want the real answer, if we're trying to get real on this podcast,
celebrate the legacy of your favorite Marvel adventures and characters. The official Marvel Podcast.
I think this show's going to be a real treat.
New episodes every Wednesday wherever you listen to podcasts.
$4.5 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $4.5 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group.
Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer. ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up for a promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. Jay Moore.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app.
No.
Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Tom Waddle, former wide receiver for the Chicago Bears.
The guy's amazing.
1989 All-Madden team and afternoon co-host on ESPN Chicago.
I think he's going to start at least 8 games in the National Football League next year for a team that's going to give him a chance.
It's Waddle Wednesday with Tom Waddle.
Listen, I got a pedicure in an hour. When I get back here, the wheels better be spinning, all right?
On Kap J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Tommy's on the Yingling hotline.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Good morning to you, Tommy. How are you?
I am doing great. Thank you, Jonathan. And I love what you said earlier, too. Like, I find myself cheering along when the conversation began. And I'm not suggesting, Shay, this was your feeling, but that there's a thought out there. Is Ben Johnson coaching them too hard? Will they resist it if things don't go well to start the season? For the love of everything good and pure in this world, the guys up at House Hall asked for this. You asked to be held accountable. You asked to be coached hard. So the last thing I want to see, and I don't think I will see it, is a group of guys that are unsettled because the coach is yelling at them. So, my God, like, that's the last thing I'm worried about up there. And if that's the problem, fellas, we are screwed.
Fair. Absolutely fair. I love the fact that he got in the face of Luther Burden. And, he said, I empathize with the injury. But guess what? You're behind. You are behind.
Yeah, I mean, I know you're just speaking in general terms. He wasn't in his face screaming at him.
No, he was lecturing him.
No, he was telling him, look, if you can't line up and you can't be in the spot that you need to be in, then we can't play with you. So you're going to have to sit out. And by the way, you haven't been out there. So I'm not expecting the guys that haven't been on the field are the guys I have the least tolerance for with regard to mental mistakes. Physical mistakes are going to happen, but the mental mistakes are inexcusable, especially if you're already behind because of an injury. Now, I'm not blaming you for the injury, but to me, the formula was always, if hurt, you better be on top of the mental aspect of it even more so, because you can't afford the mental screw-ups because you haven't been out there. It's just unacceptable.
Yeah, I wasn't saying he was,
No, I know. I'm just, and the same thing goes with.
He was coaching him, man.
Yeah, and he did the same thing. Like, when I say he throws you off, he's not throwing you off the field, because here's the issue. You guys know that. You watch practice. They line up behind the play, the offense. So if they were going to throw you off the field or out of the huddle, they're just throwing you to the back, not off the field. If they were practicing with all of the coaches and players on the sidelines, then they would have thrown you off the field. But I think the message here is that, at this particular time, I think what they're trying to do is master the simple stuff, master the basics. And while it may not be exciting, like Sylvia and I were watching practice yesterday, and there's no wow moments, and everyone's looking for wow moments. I think, guys, they had 5 separate team periods. I kept waiting for them to go from a special teams period where they were practicing field goals to 7-on-7 or to go, into the red zone. And they went back to team stuff. And I like what I'm seeing. There's nothing spectacular to report to you guys, but they are trying to master the basics. And when you're trying to install a new offense and a new style of defense as well, I think there's a method to what Ben Johnson's doing, and I think it's the right way to do it.
Tommy, tell us what you liked about the offense from the practices that you've seen.
Really simple, Jonathan. Recently, they're getting in and out of the huddle and not violating the play clock. Like, as dumb as that sounds for a professional football team, that wasn't the case a lot of times at minicamp and early in the non-padded practices. So, the procedural part of it is getting significantly better. I like some of and it's really hard to tell, Jonathan, at this point, because I don't think that Ben Johnson has put his personal touch on this offense yet. But I do like there was a play, I think it was yesterday, where they were in 12 personnel. They had Colston Loveland in the slot. I believe they had Cole Kmet in the backfield. And they had Roma Dunze and DJ. And there's a lot of pre-snap motion and stuff. I like some of the groupings. I like what I see from Colston Montgomery. He's exactly what was advertised. Again, it's just practice, but he's a big, physical, but very athletic tight end that is going to be more productive split out probably than standing next to an offensive tackle. And I'm really excited to see how Ben Johnson uses those two tight ends together to take advantage of what each guy does well and to try to create mismatches on Sundays.
I want to play something for you that Hoodie has cooked up right here. Ben Johnson is talking about Caleb yesterday, and if you turn on Unsportsmanlike, First Take, Colin Cowherd, there are all these national narratives of, I don't know about Caleb Williams, it sounds like he's having a bad camp. This that Hoodie has, I want you to react to.
He is so much more comfortable right now, even yesterday, the walkthrough yesterday, just in terms of moving around. You know, we go from gun to under to the tight ends are moving, the receivers are moving. We're adding a few more every single day. And so I think his process, and I told him this on the player day off, his process is really clean right now. I'm talking about how he's preparing. I'm really pleased with it. He's doing the work behind the scenes that no one else is seeing, and we're starting to see the dividends being paid from it.
Right? Your thoughts, because the national narrative is this guy might be a bust. Ben makes it sound like he's coming quick.
Yeah, we were not going to figure that out, Cap, until we get into maybe the second half of the season, exactly where Caleb is. But what they're doing is laying the foundation. Look, for those on the outside that aren't at practice, aren't around, I get it. You're trying to evaluate the house from the exterior. From a distance, you're looking at the house. You're like, wow, I like the brick, or I like the patio in the back. But you're not looking at the foundation. You know what I'm saying? So you're looking at the superficial stuff because you're not really – you don't have access. You're not privy to seeing what the foundation looks like. And this is the foundation stage. And when I say to you, what I'm looking for is for them to get in and out of the huddle and get the play snapped before the play clock goes off, because there are so many new elements to what they're asking Caleb to do. It's really important. If he can't master that, guys, then he's not going to be able to unleash the talent that we think he will show here in this offense. So I said to Sylvie yesterday, as time goes on, I think that these padded practices will become more and more physical. Like, again, I thought yesterday, I keep waiting for, all right, here we go. We're going to get some one-on-one with the offensive line and the defense. No, they went back to team period. It's 2025. As much as I want to see a good old-fashioned Oklahoma drill or nutcracker drill or bull in the ring, that ain't going to happen. They don't do that anymore. But you can still get physical and you still can crack the pads. And I think as time goes on, they've got a padless practice today because you can only do 3. I think I was looking at it yesterday. The NFL rules are you can only have 16 padded practices, 16 or 19, and you can't have more than 3 in a row. I mean, it's crazy.
And 16 in what period?
Over the course of the entire training camp. Okay. If I read the rule correctly. But I do believe as time goes on, you're going to see more physicality. Now, there were guys being taken to the ground yesterday. Like this defense, as always, we always say that the defense is significantly further ahead than the offense at this point. Because I don't think they really, Dennis Allen's asking them to do different things. But just think about it. Your playbook defensively is significantly smaller than it is on offense. But the defense looks really active and really, really good right now. The point I was getting to is I think the first time I'll really feel comfortable with coming out with some real evaluations is when they line up and they practice next Friday against the Dolphins. I think is when the Dolphins are in town. Then we'll see how physical they are, and at that point, there's no stopping. The officials are on the field. You're going to have to get in and out of the huddle. You're going to have to, or you're going to be penalized. So I think that will be the first time where I'll feel really comfortable to say, hey, this is where they're out at in the first kind of stage of the Ben Johnson experience.
I'm glad you brought up the defense because I was going to ask you that. I know that Ben Johnson said in the press conference yesterday, Tommy, he goes, Dennis Allen's got an ego too.
Yeah.
So and I like that because Allen's like, I'm a former head coach. I'm a DC here. And I know that there's going to be a lot of plays in that playbook and schemes, as Lou Holtz will tell you. That guy's a schemer. Watch him. He's a schemer. Watch out against Christ. He's a schemer. So the scheme's there. But I want to see the production. We've talked about this ad nauseum, you and I, about how the defense just didn't get home enough. Not enough. You didn't stop the run well, and you didn't get home enough. So how do you look at this defensive line? With Grady Jarrett, Dio being part of it, and then some of the others like a Robinson or Daniel Hardy, some of these other guys that can contribute.
Jonathan, it remains my biggest concern with this team. And look, it hasn't changed after a couple of days of padded practice. I will say, I think the defense looks like they're much further ahead at this particular time. They're kind of dictating the pace of their team drills because I think there's more certainty with what they're doing versus everyone in that offensive huddle. They're still getting used to this. So, but you look at their defensive line and Montez Sweat's going to be on one side. I believe, their starting rotation was Grady Jarrett, Montez Sweat, Dexter, and Adengbo.
Mm-hmm.
I'm no defensive line expert, but I just have a feeling, and Yerk would be better at this than me, obviously. I think the kid they signed from the Colts is going to be better inside than outside.
Dio.
Yeah, so that's why, you guys think I'm crazy, but I cling to the thought of Trey Hendrickson here because I do believe somebody else on the other side of Montez Sweat is a difference maker, is a deal breaker, is a deal changer, I think, for this group. Whether it's like, Matthew Judon is still out there, I think. Zadarius Smith, I think, is still out. Somebody. I don't know if they have the appetite for it, but I do. So we'll see. Again, I think that when the Dolphins get to town, we'll get a better feel for who they are. But I still think, Jonathan, they're a guy light on the defensive line with regard to getting to the quarterback.
Tommy, in terms of the throw Caleb made yesterday down the field and Kyler Gordon got called for PI, I watched it on tape like 10 times. I thought it was a really, really good throw. He stepped into it. He got the ball out quickly. If you looked at his whole performance yesterday, you're impressed. You like what you're seeing. The one sack that he took, they called it a sack because he didn't get a first down. He ran for like 25 yards.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think I could take much from yesterday, Cap, other than just I had no problem with him. I go back to he's getting in and out of the huddle. The procedural part of it is getting cleaner and cleaner. And I can't stress that enough for you guys. I really can't.
That's a big deal.
Have you guys watched the quarterback show on Netflix?
I have.
Yep.
Okay, so there's my favorite part of it's a great show, but one of my favorite parts is when they cut and paste Goff and Burrow and Cousins all talking about what it takes to call a play and execute a play in the NFL. I don't know if you guys remember that, but they go through and Joe Burrow says, all right, you're basically getting your ass up after getting pounded from the play before. You look to you put your hands on your helmet and the play call is coming in, and then they cut to Goff, and Goff's like, now I got to recite this 30-word play to this, and then I got to get to the line of scrimmage, and Cousins is like, now I got to set protections and I got motion going. Guys, for a kid that, and I'm not making excuses for him, but he's never played in a structure like this. So for me, the moral of the story for me is before I could judge his deep ball accuracy, which was not good to say the least last year, and it was a nice throw, I'm fixated on whether or not he can get in and out of the huddle in an efficient manner and get guys situated correctly so that the play can go, can be executed properly. It's why, and like I emphasize some of the dumb things when I'm watching, and I speak to myself while I'm standing in the stands, and people probably think I'm doing a Rain Man imitation, but like when Caleb was done a couple of days ago with his part of team drill, he kind of went to the sideline and was getting water and toweling himself off. And I get it. It's hot out there. But the dumbass in me is like, Caleb, get next to the coach. Every play that he calls for whether it's Case Keenum or it's Tyson Bagent, you should be standing next to him to hear it in your own head and to be going over it. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, there are no wasted moments when you're trying to master this offense for the first time and you're trying to maximize. Now, again, I don't want to overplay it, but the little things like that. Luther Burden, in one of his plays, I said to Sylvia, I was standing next to him, and I said, this is just not being attention to detail, and this is sloppy. Like I said before the play snapped, I said, Burden's going in motion. And they're like, how can you know that? I said, because he's standing on the right-hand side of the tight end, and he's leaning to his left. Like, it's one of the biggest tells you could ever give a defense. You make life easier on the defense. I'm stressing these things because they're little things that all have to, if they're not dealt with, then, again, if you can't do the simple, you'll never get to be able to do the big.
Tommy, as always, we appreciate the time. Don't worry about Caleb Williams. He's used to figuring out by himself from last year.
That's true, Jonathan. He's standing by himself with nobody to help him.
Like the tape room last year.
Yeah.
Have a good day,
All right,
Tommy.
All right. See you.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Tommy Waddle with us on a Waddle
He's
Wednesday.
the best, man. I love that dude.
Can the Cubs find a way to win a baseball game? We'll find out next, right here on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Host Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Parent Petroleum, its customers, and the Parent Petroleum Foundation work together to support local charities in an effort to give back to the community during their annual Pumpathon event. With every gallon of gas purchased in the months of July and August, fuel retailers donate a portion of their sales to 4 great charities: Folds of Honor, Living Well Cancer Resource Center, Casa Kane County, and Cal's Angels. Be on the lookout for Pumpathon signage at a participating gas station near you. Learn more at parentpetroleum.com.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie for Window Nation. You've been trying to stay cool this summer, but your windows aren't keeping the AC in your home. It's a problem I had. Window Nation can help. With their energy-efficient replacement windows, your home will be comfy and cool for the rest of summer. And better yet, Window Nation is currently offering 50% off all window styles. And how about this? No interest until 2030. 0 interest for 5 whole years. Don't miss the best deal of the year, plus 1-day installation from Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation or go to windownation.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
Steinhoffel's 7th Chicagoland Superstore is now open at Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. For over 90 years, we've helped families create the homes of their dreams, and now we're proud to be part of yours. Steinhoffel's has all the top furniture and mattress brands, styles for every taste, prices for every budget. So come on in, discover the selection, the service, the savings. Discover the Steinhoffel's difference, now in Maryville. Relax, it's Steinhoffel's.
Are you confident your retirement game plan is as strong as steel? Hey, it's Yurko from Mitch Lyons Wealth. MitchLyonsWealth.com is full of tools for you to access at no cost to make sure you're positioned to win retirement. Go to MitchLyonsWealth.com today and get a free copy of Mitch's book or his retirement documentary. You can set a no-obligation 10-minute call with Mitch and his team to see if strategies they are utilizing might improve your retirement. That's MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Good morning, and welcome into the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and on YouTube, youtube.com. Like, share, and subscribe what we do on YouTube. Also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Along with David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay, we've got Jay Moore, and we've got you here on this Waddle Wednesday. We'll open phone lines for you at 312-332-3776. That's 312-332-ESPN. That's our phone number.
Dan
As we
Mahalik.
talk to you about the Cubs and their loss against the Brewers yesterday, by a score of 9-3. Cap?
Dan Mahalik. You're unbelievable.
What do you mean?
Dan Mahalik on Twitter said, that was insanely insightful perspective, Waddle. Great conversation, guys. Like, we all get smarter when we talk with Tommy. That dude is locked in, man.
Cap?
That's all I got for you.
Okay. I'm glad you got that in there before that tweet was going to explode.
That was good. I liked it. Tommy's stuff is so insightful.
We enjoy having Tommy on the show because he brings an insight that we do not have.
He does.
And a key eye, right? He's calling the burden play before it happens on the field. Why? He's played the position. He should know.
Correct. And he's smart. There's guys who've played that just, they're good athletes. They're just not smart football players. Tommy, okay athlete, amazingly smart football player. Like, he's a great athlete to us.
Yeah.
But in the NFL, he would say to you, dude, there's some guys that are bigger, stronger, faster, the whole deal. But you talk about a guy who can look at a game or look at a player and he can go, yeah, that guy can do it. That guy can't.
Yeah.
Oh, didn't see that, Tommy.
Still to come, we've got some incredible insight from someone that has been covering the Bears for quite some time. We'll get his thoughts about what's going on with the Bears coming up as we get closer and closer to the first preseason game of the year with the Chicago Bears. And, of course, I don't want to say it, Cap, because we're enjoying our summer, but football's here. We're going to, at some point, real soon, we'll be talking about Bears-Vikings and getting ready for the first game of the season.
Crazy.
It's gone here. It got here fast.
Like, we're going to blink.
Yes.
I was swimming the other day, and I'm like, God, the weather's beautiful. I hope this stays forever. And I'm like, man, I'm going to blink, and it's going to be Bears-Vikings on Monday Night Football.
Just like that.
After college has started and it's first Sunday of football.
That's so true. Well, yesterday.
Vaughn and a drive. Left center and deep.
Vaughn! From the pitching side, couldn't make big pitches, and we gave him some extra outs, and that always makes it hard. It's something that we've been really good at. Not doing, really, creating outs. We've done a good job of. So, you put that together, and it's 9 runs. So,
yeah, it's 9 runs. And Cap, I'm not in the head of Craig Counsell, but he's got to be thinking to himself, do you see what happened with us last year? And he can reconcile with the fact that it's like we didn't have enough last year in our bullpen. We didn't have enough hits in our bats to be able to compete with Milwaukee. Okay, great. This year is supposed to be different, and it very well could be different. But I'm just saying right now, as we get closer and closer to the deadline that's going to take place tomorrow, Craig's got to be like, okay, all right, say, what's it going to take? What's it going to take for us to be able to start the ignition and be able to get this thing going, this Cubs team going? Yes, there are certain examples of bringing one person in to change the fortunes of the entire team. Darren Dalton, Dutch, comes over to the Florida Marlins at the time. His first day on the job, close the door. You guys are a bunch of country club guys around here in Miami. You're just getting sun and you're playing baseball, but you're not playing it hard like we did at the Phillies. He said that you're a country club. He's new to the team. Who do you think you are, Dutch Dalton? You're going to tell us that we're a country club? And guess what? It changed the fortunes of the Marlins. Randy Johnson going to the Astros, right? Randy Johnson was tired of the Mariners. I think he ballooned up to maybe almost close to a 4 ERA. He wasn't as good as he was. And then he goes to Houston and goes to Arizona, and he revives those teams. So I just want to know, are the Cubs willing to do what it takes to be able to get that one guy that could change the fortunes? It's very few and far in between those stories I just told you, but you need someone to be able to get the engine going for this Cubs team, whether that's a pitcher, someone in relief, or someone that can be able to help you offensively.
Here you go, Hoodie. 1998 Randy Johnson with Seattle in 23 starts, had a 4.3 ERA.
Yeah.
He got traded to Houston in 11 starts. He was 10-1 with a 1.28 ERA.
He was amazing. The Cubs tried hard. Not hard enough. Ed Lynch didn't want to part with Pat Klein or some of these overhyped prospects. Well, guess what? Houston got Randy Johnson and got to the playoffs. And they got knocked out in round one. I think Johnson lost, you can look it up, 2-1 in the first game of the DS. And they were out. Done. See you later. That's why you got to keep getting in. That's what Theo always talked about. Get in year after year, and eventually you'll break through. It's a crapshoot in the playoffs. It didn't work out for them, but they did get them there.
My point is that I'm not saying that Suzuki and Pete Crow Armstrong and Horner and Happ and Tucker are wallflowers. But sometimes, Cap, it's that one guy or several guys that can make a difference. That 2005 White Sox team I love so much, that wasn't a complete team in April or in June or in August. It took time for Hahn and Williams to be able to find the right pieces, the added pieces to help that team win a World Series. And so if Suarez is at the top of everyone's list, the Cubs must get him. They've got to be able to do whatever it takes to get the best that's available from an offensive standpoint and a pitching standpoint, because you never know if that person is going to change the fortunes of your team. That's what I'm saying, because you got to try. Just kicking the can down the road or, well, we tried and we tried. If you're a Cubs fan and you're part of that quote-unquote evil empire, then you've got to be able to do what it takes. You are. You're the upper crust.
Fair.
So playing it in the middle or playing it like you're a small market team, those days are over. There is a strong demand. I told you, I always thought the Cub fan changed under Dusty Baker. That where you could hear from the calls you would take at night, right? Like the demand from the Cub fan. It wasn't, oh, we lost today. Oh, we lost this series. It was like, no, I don't like Todd Hundley. And no, I don't like this manager. And I don't like this team. It's a very unlikable team.
Dusty made it about winning.
They hated it, but when they underachieved, the Cub fan got more vociferous. They hated it. And it was like, well, what happened here? Because the Cub fan deserves more. They want more. And the same thing here. The calls we took this morning in the first hour, Cap, 62-45 is great. But for the Brewers to be on top again? Well,
and that's the reality.
Come on,
the
man.
Cubs are good.
They are good.
But they've burned up 8.5 games in the division in a month. They had a 6.5 game lead, and now they're back 2. They have burned up 8.5 games in a month. That's a lot of the goodwill you built in the start of this season. All the hard work, poof, it's gone. And it's not all their fault. They've played decent baseball.
Yes, they have.
Milwaukee's just played incredible. They have to view this as this is their opportunity. This is their shot. Like I was reading in Jesse's trade deadline piece about the Cubs that a source told Jesse they will pounce on a starting pitcher once the prices come down. What happens if the prices don't come down? Are you willing to meet those askings? Because you have to be. This is your shot. You could next year. Nothing's promised. Kyle Tucker could leave.
Right.
Shota could blow an ACL or something. Like anything can happen. You have the chance right now. The idea that they're unwilling to meet an asking price is beyond me.
Well, here's where I'm not going to let go. I'm going to be a dog with a bone with this thing, because I said at the beginning of the season, Cap, that the Cubs are the Chicago's only hope to win a championship in the calendar year of 2025. Mm-hmm. And you say, well, what about the Bears? The Bears play into January, so maybe they will get to the playoffs. But I'm talking about in the year of our Lord 2025, the Cubs are the only shot in Chicago to be able to win a championship. And they have the wherewithal to do that. They are the only ones. And by the way, you can't let grass grow over your feet this year, because we know a lockout's coming. And what I'm saying is that do what you can to win now. I can't tell you about 2026, but because it's wide open across the board, people look at the Dodgers, people look at Toronto, look at the teams and say, those teams are hot, or Milwaukee's playing well. Man, you make that key move or two for your bullpen, your starting rotation, or a bat, you could be that team. It's wide open. It's not just one team. So I'm saying it's about today. This is Chicago's only shot to win a championship this year.
Agreed. But I want to push back on what Shea said. Like, Shea, you got a day off tomorrow. Why overpay today if you wait 24 hours and maybe you do hang on to a prospect you really like?
Right, and I'm not saying go out and be stupid. I'm not saying sell the farm for
Well, that's everything I'm reading is that what they're asking for Stephen Kwan and the Dodgers are seriously trying to get them to come down a little bit. They'll give them Dalton Rushing and some good prospects. They're like, okay, what you're asking for is stupid. We're not doing that.
Well, my point is tomorrow, when bidding wars are happening and when you're up against the clock, if the price doesn't come down to the extent that you had hoped it would, I hope that you're still willing to make the move.
I think they are.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not asking them to go out today and be stupid and make some dumb move where they blow up their farm for Zach Gallen. But if those prices don't drop tomorrow, I think it would be inexcusable to do nothing at all.
The Cub fan is going to be pissed if the Cubs don't do everything they could to be able to put a championship winner on.
And fair.
And they don't want to hear Jed on the white wall talking about, well, we tried. We thank the Ricketts family for their That don't work this year.
Agreed.
Buddy. It doesn't work.
Agreed.
Can't do it, Cap.
I'll go, but I'm pretty confident they will get something done. I am.
Will it be to your liking?
I don't know.
I guess that's the question.
We're going to find out.
Yeah.
We're going to find out. My wish list as of right now, I want Eugenio Suarez. I need a top flight, as good as I can get. If you tell me it's Merrill Kelly, I'll be fine with that. Zach Gallen, less so. If you tell me it's Sandy Alcantara, I'll be okay with that. He's pitched much better as of late, and I got control going forward. If you tell me it's Joe Ryan or Mackenzie Gore, I'll be over the moon. If you tell me I got Adrian Hauser and nobody else, I won't be happy. And I want either Joan Duran, Griffin Jacks, Robert Suarez. I want a high-end reliever that I could pair with Palencia at the back end there. I like Theobar as my lefty, but who else do I Brad Keller, fine. Who do I really trust? I want some veteran who's got big stones, and he gets called on. Here we go. Bottom of the 7th at L.A. Cubs clinging to a 3-1 lead. They got the bases loaded and 2 outs. Hey, big guy, can you get Shohei? Gotcha.
Yep. Maybe you can get Shohei in a golden sombrero, because I think that's what he had yesterday. I think he went 0 for 4 yesterday.
Did he?
I think he had 4 strikeouts yesterday in the game. You know who I like, Cap? We haven't talked about? Clearly, the Cubs don't think that much of him because I don't see him very often. Man, he's got the build. He's got the makeup. Hollowell.
Oh, Gavin Hollowell?
He's going to be something, man.
That's who they brought up.
I'm just saying, that could be a guy. I mean, that's baseball relief today. Arms and legs, throws 100. He's a big SOB.
Yeah.
He could be something. I don't know what his future is, but definitely he's got a strong arm.
How old is he?
It's a kid, right?
Yeah, I'm looking him up.
Don't see him enough. 6'7", 215.
Yeah, he was. He is 28 years of age. 27. He'll be 28 in November. So
he's close then.
This is his opportunity.
Yeah, you talk about a strong arm. If you need 3 outs, like yesterday, I know it's the back of the game and the game's out of reach, but gave you 3 strikeouts. Walked one guy, but I just like the few times that we've seen him this year, strong. I like him. Drew Pomerantz, does he make the team in the Baltimore series? Is he still going to be with the team?
I would think, but would you be shocked if they got rid of him or Ryan Presley? I wouldn't.
Not the way the Cubs operate. I've never seen so many DFAs in season like the Cubs have. It wouldn't surprise me.
So we'll find out. Gavin Hollowell, as you said, is a big kid, but this is also he was drafted by Colorado. He was with them for a couple years. He was claimed off waivers by the Diamondbacks, pitched in AAA for them, DFA'd to get a roster spot open, and claimed by the Cubs last August 23rd. So we'll see.
Well, it shuts down today, all that nonsense, because Shota's out there. That'll be all.
I hope you're right, because he was terrible last Friday. So hopefully today, they're matching up against a guy who's really good, and Freddie Peralta. Find a way to win a baseball game. Just get on that bus back to Chicago, 1 game back. Period.
Yeah.
And then enjoy your day off and be looking at your phone going, oh, say hello to your text message. Say hello to your new teammates. Who? He got what?
Yeah.
That's what I'm hoping.
That's what it helps. So after today, it's Baltimore for 3, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. By the way, because I know you'll be looking for it, Saturday, August 2nd, that is the Saturday game of the week on FS1.
There you go.
So don't be, where's the game? It's FS1. It's an Adam Amin game, I'm sure.
I'll be watching.
I'm sure.
I will be watching. But if I come in here Friday morning, I join you Friday morning.
Yes.
And the Cubs are 3 back and they did nothing. Yeah, tell Danny to have the dump button recycled quickly. Because I'm going to be out of my mind.
Yes. Yeah. Understood. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. We want to talk to you about the Cubs. Also still to come, a great analyst breaks down the Chicago Bears in our upcoming season. That's still to come on Kap and J Hood.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago. Win a suite for a Sox game. IKEA is giving you the chance to win a fully catered suite night for an upcoming White Sox game. Visit IKEA Schaumburg or IKEA Bolingbrook and scan the QR code in store to register. And on August 8th, the final day of the contest, you can register and enjoy IKEA's annual summer barbecue. Enjoy American backyard favorites and some Swedish flair. Win a Southside Suite Night. Get full details at ESPNChicagoContest.com.
Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. That's why when it comes to hard work, nothing works harder than a Chevy Silverado. It's built to handle the big jobs, day in and day out. Chevy is a Silverado pickup that's just right for you. 1/2 ton, 3/4 ton, and 1 ton. Call it the Goldilocks effect. No wonder. Chevy Silverado is the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears. Check out the full line of Chevy Silverados at ChevyDriveChicago.com. Work hard, play harder in a new Silverado. Jay Moore.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
Workplace stress is now a leading cause of declining mental health, with 61% of the global workforce feeling it more than ever. Hey guys, it's Sylvie. You can't escape work, but you can take small steps to care for yourself. A walk, some sun, a favorite song. Therapy is one of those steps. Ongoing support to build resilience for whatever your day throws at you. Balance is tough. Getting help shouldn't be. Visit BetterHelp.com/timeout today for 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp. mvp.com/timeout.
Howard, my head is on a swivel at crosswalks these days.
Oh, yeah, cars everywhere.
I had a buddy on a bike get clipped by a Jeep who took off.
What do you do?
Well, it's important to seek immediate medical attention, take pictures, and gather witness names and numbers. Aiken Law can also help obtain video footage, police reports, and work with insurance companies or anything else necessary.
And that's why I have 312-6 million saved in my phone.
Howard is our lawyer on the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago.
Hey teachers, congratulations on another year of being awesome to the students you lead. We salute you. Now it's time to relax and take care of the things you've neglected this school year. When planning for this time, don't forget about your family. And if your family is complete, summer is a great time to take the next step, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read the testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. With 4 convenient locations in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, now with free valet parking. Their procedure is covered by most insurance, so everything is lined up to make your decision an easy one with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Visit vasectomychicago.com today or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Looking for a smarter way to grow your savings? Wintrust Community Banks has you covered with 4.20% annual percentage yield on our 7-month CD special. This limited time offer won't last forever. Stop by your local Wintrust Community Bank or visit wintrust.com/radio25. APY assumes funds remain on deposit until maturity. Minimum daily balance of 1 cent required to obtain APY. Offer subject to change at any time and without notice. Additional terms and conditions apply. Details at wintrust.com/radio-CD. Member FDIC.
Chicago summers are no joke. It's been hot, guys, and if your windows aren't keeping the cool air in, you're just wasting energy and money. Window Nation can help with energy-efficient windows that keep your home comfortable, even on the hottest days. Hey, guys, it's Sylvie. Right now at Window Nation, you get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. That's 0 interest for 5 whole years. The biggest deal of the year, and with 1-day installation, there's no reason to wait. Call them at 866-90Nation or head to windownation.com.
Beat the heat with any size True Oasis fountain drink for 89 cents with True Rewards at True North convenience stores. True Rewards members can pick their favorite Pepsi fountain drink and pay only 89 cents. Find the app in your favorite app store to sign up and save instantly.
Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. That's why when it comes to hard work, nothing works harder than a Chevy Silverado. Check out the full line of Silverados at ChevyDriveChicago.com. Chevy Silverado, official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with 0 experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $749.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
The X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix is coming to Michigan City, Indiana. Join me, Yurko, for the official ribbon cutting, launching a weekend showcase for the world's fastest and most powerful offshore boats. See you at the Sunset Grill at Washington Park Beach tomorrow at 5:30.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Show me the money.
On ESPN Chicago.
Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. 79 degrees, getting up to 80 today with rain, thunderstorms. We're talking to you about the Cubs, 312-332-3776. That is our telephone number. How many moves do the Cubs have to make to be a true World Series contender? I say 3. I believe it's an extra bat, and I believe it's a starter and a reliever. And again, you try your luck in this iteration of Major League Baseball because there's so many teams that are good. There's not one team that's dominant, but you have to try. And you have enough on base percentage and enough power to be able to compete with anybody. I told you, what was it, 3 weeks ago, a month ago, Jim Bowden was saying, the Cubs, they could beat the Yankees if it came down to in the series. They've got more, but that's when the pitching was healthier for the Cubs at that time.
Correct. Yeah. Absolutely healthier. But, we've known they were going to have to add on simply because you lost Justin Steele, and he's not back this year. You lost 7 weeks with Imanaga. You have Colin Ray, who was signed to be a bullpen/spot starter, who's had to pitch every 5th day, and he's not good enough. You have a young kid in Cade Horton who 4 of his last 7 starts have been shutouts. There's 3 guys in baseball that have done that since, I think, June 1st. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's Paul Skeens, it's Tarek Skubal, and it's Cade Horton. That's pretty damn impressive company.
It is. Jim Bowden talking about Jed Hoyer and free agency pickups.
I'm just hearing the Cubs are going after every top starter out there, right? Edward Cabrera and Sandy Alcantara in Miami, Mitch Keller in Pittsburgh, Mackenzie Gore in Washington, and that Jed Hoyer is obsessed with getting one, and he's got enough in his system. He could snap his fingers and get a deal done there.
Yeah, all that's great, and it's always good to add on because it gives you an infusion of life in the locker room. JD and Boog Shambi were talking about this yesterday, and JD agreed with Boog, saying, sometimes you bring a guy in and it's someone new, and that person doesn't know what he doesn't know. He comes from a bad situation, be part of a good baseball team, and all of a sudden that guy shines. Perfect example, obviously, is Andrew Vaughn. That's the latest example because Vaughn went for the woebegone White Sox to the minor leagues, stayed in the minor leagues, and then called up by the Brewers, and look what he's doing.
Fair.
He's putting some life into that offense, that Brewers team.
How about this from OptaStats, which is a great follow? Only 2 MLB players have put up the following numbers over their first 10 home games with a team since the RBI became an official statistic in 1920, 105 years ago. A .475 or better batting average, 1,000 or better slug, 15 or more RBIs. That would be Barry Bonds with the Giants in 1993 and Andrew Vaughn with the Brewers in 2025. That's it in 125 years. And to put that in perspective, Andrew Vaughn with 1,000 slug. I gave you the number on Kyle Tucker over the last 30 days. Mm-hmm. He's in the 285.
That's right. Well, don't look at me and blame me for Andrew Vaughn hitting that big home run or doing damage against the Cubs. Not my fault. He didn't try hard enough with the White Sox. He was a minor leaguer, Cap.
He said today, I read it in the Milwaukee media stuff. They said, what changed? He said, going to the minors. I looked at it as a full reset. I have got to change everything I'm doing, how I think, how I approach each at bat. He said, I'm a good hitter. And I was just in my head. And he said, I'm looking and I'm getting pitches I want to hit, and I'm spitting on the ones I'm not.
That one, and if Sox fans are listening, and I know that they are, don't be sour about what we see from Andrew Vaughn. That just wasn't going to happen with the White Sox. It just wasn't. And he had every opportunity, Shay. Every opportunity. There was no one over his shoulder. There was no Tim Elko. It was Vaughn's time. Here you go. Here's first base. And he failed.
Yeah.
That's why he was sent to the minors. It was surprising because for a team that isn't going anywhere like my White Sox, I thought Vaughn would just have 400-plus at-bats and still just try to figure it out on the job. And they sent his ass down. So it just wasn't going to happen here, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, it was not. It was time for a change. I hope they can get something for Aaron Savale. I don't think they will get much, but Vaughn was not happening here.
They'll get something from you for Adrian Hauser.
Yep.
Maybe.
Which is fine.
That's fine.
I'm not worried about the Cubs offense. I'm not dying on the hill of them needing to get a bat and find their version of Andrew Vaughn. They have the second most runs in all of baseball.
Yeah,
They'll be fine.
But Shay, go back and look over the last 30 days. They are way too home run dependent.
Yeah.
They've got to find a way to manufacture more runs. Dansby Swanson with men in scoring position blows.
Agreed. But you're
Kyle
not
Tucker,
replacing Dansby Swanson.
No.
He's going to be in the lineup.
But guess what? With Ian Happ, might be a blessing in disguise headed to the IL. If I get Eugenio Suarez and I go, all right, say you're in left, Suarez, you're going to be the DH, and Matt Shaw, you're going to stay at third, and you're going to give us that great defense and hopefully hit okay. That's a better team.
Yeah, I agree that it's a better team, but the opportunity cost of getting Eugenio Suarez and not getting some back-end bullpen pitcher that would have been a high-leverage arm, like, I feel like to be a true World Series contender, if they go out and get a starter and 2 high-leverage arms, I'm good.
Well, they have to get an outfielder. They only have 3 on the roster.
I trust that this offense will work. I do. And Happ will come back. I don't know if he'll be great. He's been kind of bad all year.
Yeah. Look, if Kyle Tucker doesn't play like the superstar that he was heralded to be and has proven in his career, it does not matter.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. Like, if Tucker and Seiya are going to do what they've been doing for the last month, nothing you do offensively at the deadline will mean anything anyway. Suarez will not make the difference. Luis Robert would not make the difference. It won't matter. So, for me, address your pitching and hope that the internals on the offense get right, which are Tucker and Seiya. And I think that's pretty likely. They were great for a 3-month span. It's been one bad month.
And PCA.
He's got to be better.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, what you just said at the end there, Shay, look yourself in the mirror and say that about the Tigers. 3-game winning streak.
I know. It's part of this is my team. I'm on the other side of seeing what you're seeing now with the Cubs, where they hit about 150 for 2 weeks, and blink your eyes, they're scored something like 22 runs in the last 2 days.
Yep.
So it's going to suck for a minute, and it might take a while to get out of it, but I believe the Cubs offense will get out of it. Their pitching has been a problem all year. So that's where I'm just like, if I have to pick and choose opportunity cost of getting Suarez and then I don't have an option I'm just using a name, to get somebody like David Bednar, well, I'd kind of rather have Bednar. I think that's more impactful because I believe the offense will get right.
Just don't play down to the competition, Cap. I would also suggest that. Like that Kansas City series is still a head-scratcher for me. Head-scratcher. You surrendered... the 20 runs in that in the losses against Kansas City?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what is that? You're a better ball club than them. So when you play Baltimore, who's on the upswing a little bit, but the point is, it's Baltimore at home, and then against Cincinnati, come on, you just had to be better than that. With this homestand coming up starting on Friday.
You have to. By the way, Eugenio Suarez starting today for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yeah, I saw that. They put their lineup out about an hour ago.
Yeah. They're starting Suarez at DH, not at third base.
And they're starting. Lourdes Gurriel also sat yesterday. They're starting him today as well.
Right. Now,
so
again.
Basically, those moves are going to happen tomorrow.
Mike in Willow Springs on Kap and J Hood. Mike, good morning.
Hey, guys. I really appreciate taking my call on this because I agree with Shay, but the point I want to get at is I'm all for adding guys at the deadline, but there's no way in heck I'm trading Owen Casey, especially for Eugenio Suarez. He's very streaky. The playoffs, I'll give you about 5 reasons, okay? I'll run them off real quick. The playoffs are a total coin flip. Cubs could very well end up being the wild card. Suarez could go 0 for 12, and you're giving up 6 years of control for Owen Casey. That's asinine, number one.
Yeah, but what if you got Merrill Kelly and Suarez?
That's a lot tougher question, but I'm gonna keep going with Suarez. With Casey. Okay, he's an absolute stud. His OPS is 950. He doesn't belong in the minors. He proved it last year. Now he's in his second year at AAA, totally dominating, top 10 prospect in all of baseball. Number 2, they traded Cam Smith away to get Tucker. Number 3, I don't believe they're going to re-sign Tucker. And number 4, that's actually okay because you know what? They lucked their butts out because PCA is a superstar and Michael Busch is a borderline star. So if you add Owen Casey in the right field, you get Justin Steele back next year and you get second-year Cade Horton. We're forgetting they're going to have to curtail Cade Horton's innings. He's not going to throw 150 innings from nothing, from zero.
He's pitching every fifth day. He's pitching every fifth day.
What's that?
They are pitching him every fifth day if they're in this race. They are.
they're going to curtail it. They're going to curtail them down to 55 or 60 pitches. They're not going to root. They're not going to take a chance on him. No way.
I disagree.
No.
As long as he stays healthy, they are trying to win. They are not trying to manage people.
Not at the expense of Cade Horton's future. No way.
And then what's number 5, Mike?
Number 5, going back to the playoffs, are a complete coin flip, and you've got 5 years of Owen Casey fitting into right field next year. They're a year away. Is my 5th point.
All right. Appreciate your telephone call.
Owen Casey's just future's promised, man. He's guaranteed. It's guaranteed he's going to be great. He's just a prospect. For the love of God, you have a chance to win a World Series right now.
And he just said at the end, the playoffs are a coin flip. That means if you get in, you never know what happens.
That's true, especially this year.
Correct.
And this team, as constituted, probably shouldn't play in a wild card series. I don't think that would go well for them. Quickly, just some news. Could the Red Sox be doing the impossible? They just scratched Alex Bregman.
Uh-oh.
I'm not saying it means anything. I don't know why they would do that.
The Cubs need a third baseman, kid. We're back in the Bregman sweepstakes. Let's go.
I'm not saying that the Red Sox are selling, sitting a half game up for the second wild card spot. Why they would scratch Alex Bregman is beyond me.
Cap, make a call.
Could we have Hugwatch?
Cap, make a call.
They're not taking my call today.
Why? Like, even if it's an injury rest day, why would they put him in the lineup and then scratch him?
We're back, kid.
Could we have Hugwatch? could Craig Breslow be doing the impossible?
Oh, my
The unthinkable. AI told him to trade Bregman.
Where did Craig Breslow come from?
Here.
He was Jed's assistant.
312-332-ESPN.
So he knows Scott Harris well, too.
He does.
332-3776 is our phone number as we talk to you about the Cubs. Have some Bears conversation right around the corner as well on Kap and J Hood.
Kap J Hood. Kap and J Hood. Mornings on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. 8-8 is almost here.
Let's hear from number 88.
Daytime sessions have sold out, but you can still purchase tickets to an evening with Patrick Kane.
What's up, Chicago?
Friday, August 8th at Morgan Manufacturing. This 21 and over event includes an open bar and food, a Q&A session conducted by Pat Boyle, a photo opportunity and autograph with Kaner. Celebrate number 88 on 8-8. Google Patrick Kane Evening Eventbrite and get your tickets today.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox could not overcome 6 early runs in a loss to the Phillies Tuesday night. Kyle Schwarber and Brandon Marsh homered off Jonathan Cannon in the third to make it 6-0 Philadelphia. The Sox did score 3 in the ninth, 2 coming on a Lenyn Sosa home run, but the rally fell short. Today, the Sox try to win the rubber game at 1:10 p.m. before heading off to the West Coast for the weekend. Sox fans, join us at the ballpark a week from Sunday, August 10th, as the White Sox host the Cleveland Guardians at 1:10 p.m. The first 7,500 fans in attendance will receive a Southside legend Ozzie Guillen bobblehead, presented by United, Chicago's hometown airline. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/promos. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
Postman Law is used to winning. That's why with every home win by Chicago's Southside baseball team, they're adding $100 to the Postman Law Home Team Scholarship Fund. More wins, more scholarship money. Because at Postman Law, they win more for you. Visit postmanlaw.com/scholarship to see how much your city has earned and apply today. After an injury, you could use a win. Call Postman Law today. This is attorney advertising.
You know, Waddle, we haven't taken the show on the road lately.
Yeah, because you must have ticked someone off again.
Who, me?
Or maybe you just wouldn't let them schedule a live show while you were on one of your 6-week vacation trips.
All right, cheap shot again. We're back on the road at Twin Peaks in Algonquin this Friday.
Join the Waddle and Sylvie show for eats, drinks, and scenic views at Twin Peaks. Come on out. It is a fun Friday show.
Twin Peaks, Algonquin, 2:30 to 6:30 this Friday.
And please drink responsibly.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Hey, senior golfers, swing into summer at Seven Bridges Golf Club with amazing rates all season long. Tee off for just $65, cart included. Play one of Chicagoland's best courses with a fun, rewarding layout for every skill level. Senior deals Monday through Friday. Grab your clubs now. 630-964-GOLF. 630-964-GOLF today. Jay Moore.
This is Romo Dunze. This is DeAndre Swift. This is Kyler Gordon. You're listening to Kap J Hood on ESPN Chicago, the new home of the Chicago Bears.
Kap J Hood on ESPN 1000 and at ESPN_Chicago on Instagram. With you till 10 o'clock, then Clinton and Friends at 10, followed by Carmen at 12. Sox and Phillies at 12:30. Waddle and Sylvie after the Sox and Phillies game. Bleck and Abdallah at 6:30. Right here on your home for the Bears and the White Sox, ESPN 1000. Sidebar, may I approach?
Brought to you by Incan Law, 3126 Main, for the best personal injury attorney in Illinois, the award-winning Howard Incan.
Cap, anything could happen when you're calling a basketball game, but I think this is the first on a not safe for work moment if you're going to watch this on your computer at work. A sex toy was thrown on the court during the final moments of a WNBA game. Yes, a sex toy. Atlanta Dream against the Golden State Valkyries. And this is what it sounded like. Not the sex toy, but the call.
Hayes gets blocked by Maya Caldwell. Something flies on the court, actually, from the crowd. The officials will say they will continue play as that goes off the fingertips of the Valkyries.
And you can see the object, the block right there. The object comes, that green thing bounces, and it goes to the sideline. We're not exactly we're not sure where it came from.
No room for any of that type of activity.
Yeah, and no one's picked the object up yet. You got to, oh my gosh, okay. Okay. Inappropriate. Get him out of here, whoever it is.
Damn.
That green thing bounces.
Cap. Damn. A green sex toy.
A green thing bounces. Yeah, it was.
That green thing bounces.
But Jay, can I use the D word on the air?
No.
Can I use it?
No. No.
Not even
just it's a phallic object.
Well, how do you know?
Are you talking about Diplo?
That's exactly right.
So, yes.
Okay, we'll go with Diplo.
Like the DJ.
Yes.
Yeah. It was a bright green vibrator. Let's just call it that. Okay? Don't get in trouble with Danny.
I mean,
is it a vibrator?
It wasn't.
It was not motorized.
It wasn't?
No.
Not battery powered?
Nope.
Yeah, I think it was.
No, it's just the rubber thing.
Like a rechargeable thing.
No.
It's just the Diplo.
It was the Diplo. It's a difference.
Are we going to get sued by Diplo for implying that?
He has one.
That's why the music's so good.
Did you see what happened? Two nights ago in the WNBA?
No, wait, listen. No, stay on the topic.
I am. It's the WNBA. We had
It's a sex toy?
The night before, we had a player's wig get pulled off and run off the court with her wig in her hand.
It's not a wig.
It's a
weave.
Yeah.
Whatever.
It's a
hair piece.
Twitch has the best name for it.
What's that?
A rubber Richard.
Well, there you have it.
That's perfect.
I love the play-by-play person, because the producer has a choice, right? You don't have to show it. But the producer wants to show on the baseline, there it is, the sex toy. She goes, inappropriate. She knew what it was. Clearly. Cap? We turn to you now with analysis. Cap?
It had very good bounce when it hit the court.
That green thing bounces.
That green thing.
That's amazing. I can't believe that happened.
The cameraman got a close-up on it.
He did, but that's a call.
He's like, whoa.
Hoodie, how'd that sound in the van, in the truck?
I mean, let's camera 2, take 2, zoom in, green sex toy right there. Just for a few seconds right there. Okay, give camera 1, take 1. All right, back to the game.
Here we go.
Didn't have to do that, Cap.
That would be like my old director, either Lou Melgarejo or Terry Cortez going, yeah, camera 1, take 1, get me a shot of Cap, 10, 9, 8, ready, Cap, go. Get me a shot of 3, zoom in. What is, oh, God.
That was the marquee truck when Justin Tucker debuted his rubber balls.
That's exactly right. Zoom in, rubber balls.
Zoom, yep.
Yep, there it is, zoom. There it goes. Balls, here we go.
That green thing bounces.
Yeah. Cap, we had there was a tremendous Bears analyst that was on talking about what's going on in camp. I don't know if you've heard this or not.
I don't think I have.
Just great analysis that we heard regarding what's going on with Caleb Williams and his timetable. We turn now to Jim Madden Molly from ESPN Madison that had a great analyst on talking about the Chicago Bears.
I'm curious, how many years are you willing to give Caleb Williams?
I'll make that determination at the end of this year. Look, the nonsense that went off in Chicago last year and all around Caleb was horrible. But he was sacked 68 times, and he has to own some of those sacks for holding the football too long. And at the end of the season, he was so suffering from PTSD and just beaten down that I think his not work ethic, but his preparation got away from him. I really, truly believe that. So I look at Caleb, this is a massive year. No more excuses.
So great analysis there, I thought, from the owl that was around Cap as he was doing that hit. You just can't just go someplace quiet. What the hell is wrong with you?
What are you talking about?
You heard the birds circling around you while you were doing the hit.
I didn't even hear it. Didn't even know.
But you could hear it in the cut. Why can't you go someplace like a professional in an office setting quietly?
Because I had to pick my son up, and I was doing them a favor.
But you could have done it inside the truck.
No, that looks awful to be doing it in a vehicle.
It's a radio hit.
No, it was on video.
That doesn't matter. It's mostly an audio medium.
No, as Danny tells us, this is a content company, and we were on YouTube and Twitch. I had to give them a good-looking. They even said to me before I came out, well, that's a great-looking shot you got. You're in the Chicago area? Yeah, we actually have trees here.
But then the vultures are circling. They're saying, liar, liar. Apparently, those were Vikings fans, those birds. Did you not hear that?
No, I didn't.
All throughout the interview.
I didn't hear it.
I heard it live.
Oh, I didn't hear it.
Oh, my God.
And what are you doing listening to ESPN Madison?
You're my partner. They kept promoting you. I go, this is going to be good insight. Stuff he doesn't bring to the radio show.
They got Cap on from Albert Breer's backyard.
I know he doesn't do it here, but as a guest, he's awesome. He gives us keen insight when he does those hits like Des Moines. But this one here in Madison.
Yeah, look, John Fox came in and was handed a really tough deal. John Fox is a quality football coach, not my cup of tea, so vanilla and so blasé. They had Vic Fangio with a really good defense. So John Fox was fine. He was competent. Mark Trestman was incompetent as an NFL head coach. Matt Nagy, very mediocre, although we'd kill for his records, 12-4, 8-8, 8-8, and then he went 5-11 and got fired. And then Matt Eberflus was way in over his head.
Just chaos everywhere you go. Why can't you just be in a nice, quiet spot?
I did the best I could. John Fox came in and was handed a really tough deal. Mm-hmm. John Fox is a quality football coach, not mine.
God! It's the birds! Circling! My God! You just thought she was really cool out there, huh? Look at that background. Got my earpods in. Listen to that. Ready to go. Ready, guys? Jim, Matt, and Molly?
Yeah.
Here we go!
Jim's a big Chicago sports fan.
Just can't do it professionally. God damn. The Kap J Hood cut of the day is right around the corner. On Chicago's home for sports.
Kap J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Through ball.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Phillies.
Coverage starts today at 12:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Everyone loves a fresh haircut for summer, but with the weather warming up and the kids out of school, this season is the time for making memories, not appointments. That's why I go to Great Clips. I can use convenient online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut whenever I have time. They even send me a ready next text when it's time to come into the salon. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips save my haircut details in clip notes so I can get the same cut next time, no matter who I see. And the best part, Great Clips haircut prices are so affordable, I can look and feel great while still having money left over for all of those fun summer adventures. So what are you waiting for? Stop wasting time and money on appointments at overpriced salons. Get in, get out, and get back to enjoying the season with cool summer haircuts at Great Clips. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Your tee shots can use some straightening. Your chips can use more finesse. Your putts, let's not even go there. Help is around the corner. Golf Center Displays, a year-round automatic driving range with heaters and fans on all stations. A short game area, a 9-hole course that you can even play at night. This is one-stop shopping for any golfer who needs a little help. And don't we all? Golf Center Displays, 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
The Nissan No-Hitter is rolling on the White Sox Radio Network. Enter now at NissanNoHitter.com. If the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could win a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Guys, it's Sylvie for Window Nation. Now you can get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. Stop procrastinating on upgrading your home. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com to take advantage of Window Nation's best deal of the year.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Upgrade your learning experience during Dell Technologies Back to School event with AI PCs like the Dell 14 Plus featuring an Intel Core Ultra processor starting at $749.99. Supercharge your studies with features like real-time notes transcription, AI accelerated hardware to run multiple apps without slowing down, extended battery life, and more. That's the power of new AI PCs with Intel inside. Discover a smarter way to learn at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yingling hotline.
Yingling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yingling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
On ESPN Chicago.
Now time for the Kap and J Hood cut of the day.
Brought to you by Chicago Cuts Steakhouse. J-Moore. Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport.
Oh!
Whatever.
It's not boring.
Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut!
Aaron Rodgers, I'm buying. That team's going to win.
We know.
10-11 ball game.
Yep, wide open with it. I know. No Vaseline.
Number 2 year should be quite quick for all of us, I think.
Wow.
Justin Fields. Sell.
Yeah, I'm selling. He's a Jet. I'm selling.
Should we sell Tommy just because he's a Jet, or should we sell because Fields can't throw it from me to you? Is that you all right?
I've been laughing for 5 straight minutes. By the way, when Kap is stroking Dan Campbell, is he wearing a Cowboys jersey, or what's he got on?
I've got an Aaron Rodgers 8 Steelers throwback.
He's got Dan Campbell's Saints jersey.
Yes. And assless chaps. Don't forget about those. But, for the freedom of it all.
Cap's in bed wearing Dan Campbell's Saints jersey.
Woo! Take that! Woo! Take that! Woo!
I love rubbing and touching my meat.
I just want him to be in Chicago.
Oh, man, Kap, thank you, man.
Oh, thank you,
man,
brother.
This feels great,
Couple
man.
of breaks right there of the coffee. Oh, man, we're good now. Wake up and find a way to win a football game. Woo!
Oh, my God.
It's unbelievable. Wow. I just want my partner to love Chicago sports as much as we all do.
I love Chicago sports.
Instead of looking over the not hole in the fence at everybody else. I love Dan Campbell. Take that. I love Aaron Rodgers.
You said not hole, right?
He said we about the Steelers like a week ago.
Yeah.
And that's all, folks.
The Kap and J Hood cut of the day.
Brought to you by David Flom and Matt Moore's Chicago Cuts Steakhouse on LaSalle, north side of the Chicago River.
Can I ask you a question, friend?
Sure, friend.
Why is Hauser pitching today for the Sox?
I don't know. I don't know why Suarez is in the lineup. I don't know why Alex Bregman was just scratched after originally being in the lineup they released. I don't know if he's got the flu. I don't know.
Sounds like that was miscommunication between the front office and Alex Cora, and he put him in the lineup on what was supposed to be a scheduled off day as he comes back from his injury.
So it has nothing to do with.
That's what the beat writers are saying.
Take a look at this information.
Maybe John Henry needs to sign a soccer player.
Take a look at the Jesse Rogers information, what he assumes there.
This is on Bregman.
Yep.
Assume he's still working his way back slowly from an oblique injury, so he was doing like 2 out of every 3, so maybe he didn't feel right. I doubt it's a trade.
That's just from Jess Rogers right there.
There you go.
So there you have it.
Yeah, I didn't get that text either, Jesse.
Well, he sent it to me, so he sent it to us. I've shared it with us.
We can't group text?
Well, I'm the one that asked the question.
Okay.
But I shared it with you and the class so that we would both be informed.
Yeah, there's no way they're trading Alex Bregman. Oh. No way. They're in the playoffs if it ended today.
Maybe John Henry's got to sign a soccer player this afternoon.
Yes.
All right.
You ready for the game?
Ready to go, man.
Me too. Cannot wait.
Yeah. Cubs and Brewers, we're heading up there right now.
It's going to be awesome, man. Cubs and Brewers. Man, it's going to be awesome. All right.
Okay.
We cannot wait.
But he just took his
game.
Orlando Magic, because he's a big Chicago sports guy.
I am.
His Orlando Magic Penny Hardaway shirt off, and underneath, he's got a Brewers shirt on.
Cannot wait.
You go sit in your own section.
No, it's
Traitor.
our section.
Traitor.
This is just in the laundry.
Traitor.
Yeah. So looking forward to the game today. Right here on the Kap J Hood.
What a jag.
My God.
What a jag.
That was beautiful.
Can't wait
Well
for the
done.
game. That's going to be
Look
awesome.
at Cap is very upset with you. He's very upset.
He can stand in line with everybody else around here.
What a jag.
We can
What the F? Woody, what the F? You're wearing a Brewers jersey? What the F?
We thank you for listening and calling in and being part of the program here on Kap and J Hood. By the way, the Hardaway jersey, part of the ensemble. Love the old school.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with it, but then you put a
Watch it.
freaking Brewers
Thank you,
jersey on
Shay.
there.
Thank you, Jay Moore. Let's do it tomorrow. So long, everybody.
Take that. See you in Milwaukee.
From Chicago.
Jerky.
See you later.
Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. That's why when it comes to hard work, nothing works harder than a Chevy Silverado. It's built to handle the big jobs day in and day out. Chevy has a Silverado pickup that's just right for you. Half-ton, three-quarter-ton, and 1 ton. Call it the Goldilocks effect. No wonder Chevy Silverado is the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears. Check out the full line of Chevy Silverados at ChevyDriveChicago.com. Work hard, play harder in a new Silverado.
Sox fans, join us at Rate Field on Saturday, August 9th for Bill Veck Night. Presented by the Village of Bedford Park as the White Sox take on the Guardians at 6:10 p.m. The first 15,000 fans, 21 and over, will receive a 1972 Bill Veck bobblehead. Be sure to stick around after the game for a post-game fireworks show. Don't miss your chance to celebrate a legendary figure in White Sox history and enjoy a full night of unexpected surprises. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/Veck.
Are you confident your retirement game plan is as strong as steel? Hey, it's Yurko from Mitch Lyons Wealth. MitchLyonsWealth.com is full of tools for you to access at no cost to make sure you're positioned to win retirement. Go to MitchLyonsWealth.com today and get a free copy of Mitch's book or his retirement documentary. You can set a no-obligation 10-minute call with Mitch and his team to see if strategies they are utilizing might improve your retirement. That's MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Transmitter's working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates! Clinton Yates, incredible job today. Our pal Clinton Yates.
People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Hump Day, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app. Sirius XM Channel 80 and on the Watch ESPN app is where we are. Devin Kane is on the con. James Steele is on the board. And I am here, thankfully, although last night there might have been some worry about my whereabouts. And I don't mean that in a funny way. I mean that about 9 p.m. yesterday, as a resident of Los Angeles, I received a warning that I had yet to receive in my years of living here that was really kind of scary, which was that an earthquake in Russia had caused a potential tsunami situation. Now, my usage of words here is important. I say situation because that was the generalized term I was understanding it as at first. in Japan, and in Hawaii. And California needed to be on the lookout. Now, you're getting tweets, we're getting alerts, we're getting all sorts of things. And then it says, oh, there's officially a tsunami watch for Los Angeles and most of California. Needless to say, this was relatively scary. Not because weather is not weather and natural disasters are not a regular thing here in California, but because I was simply not really clear what to do. I live near the beach. I'm a mile from the water. I can walk there. I do often. And I thought to myself, ooh, I might be in danger. What should I do in this situation? So I'm looking up the different protocols, if you will. And the protocols are pretty simple. Get to high ground. Don't go to the beach to look at the waves, which you would think you wouldn't have to officially inform people of. However, natural instinct becomes a thing, and folks say, wow, it can't be that bad. Maybe we'll just see some more waves. It's not like it's going to be Point Break. Bodie's not going to be out there sacrificing himself to the gods on a surfboard. It's going to be a couple big waves. Let's check it out. I got people hitting me up. You want to go look at the waves? No, brother. Absolutely not. I'm trying to figure out if I'm going to go downtown for the night. Who knows what this thing is going to look like? So that's going on in my mentions and in my texts. And then it gets upgraded to an advisory. And that's when things started getting hairy for me, Devin. I said, oh, man, this is not what I want. I'm seeing information about whales washing up on beaches in Japan. I'm getting a little nervous. This thing's not supposed to hit till 1 a.m. And I'm like, that's a tough time of night to make a decision. I got to be awake. I don't want to stay up that long. I was a little bit unsure of what to do. So I said, you know what? I'm bagging this. I'm just going to sleep. Went to sleep, woke up, it was fine. But I got to tell you, there was about an hour to 90 minutes of consternation there, Devin, before I went to sleep, where I was like, am I putting myself at risk by not finding a new place to lay my head tonight? Because where I live is a little too close to the danger action. Wasn't good.
Me as well. You know, obviously in the East Coast, we don't have to worry about that as much as you do. But
no.
That is, I can't imagine the fear that's going on for people in L.A.
Learned a lot about tsunamis, though, not just in terms of how they work, which, some of us who are old enough have been familiar with that, but how they move specifically as well. Russia affecting California was not something I necessarily had on on my bingo card tectonically.
I saw a video yesterday of in Russia. It was a video of an operating room where someone was undergoing surgery, and the doctors literally, they held the patient down and had to wait out the earthquake. And it's like, people are like, oh, why wouldn't they? I'm just like, yeah, you're not going to leave a patient who's, but yeah, just like the videos that you see from all this stuff in today's day and age, it's kind of terrifying.
Pretty wild. So I hope Hawaii is safe. I hope Japan is safe, and nothing hit California that hard, so thankfully, all is well, and we can do a show. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Protect the stuff you love with renter's insurance. Visit Progressive.com.
We're not parsing words, hiding from the headlines.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Or saving the best for later.
I can't wait.
It's time for The Lead.
Talk about burying the lead.
On Clinton and Friends.
Finally made it out to training camp yesterday, kiddos. Had a good time out there with Sedano and Kap on this station here on 710. Sedano wasn't there, but my man Cappy was there. My man Beto Duran was there. DeMarco Farr was there as well. The reason why I named that lineup, it's important, is because it was the first time in a long time that I'd been to an NFL training camp and actually stayed for the purposes of watching football being played. Back in the day, I used to get to the Burgundy and Gold training camp every now and again. And even when I first got to LA, we'd go early to do broadcasts, before they ever really started playing any football, and they were just kind of stretching and, doing drills. This was the second day with pads. So these guys were actually hitting each other. And it actually kind of mattered. I had a good time. Scott Kaplan is a former NFL kicker. DeMarco Farr, obviously a Super Bowl champion. Much easier to follow a training camp with two humans that have been through a training camp and can explain each of the different stations happening at once. Because in all of this time that it had been since I'd really sort of showed up to one of these in any earnestness, I realized, man, is it difficult to discern who's any good by simply watching drills all day. Like the level of obvious expertise of everybody involved in order to be able to glean what you think you're going to have from a roster standpoint out of the short sessions that they do, albeit that add up, is really something. The drama of just people walking around and what they're doing is as fun as anything else. No celebrities made an appearance. There was none of that, although that's been a thing that's known to happen at Rams camp and at various camps around California. Macaulay Culkin was apparently there earlier. Devin, I don't know if you're familiar with his.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Love Macaulay.
Yeah, Macaulay was apparently there last week, but there were no famous people. But I did get to watch Stetson Bennett and Jimmy G. They were the ones taking the reps with the first-team offense. Probably saw 5 to 6 drills. Stetson Bennett is still not the guy that you're necessarily going to want to have to deal with. I don't know that he's big enough, to be quite frank, to be a regular backup in the NFL. That's not exactly a knock on his football skills, but it just seems like he still seems so slight when you see him out there on the yard, which is tough. But Jimmy G looked fine. I mean, look, again, guys take 7-step drops. Guys can't get touched. They're throwing not exactly against air, but effectively to some degree they are. So, assuming they don't look awful, yeah, you're going to presume that they're decent. That said, the obvious headline of the Rams camp is what's going on with Matthew Stafford. Super Bowl winning quarterback. He's getting up there in age. He's at age 37. And at age 37, when you've got a back situation, I need a backiotomy. That's not good. Because those only really heal through rest, and you can't really do much about that when you're that old. How the body regenerates is how the body regenerates. As you get up there in age, obviously that happens at a slower pace. Let's hear what head coach Sean McVay had to say about what the status is of Stafford.
Little update on Matthew. He's doing really well. We've got a good plan in place. We are going to still take some more time with him, though. Nothing that's changed in terms of the setback. I probably spoke a little bit too soon, but the ultimate goal is Houston and being mindful of that. So we'll take it a week at a time with him. So I did want to be able to, let you guys know about that based on sitting down with Reggie and with Matthew and talking with Dr. Watkins. Feel like that's the smart thing to do, a week at a time with him.
I feel like it's not only the smart thing to do, it's the only thing you can do. If your 37-year-old quarterback who's played a ton of years in the NFL has a back problem, you're basically just not going to play him until it's game time. I don't think it's much more complicated than that from a health standpoint. And that's not exactly the best situation for the Rams to be in. Now, I don't think that's because he needs to gel with anybody or Devontae and him need to get on the same page. No. I just think it's tough because it's a risk factor. What's going to happen if all of a sudden he just can't go? And it completely changes the complexion of your entire season. The Rams are doing the right thing is what I'm getting at. There's no way you can risk that in any potential situation, whether it's training camp or otherwise, because Matt Stafford's too important to the squad. He's the most important player on the team to many degrees. Listen, I understand that on the defensive side, they got Javon, but if Matt Stafford can't go, the ceiling on the Rams season changes drastically overall. But yeah, Rams camp was cool, Devin. Got out there, a couple people yelled my name, a couple folks knew who I was. I was like, oh, nice, good to be seen. You know what I'm saying? Especially because I don't get out to NFL camps a ton. I didn't necessarily expect anybody to say hello. It was fun.
Did they say, I love Clinton Friends?
No, they did not say I love Clinton.
Well, damn.
It's the usual, hey, yo, Yates, what up?
What up, Yates?
Some drunk dude yelling from the crowd.
Is James still trying to get points for his bunk?
What's happening here?
No, there was no Camp CNF discussion at Rams training camp, but there was a lot of good football watch. The other thing about training camp that is actually really funny is simply the amount of people on the field at any given time. I do not understand how players focus. Like, I can't imagine what training camp looked like 50 years ago compared to what it looks like now. There's 100 people on the field. There's 200 cameras. There's 9,000 trainers. And then there's like 50 players. You know what I'm saying? Like the entire populace of the grounds, if you will, is so few players and so many other admin people. Not that this is news again, but just to see it for the first time in a while with my eyes, it was fun.
What was the weather like out there yesterday?
It was gorgeous. It's Southern California. What are we talking about here? I mean, the weather is beautiful every day, which is why teams that aren't even in, Dallas Cowboys, even in California, do their training camps in California. It's nice.
As a Rams fan, I might want to know. I don't know if you got a good look at him. Devontae Adams, how's he looking?
He looked pretty decent. So he did. So Garoppolo and he did most of their drills together, and he was on the far side of the field from where I was. So I saw him catch maybe 3 balls, probably 5 to 6 targets at best. I mean, I'm just spitballing off the top of my head. I wasn't keeping official stats of the drills or anything like that. But he looked fine. He did not look as if anything was hampering him, which in a training camp setup is obvious immediately. So that was a good thing.
Yeah, I know. I saw a lot of Raiders fans on Twitter upset because he took to he's been speaking a lot about how his time in Las Vegas was not ideal. And people were like, hey, man, you're on a new team now. Why are you worried about the old stuff?
Well,
I think that's a Raiders thing, maybe.
Part of the reason he's worried about the old stuff is because the quarterback is the same guy as the old quarterback when he was having problems in Vegas.
True.
That's the issue. That's like a real talker out here, is what happens between those two. Is it water under the bridge? Again, if Stafford can't go, you've put yourself in a situation where 2 guys who used to be on the same team, I'm not saying they had a problem with each other personally, but it's pretty well known they were not in the best situation. I mean, it's not, it's not all down pat. So we'll see what happens. But that was a good time out there. And shouts to ESPN 710. They've been out there doing all sorts of broadcasts over the course of the training camps and so forth. So, yeah, it was a good time. I recommend checking out an NFL training camp if you can get to it. And shouts to LMU, Loyola Marymount University, who hosts the function. Coming up, the Cleveland Browns owner. He has decided to speak. And, well, the Cleveland Browns owner has not done himself any favors. We'll explain that after I tell you about Vivid Seats. Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN, Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio.
Coming September 2nd to ESPN Radio.
First of all, I love bringing this to the public.
The Rich Eisen Show.
NFC North, top to bottom. You could say this is the best this division has ever been.
Rich Eisen returns. September 2nd to ESPN Radio, ESPN Plus, and on Disney Plus.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
It all started back in 1971 when Rocco Polisi and his wife Nancy brought a taste of Italy to Chicago. That's right, Nancy's Pizza, home of the original stuffed pizza. Rocco crafted his recipe from scratch, and when you cut into that crispy crust, you get a gooey molten blend of mozzarella and your favorite fillings that's just perfection. Also, try Nancy's thin crust, crispy on the edges with that caramelized cheese. It is sure to hit the spot. Taste a piece of Chicago pizza history. Stop by my guys at Nancy's in the West Loop on your way to the game, or order from any of their locations throughout the suburbs.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie for Window Nation. You've been trying to stay cool this summer, but your windows aren't keeping the AC in your home. It's a problem I had. Window Nation can help. With their energy-efficient replacement windows, your home will be comfy and cool for the rest of summer. And better yet, Window Nation is currently offering 50% off all window styles. And how about this? No interest until 2030. 0 interest for 5 whole years. Don't miss the best deal of the year, plus 1-day installation from Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation or go to windownation.com.
The White Sox play on ESPN Chicago. That means more than 162 games a year, passionate Sox fans are listening to their team right here. Do you want them to hear about your product or service? Of course you do. It's the key to success. Reach people you know will support you. White Sox fans are intensely loyal. Hell, you're probably one yourself if you're listening right now. So let us help you craft the message that speaks loud and proud about you. Email White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com. That's White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
$4.5 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $4.5 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Waddle and Sylvie, now weekdays 2:30 to 6:30 on ESPN Chicago.
Clinton and Friends.
Landscape writer Justin Tinsley, what is the best Soulja Boy song?
Oh, man, the best Soulja Boy song, and I'm going back from the summer between my junior and senior year at Hampton. It is absolutely Donk. That song, nothing is going to top Back That Thing Up by Juvenile, right? If Back That Thing Up is Steph Curry, Donk is Klay Thompson, and that is not a slight at all.
Curry puts up a three. Bang! Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
Wow. It's your folks, Soulja Boy. Tell them I'm in the building. Everybody get on the dance.
This is a clear the dance floor banger because it's about to go bananas. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Well done, James Steele, on that. Talking football this morning. Was at Rams training camp yesterday. I was. But today, we got to talk about a different team. Cleveland, man, okay. There's a couple things I'm going to lay out here. What do I say all the time, Devin, about the NFL? quarterback is the worst coach position in the league. Now, coached is sort of a larger rubric of handled is probably a better way to say it, but it comes down to coaching when it comes down to hitting the field. But from a top-down level, the Browns have officially again, completely stepped in it as far as I'm concerned regarding their quarterbacks room. Now, we all know the old memes and the old trends. Guys out there in, I don't know, somewhere in Cleveland who've got their various jerseys with all the names over the years dating back to Tim Couch. We all know about the number of starting quarterbacks they've had that have not worked out. That joke is almost so old it's not even funny anymore. But now they've got enough guys in their quarterback room to field a competitive starting five against the Cavaliers. And they got to figure it out. And in trying to figure it out, well, the Browns owner, Jimmy Haslam, came out and he said this about drafting Shedeur Sanders.
We had a conversation early that morning, and then we had a conversation later that day. I think we had the right people involved in the conversation. At the end of the day, that's Andrew Berry's call. Andrew made the call to pick Shedeur. Just like who's going to start or what play we're going to call is Kevin's call. But that's Andrew's call. He made the call.
This is Jerry Jones-esque in meddling and putting unnecessary information out there. Can you explain to me what the purpose is of delineating whose pick in the front office it was to have Shedeur on your team? Like, why does anybody need to know that? I understand that you're asked that, but what is the point of divulging that to the public unless you're trying to set somebody up to fail? Whether it's Shedeur, whether it's the GM, or whether it's under some circumstances potentially the head coach. If you play this kid because he's good, and then all of a sudden it maybe doesn't work out as immediately as you want it to. This is Haslam intentionally sowing seeds of discord, as far as I'm concerned, on his own team for reasons I will never understand. I don't get it.
I was thinking about this too, just to your point, right? Like, you almost have to think it is intentional because, or else it's just like, you're not seeing the forest through the trees here, because we see Jerry Jones do this. We see Jimmy Haslam do it. Why don't it's obviously good for us because it provides us content.
Sure.
But in terms of the team, why don't these owners just say, hey, Shedeur's working hard. We wish him the best. And if he proves he earns the job, he earns the job. Why is it so hard for people to say that?
I don't know. I don't get it. Now, maybe you botched it up a little bit by picking him that late, knowing what he brings to the table, just from an eyeball standpoint. But it's a quarterback competition. Guys are competing. Who picked whom at this stage? Well water under the bridge. Unless it's not. And if it's not, why isn't it? Oh, that's right. Let's hear what Haslam had to say about another quarterback whose dad is famous as well.
You get paid by how many hits you get, okay? And I think if you know the Manning family, I would bet that, and I don't know Arch at all, okay? I bet he stays in college 2 years, so I don't even think that's worth discussing. So,
no, not worth discussing. Awfully short on that topic, I see. Had a lot to say about everything else. No, I'm kidding. But nonetheless, this is what the issue is. The Browns have still not figured out what's going on in their quarterback room, and their owner is only making things worse. Man, God bless Cleveland for dealing with that nonsense. On top of all that, Shedeur not getting reps with the first team. Kenny Pickett is out. We're not really sure what we're getting from Dylan Gabriel. And overall, nobody, do we know who's going to play? Who's QB1 for the Browns week 1? Who do we think it's going to be, Dan?
It's probably... I just don't know if anyone's going to take that job. So for me, that means old man Joe Flacco will probably be the starter.
Flacco is going to be your guy?
I think so. He brought them back to, I think he won a playoff game for them, and did he not? Like, at least led him to the playoffs when he had to start late in the season. Yeah, old man Joe Flacco, you know what you're getting. So unless one of these young guys can take it from him, they're probably going to be like, listen, let's just put Flacco out there.
I just feel that at some point you've got to turn the car over. You've got to get the governor off, and you've got to let this thing rip. And Wacko Flacco is not exactly letting it rip. I enjoy his work. And his comeback story is really good. Really good. But I feel like you've got to answer some questions about Shedeur. This is going to be one of the rare preseasons that actually mega matters for a football team. Sidebar, Sanders' dad, Prime, talked to his old teammate Michael Irvin about why he has not showed up at Browns camp, health circumstances aside.
Talk to me about that excitement watching them in the NFL. I saw you went and visit Shiloh.
Yeah,
down Tampa.
Shedeur told me not to come. Yeah, let's get that out.
I was about to ask.
Yeah, he told me not.
Why you hadn't gone to Cleveland?
He didn't want me to come. He's like, Dad, I may get 3-4 reps in practice. I don't want you seeing that. Like, come on, no, I'm not where I need to be. Let me get where I need to be. And it's so funny because this is his first time, man.
Yeah.
Ever. And he's dealing with it like a pro. Like he ain't mad, he ain't bitter. He's like, I got work to do, but I'm gonna put in this work. One thing, they gonna have to let me play. Preseason gonna come. And when preseason come, watch me work. I'm like, I already know what you're gonna do. I ain't worried about that. I know. But he didn't want me to come.
Somebody's gonna end up looking stupid in the Browns organization. Whether it's the owner, whether it's the GM, or whether it's, honestly, Shedeur, the way everybody has staked their claim, somebody's going to have to get embarrassed. There's a bunch of different outcomes. Let's just say they play Shedeur in the preseason, and he looks great, and everybody in C-Town wants him, but they don't play him because they'd rather go with Flacco. Or let's just say he never gets a chance because they're too enamored with their previous round pick in Dillon to give Shedeur a shot. Or let's just say they throw Shedeur out there and he falls flat on his face for reasons that happen all the time. None of this appears to be in a small but reasonable plan to develop a guy or keep a guy. This is throwing things at the wall and seeing what sticks at this point for Cleveland, which is part of the issue with that entire franchise. I'm just never going to understand what the purpose is of letting the public and the media know
30 years old. His parents channeled their grief into creating the Grayson Murray Foundation, carrying out his vision to help those struggling with mental health and addiction. To donate and learn more, visit GraysonMurrayFoundation.com.
Do you worry about how much someone drinks?
Do you feel angry or depressed most of the time? Do you feel neglected or unloved?
Do you feel you attract people who tend to be compulsive or abusive?
Do you have money problems because of someone else's drinking?
Are you afraid or embarrassed to bring your friends home?
Do you feel that if the drinker loved you, she or he would stop drinking?
If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are not alone.
More than half of all adults have a family history of alcoholism.
Not everyone trapped by alcohol is an alcoholic.
Families and friends are suffering too. Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Call 1-866-200-0223 or visit alanon.org/help.
There's an app for that. Download, listen live, podcasts on demand. The ESPN Chicago app.
This is Clinton and Friends.
I gotta tell you, boys, I couldn't be more excited about this jump. When people hear me describing it over the radio, they are going to remember that AM radio is a viable and modern source for news and entertainment. Totally. I used to be number one in this town, but people don't listen to AM like they used to. Seems like it's more about FM and color TV. That's stupid. It sure is, Kevin. In fact, I've got a tattoo here that fully illustrates my point.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. We're going to do this rank them a little differently today, so I'm going to have to put my thinking cap on and not just yap the entire time. Devin, what's the setup?
All right, so we're going to do a blind ranking. So I have some teams in the NFL who are objectively bad. Maybe not. Who knows? That's the whole point. And you're going to have to blindly rank them as we go. Are you ready to do this?
Yeah, this is going to be tough. This is going to be – I feel like I'm going to get exposed.
I think you're going to do well.
That's all right. All right, here we go.
All right, first team up, the New York Jets. The Jets are prioritizing long-term development over 2025 wins. They got a new coaching staff, Aaron Glenn. Obviously, Justin Fields is there to step up for the quarterback. Where are you putting the New York Jets, 1 through 5?
The New York Jets are the third worst team in the NFL, in my opinion. Their quarterback situation is up in the air. You mentioned that nobody knows what you're going to get out of them. They got a brand new head coach. They're still trying to figure it out. I'm going to put them right in the middle.
Okay, I like that start. Be safe, put them in the middle. How about the New Orleans Saints? Retirement, Derek Carr leaves the Saints. They got Tyler Shuck at second-round pick for the quarterback. Spencer Rattler, Jake Howner, who are the quarterbacks. They got a lot of struggles at quarterback. Who knows what they're going to do? The New Orleans Saints.
The New Orleans Saints are not a good football team.
Are they worse than the Jets?
They're in one of the worst divisions in America. They might be worse than the Jets. I'll say the Saints are the second worst team in the NFL.
Okay, I like that. All right, so let's move on. How about the Indianapolis Colts? Anthony Richardson's shoulder injury remains a question mark. Obviously, Daniel Jones.
The Colts are not on this list. There are definitely 5 teams worse than the Indianapolis Colts in the NFL.
Okay.
They have to be.
Okay, so we can come back to that then.
Yeah.
How about the New York Giants? They face the NFL's toughest schedule in 2025. Obviously, they play the NFC North, AFC West. Their first 5 games are absolutely brutal. Did the New York Giants make your list?
Yes. The New York Giants are the 5th worst team in the NFL. They're number 5. I'm trying to think about who I think the worst team is. Go on.
I think I might have the worst team, but now I'm going to have to look up a second team here. How about the Cleveland Browns? We just talked a lot about them. Their quarterback situation's in flux. Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, Joe Flacco. Who's it going to be? They got a good defense on paper, but are they on this list for you?
No, they're not. They're not. Myles Garrett's too good. I think their defense gives them a chance. They're not on this list.
How about the Carolina Panthers, Clinton? Bryce Young, he showed an improvement potential flashes, but steep learning curve for him. Do the Carolina Panthers make this list?
The Carolina Panthers are the worst team in the NFL. I hate to say that.
Really?
Yeah. They didn't look that good. Like, you know how I can tell? I mean, this is not football analysis, but one of the deals, and this is just a randomly sort of funny story, one of the ways that I knew continuously how bad the Commanders were is that they were literally never on red zone. Like, never. You never saw their highlights. Very rarely did you get any plays from them. The Panthers are off the list for me. Yeah, I don't think that seems good.
All right, so we need to find the fourth worst team in the NFL.
Yes. I can tell you.
I have another team.
I think I know. I mean, I can tell you who I think the fourth worst team in the NFL is.
All right, how about the Tennessee Titans? Is that who you're thinking?
That's not who I was thinking, but the Tennessee Titans. Yeah. It's either them or the Jags. That's who it is. That's who. I don't believe in the Jaguars. I don't. I know Travis Hunter's there, but I'll stick with the Titans. I will remember the Titans, if you will, at this point for number 4. So is that 5?
That's 5. So we got the top 5 worst teams in the NFL. The New York Giants, the Tennessee Titans at number 4, the New York Jets at number 3, the New Orleans Saints at number 2, and the Carolina Panthers at number 1. Are you feeling good about your blind ranking?
I mean, yeah, we're picking bad teams. I'm from the capital of the United States of America. I know bad teams better than most people. What are we doing here? How are we gauging whether or not I did any good on this?
I mean, this is all subjective, like you said. I think you did well.
Okay. All right.
I could make the case that the Browns are going to be, who knows? Like, obviously they have a good defense, but I thought they could be. Right now, they're losing the training camp battle for worst team.
Right.
In terms of PR
metrics. Optics are one thing. Don't get me wrong. But I do think the Browns can figure out, and this is kind of why I'm so annoyed by the Browns, is that it's like, yo, you could actually maybe put something together if you just got your head out of your behind in the quarterback room. You got 5 different philosophies from 5 different guys who are all blaming each other, apparently. Don't love that. The NFC South is a disaster, though. I'll tell you that much. I mean, the Saints are bad. The Panthers are bad. The Jags are bad, too, though. I don't believe in – what's his name? Long-haired McDougal. Trevor Lawrence. Sorry, I was forgetting his name for a moment.
Long-haired McDougal?
Long-haired McDougal is what we're going to call him for the rest of the season.
I like that.
Well, I mean, he is a long-haired McDougal, like literally. He's got a great shampoo campaign. Anyway, the Jags are bad. They would have been on this list if I was allowed one more team. I like watching bad football teams, though. That's kind of like a weird thing that is part of my personality. Coming up, the Panthers are on the hot seat. Hot seat's brought to you by Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Get great deals on the hottest tickets. Experience it live.
You've seen the headlines, heard the debates.
The three-point ball has created a monotonous rhythm to the game, and others.
Has the three-pointer ruined basketball? And how did we get here?
The rise of the three-point shot can be partially traced to an eccentric Kansas genius named Martin Manley,
whose story didn't turn out quite the way he imagined.
I decided I wanted to have one of the most organized goodbyes in history.
30 for 30 podcast presents
Chasing Basketball Heaven.
Available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Progressive knows sports brings people together, but you gotta feel bad for people who don't even get it. Some people will never know what it's like to see their favorite team's hopes decided by a ping pong ball to draft the next superstar. Or not. I mean, sure, it's silly for your happiness to hinge on the success of a 20-year-old entry-level employee, but you just can't help yourself. The stress is exhilarating. Progressive can't bring people together like the draft, but we can bring your home and auto insurance together with a bundle. So switch and see if you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
Hey teachers, congratulations on another year of being awesome to the students you lead. We salute you. Now it's time to relax and take care of the things you've neglected this school year. When planning for this time, don't forget about your family. And if your family is complete, summer is a great time to take the next step, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read the testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. With 4 convenient locations in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, now with free valet parking. Their procedure is covered by most insurance, so everything is lined up to make your decision an easy one with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Visit vasectomychicago.com today or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
The Roar returns this week to Washington Park in Michigan City, Indiana. The X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix runs through Sunday, showcasing the world's fastest offshore motorboat racing. Events for the entire family all weekend long, including the block party, boat parade, flyovers, live music, and the Grand Prix Brew Fest. Check out the schedule and plan your visit at GreatLakesGrandPrix.com. Make the short drive and feel miles away in Michigan City, Indiana.
Hey golfers, it's Sylvie. I've been talking about Chicago Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Hey Chicago, your local IKEA stores know that summer is short, so make the most of it. Visit your local IKEA Schaumburg or IKEA Bolingbrook stores between now and August 8th for your chance to win a fully catered suite night for your family and friends at an upcoming White Sox game. Just scan the QR code in the store. And Friday, August 8th, it's IKEA's annual summer barbecue from 4 to 7 p.m. Enjoy a delicious buffet of American backyard favorites with some Swedish flair. So stop by your local IKEA today to enter to win, and then join the barbecue fun on August 8th.
I'm Shanola Hampton. Every day, millions of people face hunger. Today, I will share with you some of their experiences. I'm stuck between paying for medications or paying for food. John from Maine. After paying my bills, I can buy groceries. It's sad to say, food comes last. Alice from Oregon. I thought pantries were for less fortunate people. But anybody could be less fortunate in a day or even a second. Claire from Virginia. The Feeding America network of food banks helps provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. No one should have to worry where their next meal will come from. Together, we can end hunger. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Did you hear this one?
The Bears voted in favor of banning the tush push. They know what the play was, or are they just going on the term tush push? That doesn't sound very Fox. Is that a profane term? I don't want it.
It sounds uncomfortable. Go ahead.
That too.
Ow! Ouchie!
I haven't done that.
Ouchie!
Kap J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. YouTube, exclusive content from ESPN Chicago. Subscribe today at ESPN 1000 Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Host Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Is working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right
there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Hump Day, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and on the Watch ESPN app, where they're scared to do the wide shot because I have some really goofy socks on that I wanted everybody to see today, but that's not going to happen. Alas, Devin Kane is on the con. James Steele is on. Oh, there they are. Look, you can see my socks. Oh, wait. There they go. I've got the different matching gradients. Anyway, it looks fun. James Steele's on the board. Appreciate that, TC. And Devin Kane is on the con. Second hour here, midweek, getting it done. We were talking about bad football teams last segment. And I need you guys to understand, because somebody jumped in my comments. They were like, oh, keep hating on the Bengals and this, that, and the third. I said, my man, I love the Who Days. What are you even talking about? He's like, you were just ragging on them for being the worst organization. I was like, dude, understand the difference between me having a problem with the way the organization runs their team and me not liking the players and the fan bases. Those are three completely separate things. Just know that. Love the Who Days. For sure. But some of these teams out there, they run like ridiculous clown shows, you know what I'm saying? And that has to be called out at a given moment. So, you know, that's real, Devin. You know what I'm saying? They're not all the same.
They're not all the same. I think, as we've discussed, a lot of it comes down from the owners and then trickles down to the rest of the team.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Bengals, like, listen, I like the Bengals too. They're going to be a good team. You know, they got to get their defensive line, but Trey Henderson's back, so we'll see. At least he's holding in and not still holding out.
All right, exactly. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Before we go to camp, we'll get to a phone call. Mardi Gras Bob, what's up, dude?
Well, yeah, gentlemen, pleasure to visit with you real quick. I'm offended that you put the Saints number 2 as the worst. They're going to be the worst. They might get boo-rayed, win no games, and pick perhaps the second Archie Manning to play for them. But that's not why I called. Orleans Parish Prison inmate mix-up number 2. From the first prison mix-up, one guy is still at large of the 10. He's the mastermind. But the one that happened this week was some guy did whatever, and his family posted bond. Great.
Okay.
But they released the wrong guy. The guy who they said the identities were mistaken. The guy whose bond was paid is about 5-something, 100-ish pounds.
Okay.
Was a violent criminal, multiple offender with warrants in multiple parishes. That's a county down here for you northerners. The guy who walked free, 6'4", over 300 pounds, and now there's alerts everywhere in the city to be looking out for a large guy who should not be on the free.
Wow. All right. Thanks, Bob, for the update. That's a disaster.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Hey, honey, I paid your bond. We're coming to get you. You get up, you're sitting there thinking, oh, no, they let out some other human who ain't me, and now I'm sitting in here in the clink. I'm supposed to be gone. Oh.
Listen, as the New Orleans prison system, the Carolina
worst prison system in the league.
The Carolina Panthers?
Louisiana's easily got the worst prison complex in the league. Not a question. We're not getting all off into that, but that's a bad situation. Anyway, all right, let's go to camp.
This summer, we're headed to camp.
This one time at Bang Camp.
And like any good camp competition, there'll be winners and losers. But everyone will have fun.
Everyone had a great time.
Welcome to Camp CNF.
Welcome!
On Clinton and Friends.
Man, playing this song, for whatever reason, that latest Will Smith rap has been in my algorithm on TikTok for a couple days. It is so bad. So thank you for soothing that balm with reminding me that this guy once really was quite nasty on the mic.
You're welcome.
Anyway, go ahead.
All right, we're rolling along here at Camp CNF.
Yeah.
I think next week, as we talked about, we're gonna mix it up again. Maybe redraft a little bit. You know, get some
Will David Dennis make the camp bunks on the supplemental draft is an important question we have to answer at some point.
100%. And even more important is, obviously, we're going to have to randomize the draft order.
100%? You sure about that?
I think so.
That means you're picking him? That means James is picking him?
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, it could be picked before you even get the chance.
Might be a little bit. That's what I'm saying. Might have been a little antagonistic. Not sure I need David in my bunk anymore.
Oh.
Not sure. We might have re-scouted.
The
big board might have changed.
James, promo. So here's the scoreboard. Clinton, Rebel Base Bunk, is up at the top spot, 37 points. I am in second at 35. James, Seymour Johnson, Air Force Bunk, plus 23. And Emily in fourth place at plus 15. Let's move on to today.
Okay.
Clinton has Courtney Cronin in his bunk.
Yeah.
And as I saw on Instagram, on social media, she sat down with Bears quarterback Caleb Williams for an interview. It's going to be aired later if all things go well with the new training camp. We'll see what happens, but I think that's a +1. She sat down with one of the most polarizing players in the league, second-year quarterback, who everyone's waiting to see what he does. I think it's a +1.
The only thing we love more than a sit-down in this line of work are BTS shots of the sit-down.
Yeah.
Those are like my favorite thing. And when you get those as a person who's done a couple of those features, and you get like somebody to do those, it's like, oh, sweet, I can use one of these. I had one of those as like my banner picture forever when I did a sit-down with 2 Chainz, because it's just such a cool feeling to like, have all the lights and stuff. It's cool. So, yes, that's a definite +1 for Court.
Paige Beckers is also in Clinton's bunk, and we've talked about her a lot this week. Rookie Paige Beckers is having an outstanding start to her career, as we've detailed. 18 points, 5 assists, almost 2 steals per game, making her the favorite to win Rookie of the Year. Despite her success, however, she admitted that she's still adapting to the league, describing every game as a new challenge and emphasizing ongoing learning and adjustment. Despite leading a lot of these categories for rookies, she still has, I'm still learning how to play, which, again, if I believe her, and that's scary for the rest of the league, I think this is a +1.
Humble, on the low, and deadly. This is what the Rebel Base Bunk embodies. Just letting you know.
And then finally, Aaron Judge is in your bunk this week, as we've randomly selected it to move off of
Ryan's
bunk.
He's going to give me a bunch of points and then shut it down.
I know. This is crazy because he's not even playing. But so we'll determine here. Aaron Judge has taken his first steps in the Yankees rehab process after suffering a right elbow flexor strain. As of yesterday, Judge began light hitting in the batting cage and will continue this throughout the week with plans to progress to hitting against machine velocity over the weekend. He's eligible to return from the 10-day injured list on August 5th, when he would likely serve as the designated hitter for at least the first or two of his return, as he will not resume throwing until mid-August at the earliest. Listen, he's not playing, but he's getting back in the cage.
He's in the cage. Couple of cage sessions.
I gave it a +1, James. Okay. What are your thoughts on this?
State your case, James.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
All right. Easy enough. +1. That's a +3.
James is getting nicer now because he knows that he can't battle us constantly and expect us to
fighting for my
give
life
him all his
here.
loose
You guys are
points.
pulling away. Just fighting for my life.
So we're going to move on to my bunk. That's a +3 day for Clinton. Very impressive.
Big time.
This is a wash. This is not a lot happening in my bunk. This is kind of just a note today for ESPN. The Pat McAfee, as I've detailed, is broadcasting live from the Pittsburgh Steelers training camp at St. Vincent College in Latrobe today at from 12 to 3 when the show airs. So that's just a programming note. Listen, we're going to have more tomorrow depending on what happens with Aaron Rodgers. This could be either a really good day or a really bad day.
He doesn't sink your battleship, buddy. That could go one of two ways.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
This could be a very pivotal day for me tomorrow.
Oh, man. We're going to be watching that with bated breath.
Let's move to James, +22. Travis Kelce. Listen, I love this story. Travis Kelce stepped in to break up a physical fight between the Chiefs teammates Josh Simmons, Ashton Gillette during training camp yesterday. The altercation began when Gillette forcibly grabbed Simmons' jersey, leading Simmons to respond with a punch before teammates and Kelce intervened to defuse the situation. Andy Reid also assisted in calming things down. Kelce's actions were widely viewed as an example of his leadership, especially after he previously expressed a desire to be stronger team leader following the Chiefs' Super Bowl loss earlier this year. Listen, our point system says this, +2 points for going viral, giving a great quote, or making headlines in a positive way. I think this is a +2.
Yeah,
he broke up a fight camp.
Sure, that works for me. I'll allow it. Little late in the game to be wanting to become a better leader, but I'll leave that to the side. That's internal bunk business, if you will.
Is it ever too late to become a better leader, Clinton?
No. Okay. All right. We're
Good question.
I mean, I just, you
We're going
said it.
Full motivational speaker style here. Okay, no, that's fine by me. I got you. +2 it is.
+2 for Travis Kelce. He also has Shedeur Sanders in his bunk, and we said about this earlier in the show. I'm just going to read the quote Deion Sanders gave about, Shedeur said about having the lack of reps in training camp. He said, in dealing with like a pro, he ain't mad, he ain't bitter. I got work to do. I'm going to put in this work. One thing is they're going to have to let me play, and when preseason comes, watch me work. Shedeur Sanders, obviously he's the top of conversation for not the reps he's getting, but like he said, preseason's coming. He's going to get his chance to shine, and he's determined to make it work. I think it's +1. Good.
Yeah, he's handled it very well. I think that was something also that for whatever reason people just didn't think was going to happen, and he's been as much of a pro as anybody in that situation.
And then finally, Emily. Caitlin Clark, again, she missed her 5th consecutive game for the Fever on Wednesday due to a right groin injury. Then still no official timetable for her return. She's only played 13 games this season because of multiple injuries, including a left quad strain, left groin injury, and now the right groin strain, missing major events like the Commissioner's Cup, WNBA All-Star Weekend. Unfortunately, this has got to be a -1. We want to see her on the court. Clinton, what's your opinion on this whole entire situation with Caitlin Clark?
We've talked about it for most of the season. I mean, it feels like she should shut it down. I don't know if the WNBA thinks that it's too bad for marketing to shut Caitlin Clark down for a season, and if so, that's unfair to her. That's unfair to the Fever. That's unfair to her teammates. And on some level, that's unfair to the rest of the league. I understand what Caitlin Clark brings from a marketing standpoint, but the people who are tuned in to watch Caitlin Clark, for the most part, are young fans and people who don't even really like basketball. Other people who like basketball are plenty in viewership. I think it's a situation that they probably need to figure out sooner rather than later. It's too bad. It's too bad.
So that's the update for today. Let me go through the points again.
Yeah.
So Clinton, you're at 40 now.
Bro, first to 40. All right.
You're first to 40. I'm still at 35. James is at 25. So he's moving up the leaderboard here, and Emily's at 14. So, that's the update for today.
Why is Jason Fitz sending me Jazzy, Jeff, and oh, my God. He's sending me Will Smith stuff? Okay, you know what? We'll talk about that later. Anyway, what I was going to say is this Aaron Rodgers situation on McAfee is going to be fascinating. You better watch every second of that and make sure that nothing cancels itself out. Because in a live situation in Latrobe, that's where this becomes – potentially we could break contain.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know for sure, like, based on when the show is and when the training camp is, I assume they work something out to get him on. Like, you wouldn't go to Steelers camp and not have Aaron Rodgers, but I don't know if that's been confirmed yet. There might be, practice timing situations.
What if he tweaks a hammy and all of a sudden can't practice, but he's got an hour and a half for Pat? Is that a plus or a minus?
I mean, at this point, am I hoping that Aaron Rodgers can't go on the show today?
That's an excellent question.
I'll be taking notes. I'll be tuned in. I'll take a bunch of notes, and we can dissect what happens on the show today.
That's good to know. And no, I'm not here for current Will Smith raps. Never have been, never will be. He will not be making my bunk whatsoever. Coming up, is Luka taking shots at his former team? We'll hear about that more and next. We'll hear about that and more next coming up on Sound Off, which is always fun. It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Hey, everybody, it's Rich. Coming September 2nd to ESPN Radio, The Rich Eisen Show.
I think Rodgers knows it's his last chance, but I don't think that puts pressure on him.
Rich Eisen returns. September 2nd to ESPN Radio, ESPN Plus, and on Disney Plus.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus, offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chevy.
One moment, life is moving forward. The next, an accident changes everything. Medical bills pile up, work is put on hold, and the insurance companies start making excuses. It's frustrating, overwhelming, and unfair. That's where Postman Law steps in. They have recovered over $3 billion for injury victims, delivering speed, ease, and results when you need them most. Hurt in a crash? Injured on the job? Sidelined by a serious fall? No matter how it happened, they fight to get you the compensation you deserve so you can focus on healing while Postman Law handles the rest. No upfront fees, no red tape, just real results. Insurance companies have teams of lawyers looking out for them. You need a team looking out for you. At Postman Law, they take on the fight so you don't have to, guiding you through every step of the process and making sure your case gets the attention it deserves. Don't let someone else dictate your future. Call 844-POSTMAN now. That's 844-POSTMAN. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
The Taste of Elmwood Park returns. It's August 7th to the 10th. Mayor Skip Saviano, what's your favorite part?
Where do I start? The live music, family fun, and sampling from over 20 of Elmwood Park's best restaurants. I love it all. How about you, Carm?
Gotta be the meatball eating contest.
Always a crowd favorite.
And I'm excited to be the honorary MC once again this year.
Join us at the Taste of Elmwood Park happening August 7th to the 10th.
Grab your family and friends for a weekend of amazing food, live entertainment, and a true Taste of Elmwood Park.
White Sox fans, be part of the action at the ballpark with our unbeatable season-long deals. Every Tuesday home game, enjoy a specially priced $5 concessions menu, which includes Miller or Modelo draft beers, Vienna beef hot dog or Polish sausage, Beggar's Pizza Slice, nachos, Coca-Cola products, or Garrett popcorn. Plus, take advantage of a fan favorite this season and get 1 ticket and 2 beers starting at $19 with our Miller Lite Baseball and Brews promotion. It includes all fees. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/offers.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
Workplace stress is now a leading cause of declining mental health, with 61% of the global workforce feeling it more than ever. Hey guys, it's Sylvie. You can't escape work, but you can take small steps to care for yourself. A walk, some sun, a favorite song. Therapy is one of those steps. Ongoing support to build resilience for whatever your day throws at you. Balance is tough. Getting help shouldn't be. Visit BetterHelp.com/timeout today for 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/timeout.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Sports icon and equality champion Billie Jean King shatters glass ceilings on and off the court in the world premiere play Billie Jean at Chicago Shakespeare Theater. Performances begin July 18. Tickets at chicagoshakes.com.
It's been said that when someone you love has Parkinson's, you have Parkinson's. The Parkinson's Foundation knows that the disease doesn't just affect the diagnosed. It affects everyone who supports and helps care for them.
If you or someone you know is living with Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement, we understand that it can be difficult to know where to find help.
If you have questions, the Parkinson's Foundation has answers. Answers for everyone in the fight.
We can help you understand the disease,
help you find expert care and local support,
give you tips for living a better life,
and share the latest research.
Find your answers and join us in the fight against Parkinson's.
To learn more, please go to parkinson.org.
Or call 1-800-473-4636.
That's 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall, and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
Hello, sports fans.
With round-the-clock coverage from the worldwide leader.
Around the clock, sports all the time. That's never going to work.
Some takes need more explanation. It's time to sound off.
All right, now, sound off.
On Clinton and Friends.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Show behind the show has been fantastic today. We got bonus Bonnies in the studio. We got old colleagues hitting us up. It's been quite the program. All right, let's get to it. James, you put this together. What's on Sound Off?
I did, yeah. So let's start with Luka. Heard quite a bit about Luka this summer. Marcus Smart told us that Luka had recruited him to come play for the Lakers after he was bought out of Washington. There's been a ton of talk about the transition of power, so to speak, from LeBron and Luka, and from LeBron to Luka in L.A. And earlier this week, svelte-looking Luka was on the cover of Men's Health magazine. He was also at Yankee Stadium on Monday for a tour with the Jordan brand and ended up on Yes Network, the Yes Network broadcast with Michael Kay, who asked him about the aforementioned magazine cover. Take a listen.
After that deal was made, the Mavericks got a lot of criticism regarding it. And then they start to leak out stuff, well, we don't know if he's ever going to be in shape. You should mail him a copy of the Men's Health magazine.
They probably saw it, so I don't have to worry about that.
All right, Clinton, Luka taking shots at the Mavs. We looking slim and trim on Men's Health magazine.
Yeah,
are we gonna get a revenge?
Hold on, I'm not sure I heard exactly what he said. What? I mean, I heard it, but what were the actual words? Luka's kind of a slur in general.
Yeah. So Michael Kay said that someone should send it to him, and he laughed it off, and then he said they don't have to worry about that anymore.
Okay. All right. I mean,
basically, they don't have to worry about him. His conditioning anymore.
Right. I mean, it better be a revenge year. It better be a revenge career for Luka. Otherwise, what are we doing? If a guy calls you out for being fat and lazy, and you show up and you continue to be fat and lazy, that's not going to work. You've got to get it together not just for yourself, but proving haters wrong is an important part of the glow-up. This better be on his mind. I would hope so. Sneaky potential draft pick, by the way. Moving right along.
I thought you banned all L.A. sports draft picks.
We'll see.
All right. We'll see. So from one...
That was LeBron and Ohtani. Anyway.
I know.
Moving
all
on.
Right. From one L.A. point guard to another, Chris Paul recently signed with the Clippers, the team he spent a good chunk of his career with from 2011 to 17. It'll be his 21st, possibly his final season in the NBA. CP3's career came up on a recent episode of the Road Trippin' podcast. And here's what Kendrick Perkins had to say about where he'd rank CP3 all-time among point guards.
CP3 is the top 15 greatest point guard of all time. I do not have him in my top 10. I do not have him in my top 10. I don't have CP3 ranked above Russell Westbrook. Did CP3 do a lot of things, change the franchise, win a lot of games and things? Yes, absolutely. I would never take that away from him.
Couple of things there. Not in the top 10 in all-time point guards. And he wouldn't even rank him over Russell Westbrook. So, Clinton, what do you think about that, and where would you rank CP3 all-time?
Did Perk play with Russ? Is that where that's coming from? Yeah. I mean, otherwise, I don't really understand that. I mean, I don't really know that Chris Paul's in my top 5 either, but he's certainly ahead of Russell Westbrook, of all people. That's not a knock, but people forget how good Chris Paul was in college. You have to play that into the entire scenario is that, that guy was a monster ever since he was a monster in high school, for goodness sakes. There's no world in which Chris Paul is behind Russell Westbrook to me. That's not knocking Russell Westbrook, but, just off the top of my head, I don't know that they're on my medal stand or even my top 5. So maybe that's just me, but, what are you going to do? Chris Paul, again, soon to be coach in the NBA.
All right, to the NFL, one of the most eclectic quarterback rooms in the league, Devin's New York Giants. They drafted Jackson Dart in the first round. They've already named Russell Wilson QB1, but there's one other guy in the room that's always entertaining, Jameis Winston. Earlier this week, he was on the podium talking about a familiar situation going on with the Giants in camp that he also had to deal with in New Orleans. Quarterback stealing his touchdowns.
I'm used to it. If you remember in New Orleans, Taysom Hill, I used to drive the team all the way down the field, and Taysom Hill used to come in and run quarterback power and score a touchdown. So I was like, hey, Jackson is Taysom Hill. Taysom from Idaho, but Jackson from Utah. I was like, it's that Utah connection. Every time I have a good drive, they're going to take me out and put a kid from Utah in to come score a touchdown.
Utah, Idaho, whatever, right?
Wait.
Jameis is just the best, though, right?
Hold on. So is Taysom Hill not from Utah?
No, I think that they.
To be clear, Utah and Idaho are basically the same.
Taysom Hill, I believe, played at BYU, and Jackson Dart grew up in.
Is from Utah, so this tracks. Jameis Winston geography is doing well in this situation. God, I can't wait till Jameis Winston stops playing and starts just talking about regular things. This guy has too much to say for me to be having him only in the context of the football world. He needs to be on just a world tour, doing whatever. The Amazing Race with Jameis Winston, going around the country and around the globe, just discovering different items or different side quests, if you will. That'd be an incredible show.
He was great, like at the
Super Bowl
stuff. Yeah,
absolutely.
Someone should hire him just to do that.
I agree.
All right, let's stay in the NFC East. Stand with quarterbacks. The reigning Super Bowl champion Jalen Hurts, who dropped this little nugget of wisdom yesterday in midst of a big-time heat wave on the East Coast.
Fatigue makes cowards of us all, and these last 2 days have been very challenging from a heat standpoint, and so everybody collectively as a group just continue to push through those things. Control what you can. I think this is a good test and a measure of where we are right now and where we desire to go.
Clinton, fatigue makes cowards of us all. I was going to cut the grass yesterday after I got home from work, but I didn't because it was too hot out. Does that make me a coward?
No. I think that, though, this has? This has big college locker room, weight room signage energy on it. Fatigue makes cowards of us all. Like, that's what's up, in Missouri's football room or whatever, because they want people to understand how serious they get after it from a conditioning standpoint. That was the vibe I got from that. When Jalen Hurts, that dude, I don't know if he's going to have kids, but, like, he's going to be one intimidating dad. When his kids' friends come over, can you imagine? Hey, what do we got to do today? Well, my dad says we got to cut the grass. I don't know, man. I'm a little tired. Fatigue makes cowards of us all. Get up. Here's the lawnmower. Get after it. I like Jalen a lot. That guy's fun.
All right, Joe Burrow had the best season of his career last year, but it wasn't enough to get the Bengals and their just horrendous defense over the hump and into the postseason. So what if something like that happens again? Here's Chris Canty on Sportsmanlike yesterday.
Joe Burrow played GM this offseason. If it doesn't work out for the Cincinnati Bengals, if they go a third straight year of not making the playoffs, then all of a sudden Joe Burrow is, his status as a quote-unquote elite quarterback in the eyes of most has to change. All of a sudden he gets relegated to that second tier of quarterbacks.
Clinton, Kenny alluded to it there. Bengals signed both Jamar Chase and T. Higgins to big-time extensions in the offseason. Trey Hendrickson still waiting for a deal. It took him a long time to sign Shamar Stewart also. But is it fair to put all of that on Joe Burrow's back?
I don't think this is a bad qualification. I mean, Kenny is obsessed with the elite moniker. He uses this a lot as his gauge for everything. He wouldn't have lasted a second on Around the Horn. I only say that because we got that word banned because people were using it too much. But that being said, I mean, like, the whole is somebody elite or not conversation to me is perhaps it's been influenced by the fact that what I was just talking about on the show, I stopped using that word. I mean, I don't care if a guy's considered elite or not. He's the best quarterback the Bengals have had in a really long time. And for me, whether or not he fits the bill to what should or should not be his status from other people isn't the point here. He's a draw. I think he's a really good player. I think he's a good guy on top of that. And I'm not looking at a world in which the Bengals are trying to replace Joe Burrow, even if they miss the playoffs. So I'm not really sure whether or not it matters whether or not he's elite. There's enough decent quarterbacks in the league right now, and there's enough good ones that if you're above decent, you got a better chance to win. If you don't, Burrow is still in that category, whether or not the Bengals make the playoffs or not.
All right, one more here. The Raiders released defensive tackle Christian Wilkins and voided the remaining $35+ million of his guaranteed salary after a disagreement on how he approached the rehab process of a foot injury he suffered early last season. The move was kind of shocking, considering Wilkins was one of the crown jewels of last year's free agency class. There are also rumors about something else that happened in the locker room that might have also led to the Raiders abruptly getting rid of Wilkins. Here's Adam Schefter on the Pat McAfee Show with some info on that.
What everybody's dancing around and tiptoeing around is the fact that when you speak to people there inside the locker room, they say that Christian playfully went to kiss a teammate on top of his head, and those same people said that player took offense to it. So that's what everybody's been dancing around and tap dancing around, an incident in the locker room where he allegedly playfully kissed a teammate on top of his head. That teammate felt offended by it. And that's what a lot of this talk and speculation that people have just been floating around out there is about.
So Schefter emphasized that wasn't why the Raiders released him. But what do you think about all this that's going on in the Raiders?
I think that there's no world in which that was anything other than the last straw. This is the franchise that is supposedly the hardest of the hard, et cetera, et cetera. And a guy playfully kisses the guy on the top of the forehead, and all of a sudden he's gone. There's no world in which that was the first offense. Now, we know how Wilkins gets down. We've seen his highlights, if you will, of various activities. But I do think that it's one of those deals where it's very simple. If you're not good enough to pull these shenanigans, you're going to be off the team. And that's a lesson that Wilkins learned the hard way. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Protect the stuff you love with Renter's Insurance. Visit Progressive.com. All right, joining us now is Aaron Schatz, ESPN Plus NFL analyst. You can read his article on ESPN.com, ranking NFL team talent under 25. The Texans and the Seahawks lead the list. Aaron, welcome to the program. We do not know each other, so I'm glad to meet you. This is, I will say right off the rip, well geekier than my typical involvement in NFL statistical stuff. Just take me through a little bit of your process as to how you got to this and the idea for coming about this story to begin with.
Yeah, the basic idea here is we looked at talent under the age of 25, judged by what age players are going to be on September 1st. We looked at their value. A lot of it uses approximate value from Pro Football Reference, and also younger players have more value because there's growth potential there, more years under team-controlled contracts. And we added that all up, and we adjusted a little bit based on position. Quarterbacks are worth more. Kickers and punters are worth less, and we looked at how much young talent each team has. That doesn't mean that a team is necessarily good or bad, because there's also prime talent and there's old talent, and it all goes together. But it does sort of show you which teams are really building for the future.
Just to be clear, Aaron, what I meant by geeky is that you are well smarter than I on these matters, and therefore I am deferring to you on the importance level. But to make that point even a little sharper, to me, what does a fan of a specific team glean from these things in terms of, what you're stating and, how it regards to what you think their future, never mind the present, could be?
I mean, hope. You get hope because young players grow and they get better. And the more young players you have, the more hope there is that they'll grow and get better. Take a team like the Giants, for example. That is not a team that we are expecting big things from this year. Mm-hmm. But they do have a lot of talent under the age of 25, and that gives you hope that those players will grow and the Giants will develop in the next year or two.
Right. Aaron Schatz joins us here on Clinton and Friends, ESPN Plus NFL analyst. I happen to be from the District of Columbia, which means a lot of people I know are Commanders fans. That team seems to be one that has a combo of those two things in terms of potentially prime and young talent that could take them far. What did you find out about the Burgundy and Gold?
Well, the biggest thing is Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels is probably the most valuable young asset in the NFL because he was so good last year. Now, he is 24. He'll be 25 at some point during the season. But he's still very valuable and young, and he's joined by other young players like Brandon Coleman, who's going to be the left guard this season, and Josh Connerly, rookie tackle, and Mike Sainstill, the nickel corner, who's 24, and Johnny Newton, who's 23. He's going to replace Jonathan Allen in defensive tackle. So it's not just Daniels, but it's heavily Daniels. The best young thing you can have is a young quarterback.
Another young quarterback team that's got a lot of eyeballs on them are the Chicago Bears. How does that fit into your equation?
Yeah, I mean, the Bears have Caleb Williams. And, yeah, Caleb Williams is not that good in his rookie year, but there's still a lot of growth potential there. I know a lot of people feel Ben Johnson will really be able to unlock Caleb Williams. I don't know because Caleb Williams has a problem with the clock in his head, and that's what really needs to be fixed. But you have other talent there, too. Not only like Roma Dunze, who's 23, and Darnell Wright, the offensive tackle, who's 24, but the rookies – Colston Loveland and Luther Burden are only 21 years old each. There is a lot of growth potential with those players.
Aaron Schatz, ESPN Plus NFL analyst, joins us here on the program. You know, your article mentioned significant injuries impacting under 25 players. Tank Dell comes to mind for the Texans. Where are the injury risks in terms of your entire algorithm and how you lay this out regarding, you know, what the results are that you come up with?
Not concerned very much with the injuries because they're so hard to predict. Tank Dell, by the way, also is over 25 at this point, so he sort of graduates from being considered for the list. But we don't know which of these players are going to get hurt. So I don't know really which of these teams is most vulnerable to health concerns in 2025. I mean, obviously, the more important the player, the worse an injury would be. So the teams that are most vulnerable to health concerns are the teams with quarterbacks. Imagine if Drake May got hurt, for example. Right. No, that's fair. What about the Dolphins? I think about them a lot because they're a team that's kind of in that in-between phase of, are they going to be any good? Are they going to fire their coach? What do they got going on with their quarterback? That's the last team I'll ask you about specifically. Yeah, we had them 31st. There is Devon Achane, and there is Chop Robinson. But what you also have is cornerbacks who haven't played much left yet, who are going to start this year, but we don't know much about Storm Duck and Cam Smith. They're 24 years old. Patrick Hall was last year's second-round pick. He's probably the starter at left tackle, but he only has 3 NFL starts so far. We don't know much about him. And the Dolphins only had 2 picks in the top 3 rounds of this year's draft. So not a lot of young talent with the Miami Dolphins. They were actually 32nd on the list a year ago. So this is sort of a running theme with them over the last couple of years.
All right, last thing I'll ask you. Tell me about your book, the FTN Football Almanac, sir.
Yes, along with ESPN, I write for FTN. We do this almanac every year. This is our 21st book. It used to be called the Football Outsiders Almanac. All the same writers that you know and love, chapters on every team, all kinds of advanced stats, team projections, fantasy projections that are very accurate. You can find it at ftnfantasy.com/almanac or search on Amazon for the FTN Football Almanac 2025. It is the best football preview out there.
Thank you, Aaron. Appreciate your time.
Thank you guys for having me on.
I didn't have the stones to ask him if he thought our fantasy football league idea was stupid or not. Basically, listeners, what we're going to do is we're going to have a league where you get 25 points for quarterback tackles.
Who's the number 1 pick in that draft?
I think it's got to be Jameis. I mean, maybe not the number 1 pick,
but he's got to be out there, though.
We got to work on how we're going to do this. So the way I think it should be a 2 quarterback team league where you've got one quarterback who's really playing. And then you've got another quarterback who's kind of a bum. You know what I'm saying? Who's probably going to throw a pick that week because, you know, that's just, there's enough quarterback. Like, we can't have too many people in the league is what I'm getting at. You know what I'm saying? So that you can pick 2 quarterbacks per week. One guy you think is going to struggle, and another guy you think, I mean, by struggle, I mean throw a pick. You know what I mean? Another guy you think is going to actually do well. I don't know. But I didn't want to ask a serious head like him whether or not that was a good idea. He might be offended with our goofball operation.
Last year, I was in what we call a vampire league.
Okay.
We did it just to be, stupid. And it's basically one team didn't get to draft. They just got all the scraps, all the leftovers.
Okay.
And then if you lost to that team got to pick any player from your team.
Wow.
To take.
That's a little complicated. So, I feel like that's a week-to-week level
It was an awful league. I hated it, and I never want to do it again.
Oh, the build-up, I thought you were like, this is great.
I was going to say, we're all looking for reasons to do things, but I think that's what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to do the 25-point tackle league. Now, we could also make it 50 points and then, really change the game, but that's a lot. You know what I'm saying? 25 points is enough to swing a game either way without making it a complete mockery, but I think it could be funny.
Why not make it 100?
I mean, well, okay. See, the points are a sore spot for James on pretty much all these factors.
I think it's I think it's a fun idea. I'm excited for this league.
100 is a little too ridiculous because that just, you could have a great game. I think 25 is about right. I could live with 50, but 25 seems about right.
Is the points ridiculous or the fact that we're in a league where the quarterbacks get points for tackling is more ridiculous?
Well, I
think we're conflating what's the ridiculous part of this.
The purpose is to be ridiculous, but we are very serious about said ridiculous matters. That's just me. Coming up, we'll head to the watering hole. It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Kyle Schwarber. This this weekend on ESPN Radio.
Diving play, Keith, throw to first, got him.
The Detroit Tigers storm into Philadelphia to face the Phillies. Coverage begins Saturday at 3:30 Eastern and Sunday at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Presented by Progressive Insurance.
The greatest stories aren't found in books or films or folk songs. The stories that truly bring us together are found in ESPN Fantasy Football. Stories of late-round love and first-round heartbreak. Tales of Hail Marys and Monday Night Miracles. Friends growing closer than ever through the power of humiliation. It's all here. And while the football might be fantasy, the stories, very real. Download the ESPN Fantasy app, sign up, and write the story of your season.
Hot damn! Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea just got harder with Twisted Tea Extreme. The hard iced tea taste you know and love, but with an 8% kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real brewed tea, goes down smooth, and brings your daytime drinking to the next level. Just look for the bright yellow cans in the cooler and get ready to dial up the fun. Big flavor, extreme kick. Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted!
Visit Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, when was the last time you hopped out of bed without that knee or back yelling at you? Or walked downstairs without groaning step by step? I know exactly what that's like. I've felt those aches and pains as well. It's easy to think, hey, I'll tough it out. Maybe it'll fade. But nothing changes. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I want you to do what I'd tell any teammate to do. Call Dr. Caravelli and the team at QC Kinetics. Their regenerative treatments help your body restore and repair damaged joint tissue. No scalpels, no pills, no long recovery, just real lasting relief. Bring your x-rays and MRIs for a free, no-pressure consultation. They'll tell you honestly if you're a good fit. They even have Saturday appointments as well. Worst case, you learn something new. Best case, you get your life back without groaning every step. Call QC Kinetics right now at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. That's why when it comes to hard work, nothing works harder than a Chevy Silverado. It's built to handle the big jobs day in and day out. Chevy has a Silverado pickup that's just right for you. Half-ton, three-quarter-ton, and 1-ton. Call it the Goldilocks effect. No wonder Chevy Silverado is the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears. Check out the full line of Chevy Silverados at ChevyDriveChicago.com. Work hard, play harder in a new Silverado.
3 games left. Just 3 games to settle the entire LIV Golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook, August 8th through the 10th, where 54 of the world's best players will come out swinging for glory. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in, with special guests Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Ready to see things get clutch? Get tickets now at livegolf.com. That's LIVgolf.com.
Are you confident your retirement game plan is as strong as steel? Hey, it's Yurko from Mitch Lyons Wealth. MitchLyonsWealth.com is full of tools for you to access at no cost to make sure you're positioned to win retirement. Go to MitchLyonsWealth.com today and get a free copy of Mitch's book or his retirement documentary. You can set a no-obligation 10-minute call with Mitch and his team to see if strategies they are utilizing might improve your retirement. That's MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
You know, Waddle, we haven't taken the show on the road lately.
Yeah, because you must have ticked someone off again.
Who, me?
Or maybe you just wouldn't let them schedule a live show while you were on one of your 6-week vacation trips.
All right, cheap shot again. We're back on the road at Twin Peaks in Algonquin this Friday.
Join the Waddle and Sylvie show for eats, drinks, and scenic views at Twin Peaks. Come on out. It is a fun Friday show.
Twin Peaks, Algonquin, 2:30 to 6:30 this Friday.
And please drink responsibly.
There's a lot of uncertainty in the world, but one thing's for sure. You need a PC you can rely on. Whether it's for school, gaming, or whatever your next chapter holds, Lenovo.com has the tech to help you succeed. Shop PCs right now at Lenovo.com during their back-to-school sale, where students can save more when they sign up for a Lenovo Education account. Free shipping, easy returns, flexible financing. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you, too.
I never said that.
Add Gain Scent Boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
I'm Alonzo Mourning. At the height of my basketball career, I was diagnosed with kidney disease that was later discovered to be APOL1-mediated kidney disease, or AMKD. I am teaming up with the American Kidney Fund to share an important message with you about AMKD, which is a serious and progressive form of genetic kidney disease that may eventually lead to kidney failure.
I'm LaVarn Burton, President and CEO of the American Kidney Fund. You may not know that kidney disease can have a genetic cause. AMKD occurs in people of African ancestry, and it's important to detect it early.
I encourage you to take charge of your health. Learn about your personal risks of developing kidney disease and talk to your doctor about getting tested.
To learn more about AMKD and how to be APOL1 aware, visit kidneyfund.org/AMKD.
A message from the American Kidney Fund.
Carmen and Yurko. Weekdays, now noon to 3 on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. I want to thank David Dennis Jr., Anscape senior writer. You can find him on the internet at DavidDTSS. His presence at Camp CNF has been, or lack thereof, if you will, has been quite controversial on this program. And James and he have done great work making sure that storyline stays stoked. Speaking of which, he's also watching a lot of WWE Unreal, which I'm going to watch when I get home. How many episodes is it? How much do we have to actually chew through?
It's 5 or 6.
How long are they?
They're like 50 minutes.
Okay, so they're around an hour.
I think the final one is like 101.
Okay, all right, that's not bad. That's digestible, as we like to say. Want to thank Aaron Schatz, ESPN Plus NFL analyst at @ASchatzNFL. His story was about what talent under 25 looks like for teams in the NFL and how that affects your ability as a fan to have hope for where they are going forward. Never mind right now. We'll take a phone call. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Mitch in New Jersey, midweek. Perfect timing. What's up, dude?
How's it going, Clinton? Devin, hope you guys having a good day. You're talking about bad NFL teams, like really on the Saints and the Panthers.
Yeah.
But with the Browns, they drafted 2 quarterbacks. Sonny traded for one, and then you know about Watson. But I read it on a mock for next year. I know it's early for the college ball this year, but I read that they are going to draft K. Klubnik from Clemson. So I really don't know what Cleveland's ever doing. And they have some good plays over the years. And it's never enough.
Thanks for the phone call. Accuracy rate on translation of that was about 35%. I understood 1 out of every 4 words there. It's always about somewhere between 30 and 60% with Mitch, and you just kind of have to deal with context clues. I didn't understand what he was saying.
Not Mitch isn't well known for his good phone connection.
He tried. Let's go to the watering hole.
Time to check my social media, y'all. To see who loves me online.
The dulcet tones of Dustin Akui and the Circle of Life, where we take stock and reflect on the day that is here on the program. Some guy named John Holtz at Yanks Deuce says, Panthers, let Clinton Yates hear it. I like his show, but he just picked us as the worst team in the league. Let him have it. # keep pounding. These are the worst kinds of fans. People who snitch tag other people into attempted goals of bullying. I'm not afraid of the Charlotte fan base, Panther community. I was just on Marty and McGee. I attend the NASCAR Hall of Fame. I'm heavy in Charlotte. Tell you what.
Keep pounding.
Keep pounding. At XXXLPLM says, why would Chris Paul's college or high school career come into the best NBA point guard discussion? Hall of Fame for sure, but it's not a best of all time ranking. For me, it is. If I have seen you playing excellent basketball literally your entire life, and you continue it at the NBA level, one way or another, that plays into what I think. It absolutely does. How your skill set translates level to level, if it's still at the top, certainly makes a difference in my position. At Hillville says, don't bring Mizzou and football into this unnecessary strain. I don't know why Missouri came to mind when I was thinking of the Jalen Hurts quote that fatigue makes cowards out of people. I was just thinking of a random football program that's probably got some banger of a line on their weight room wall.
It was a random stray.
It was a pretty random stray. But what are you going to do? Don Jenver says CP3 is the 4th or 5th best point guard I've ever seen play. Magic, Zeke, Steph, then it's CP3 and J-Kid flip-flopping. Not in the top 10 is wild work from Perk. Amazing segment production from him. That's fun. All right, let's get a quick update on the camp, sir.
All right, Camp CNF. Clinton is at plus 40. Rebel Base Bunk. Myself, Big Dumper Cove at plus 35. I didn't get any points today, but
no,
I'm either going to lose a lot or gain a lot tomorrow with Aaron Rodgers potentially being on Pat McAfee.
Big appearance.
Yikes. James, Seymour Johnson Air Force Bunk, plus 26. He added a point late because he pointed out that I had the wrong score leading into today.
So wait, what happened with that?
Yeah, I just had plus 22 when it should have been plus 23. James is on it, let me tell you.
All right.
And I'm glad he is because, listen, we want this to be fair and equitable for everyone.
It's on my whiteboard up there.
It's on the whiteboard. Have we gotten a shot of the whiteboard? Has the whiteboard served us any actual, television production purposes?
Yeah, I mean, DC.
I feel like we should have a shot on the whiteboard on a regular basis.
If you pan up from James's camera, it's there. But, we're ending the show, so no worries if you can't. Maybe for tomorrow. Emily Camp Walden, she's at plus 14. So she's in last place, but she's not out of it yet.
I feel like the redraft is going to be big for Emily. If she can find a way to get out from under Caitlin Clark's bunk contract, if you will, clear that room on the books so she can get somebody who's actually producing, she'll be better off. Plus 40 is going to be hard to catch from your boy. I'm telling you, man, slow consistency better than big splashes and making a lot of noise. This was the strategy I went with. And with that, the circle of life is closed. Got a pack today. Leaving tomorrow. Gonna be in Florida. Looking forward to the different level of sunshine and looking forward to doing the Ocho. But we still got one more show this week. And it's gonna be a good one. Let's hope I don't get hit, and let's hope nobody else gets hit with any tsunamis either. And I'm not joking about that. Joe and Q coming up next. Q is on one. Clinton and Friends, ESPN Radio. See you on the internet.
Coming up, it's Carmen and Yerk. I'll be flying solo today for 30, and then Jeff Miller takes over with pregame for the final game on the south side between the White Sox and the Phillies. More important or bigger fish to fry for the Cubs up in Milwaukee as they try to get out of there without getting swept. And they got to face a pretty tough pitcher in Peralta this afternoon, who's historically been pretty dominant at home. Things really came off the rails late last night. We'll talk about that. Andrew Vaughn continues to pound the baseball into oblivion, and Brewers fans are loving it. We're still going to cram in a list and have some fun. Join us at the top of the hour at noon.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/JOY.
Hey teachers, congratulations on another year of being awesome to the students you lead. We salute you. Now it's time to relax and take care of the things you've neglected this school year. When planning for this time, don't forget about your family. And if your family is complete, summer is a great time to take the next step, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read the testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. With 4 convenient locations in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, now with free valet parking. Their procedure is covered by most insurance, so everything is lined up to make your decision an easy one with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Visit vasectomychicago.com today or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
The 125th season of White Sox baseball. The 20-year anniversary of the 2005 World Series champs.
Sox winner and a world champion.
And a year of rebirth under new manager Will Venable. The fans will follow the Sox as they get back in the AL Central mix. And they will do it all on the White Sox radio network on ESPN Chicago. Tell your story to some of the most passionate fans in baseball. Consider advertising here. Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
Did you know VA home loans are a key to home ownership for those who served?
It was a personal goal of mine to try and purchase a home before the age of 30. I do remember the first moment I walked into my home. I remember that real clearly, actually. I walked in and I could hear my footsteps echo off the back wall. And the first thing I thought in my head was, man, furniture is going to be real expensive. The VA not requiring any down payment prior to buying the home is actually really beneficial because it allowed me to take that money I had budgeted to go out and buy furniture, food, cleaning supplies, pretty much everything I needed. Using the loan itself wasn't too complicated. It's very user-friendly, and the VA was really helpful, showing me what I needed to do and how I would go about it. Purchasing a home is scary. There's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of things that are new to you and that you won't understand, but ultimately it's not impossible, and they make it so that anybody can do it. Oh, I'm extremely glad I did it. It was one of the best things I could have done for myself, I think.
To learn more about VA home loans, visit va.gov/home loans.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Here's now Vaughn and a drive. Left center and deep.
I mean, you got to be kidding me, right? Like Andrew Vaughn, come on. It's a joke. It's not happening. Cub fans are going to wake up and they're going to say it's not happening to us. some weird nightmare where Andrew Vaughn is all of a sudden awesome. Andrew Vaughn was touted as pretty awesome coming out of college. And then I think my White Sox might have ruined him. We've talked about that quite extensively on this show over the years because we kept saying, how did this one flame out so badly? Like, Nick Madrigal was a terrible pick. It was a terrible pick. Terrible. I can't reiterate that enough. To pick Nick Madrigal 4th overall was terrible in the moment and terrible every single day after. Andrew Vaughn was locked in at 3 after Adley Rutschman and Bobby Witt Jr. Locked in, best hitter. I made the case years ago, it's time to get Andrew Vaughn more at-bats instead of Jose Abreu. That's why you drafted him. That's what he's here for. Let's go. He's going to be your power-hitting first baseman of the future. And then they're playing him in the outfield, and he can't hit a lick, can't hit his way out of a wet paper bag. The White Sox send him down. They end up trading him for Aaron Savale. I mean, the Brewers wanted nothing to do with Savale. He was complaining. He wanted to be traded. They're like, yeah, sure, we'll take Andrew Vaughn. Who knows what this will look like in a month? Andrew Vaughn might go back to hitting .202 with no slug and be a complete liability. I really don't know. I know he was very highly touted coming out of college and that he was deemed the most ready, purest, best college hitter in his draft. I have no idea what the hell's going on. It's a very small sample. It's 15 games. But he now has as many home runs, more runs scored, and more RBIs in 15 games with the Milwaukee Brewers than he did in 48 games with the White Sox this year. He was almost a -2 win player for the White Sox in 48 games. That's hard to do. He's at .7 wins above replacement in 15 games for the Brewers. And this is like a nightmare for the Cubs. There's a lot of other things that Cub fans, I'm sure, are upset about with their team right now. Not 1, not 2, but 3 errors last night. That's right, 3, including 2 by your 2 best defensive players in Nico Horner and PCA. PCA sort of, I don't know if he misplayed that ball. I mean, I think he legitimately thought he had a chance to make that play on that triple on the Churio triple, the Jackson Churio triple. I don't know that that's really necessarily a misplay. I think that's just like a really tough play. And then when he realized it was going to go off the wall, obviously he wasn't going to be able to recover. Maybe you say he's got to know better, but his ability, and we've seen him make pretty spectacular plays in center before. I don't know if like you just defer to the great defensive player there and say, okay, you can live with that, or if he needs to know better. Certainly he can't drop fly balls, as he did a little bit after that. Nico Horner making errors. Matt Shaw, who's been brilliant defensively, made an error. I get there are other things for the Cubs fans to worry about. Maybe they're not even that zeroed in on Andrew Vaughn. But what he's doing for the Milwaukee Brewers right now, and just what Milwaukee is doing in general, is kind of remarkable. It's Carmen and Yerk. Yerk's gone today. Quick show. Meller's up at 12:30. White Sox and Phillies coming up. Day games on both sides of town. Cubs are up in Milwaukee, and Kap and Hoodie are on their way up. They're going to wrap that series. I mean, the Cubs really need one here, and they got to face Freddie Peralta, who's got an ERA of about 1.5 at home. He's 7-0 at home. 7-0, at home this year. He's historically been pretty dominant in that building. The Marlins did. Was it the Marlins? I think it was the Marlins. The Marlins beat them and beat Peralta last week, so maybe the Cubs can do the same thing. Peralta didn't lose that game. They beat the Brewers in that game. He is 7-0 at home this year. Pitched pretty well, but they got to the Brewer bullpen late. And the Cubs are going to have to do that today so they don't get swept. Over their last 61 games, Milwaukee is now 43-18. That's a .705 winning percentage. Yurko always talks about those 60 games. He says, show me 60 games. Give me 60 games. Give me a third of the season. 61 games, you're a little over a third. You're closing in on 40% of the season. So it's not nothing. It's a pretty good sample. 705 baseball is a 114-win campaign, boys. Now, that does seem very likely over 162, but that's the clip Milwaukee has played at over the last 2 months. 705 baseball, 43-18. The Cubs are not terrible in that same stretch. They're 35-26. That's like 570 baseball, but it's just not good enough in this division right now. The Cubs bullpen is a train wreck right now. It looks like it did early in the season. The month of July has been abysmal for the Cubs bullpen, and I think it's why Cub fans are very eager and excited to see what happens tomorrow and what kind of additions are made. If you want to join me here in the next 30, you're welcome to do so. Cub fans that want to vent a little or what they hope happens, what they're concerned about, the bullpen's got to be top priority right now. In the month of July, they've got the third worst ERA in the majors. They've got the worst fielding independent pitching in the majors. I will say their xFIP doesn't necessarily line up with that. It's still bottom third, but it's not quite dead last. So that'll give you maybe some anticipation or expectation that a little bit of progression is coming, and they haven't been quite as bad as the numbers because there's a pretty good difference right now in their expected FIP and their actual FIP. They're bottom 8 in K rate, though. They're the opposite of that Milwaukee pen. Nobody outside of I don't know. Does anybody outside of Palencia throw hard in that Cubs bullpen? Everybody that comes out of that Milwaukee bullpen throws 99 or 100. It's incredible. Over that same span, Brewers relievers are holding opposing hitters to a 185 average. That's the second lowest in the bigs. They got the third lowest ERA, the 8th best K rate. They miss a lot of bats. They get a lot of ground balls. And it's one thing the Brewers do better than the Cubs. I still think the Cubs are better. I look up and down the lineup, and I think the Cubs are better. I think the Cubs are better defensively. They can't pitch like Milwaukee, though. And maybe that carries the Brewers to the finish line. I don't know what the hell to expect. I've used adjectives like plucky and feisty and scrappy to describe Milwaukee. And as I tweeted last night, maybe they're just good. Even if you look at last night's box score, though, I mean, where's the great disparity? Had about the same number of hits. Each team had about the same number of strikeouts and walks, right? Extra base hits, about the same. I mean, there's no huge disparity. Brewers actually left more runners on base than the Cubs did. There's no real great disparity other than in the pitching. And that might be the thing that carries Milwaukee to the finish line because they can really pitch. We'll grab some calls here. Cub fans, I think, want to. Well, we've got a little bit here. I can do that, and I can talk to you guys. Can I say one other thing real quick about it? Just the Andrew Vaughn thing made me think of it. I think ESPN at this point, guys, I know Adam's kind of screening calls too, but Chris, I think ESPN is really leaning into the let's chide White Sox fans thing. Remember, famously, they left the 05 White Sox off of the best teams of the century. Like they basically didn't even acknowledge that anybody won the 05 World Series. Remember that whole thing?
Yeah, it's specifically against you.
Maybe
it's not all White Sox fans, but I believe SportsCenter and Bristol, Connecticut, I think they are targeting you.
Did you see during the draft? Did you see this do you remember the ball player Chris Burke? Chris Burke was he was like a utility guy, played in a number of leagues. He's doing draft stuff now, right? Chris Burke was on the 05 Astros. During the draft, ESPN had a graphic. Chris Burke, former big leaguer, 2005 world champion with the Astros.
Yeah.
True story.
Yeah, I remember that. It was specifically targeted at you.
We just don't let it eat at us like that.
You were the one watching the baseball
I was
draft.
watching the baseball draft.
Yes.
The 2005 world.
Wrong. Incorrect.
And I'm like, they're doing it just to screw with us. You guys happen to go on ESPN.com and click on Andrew Vaughn's picture? He's in an Angels uniform.
I mean, the White Sox probably want to remember his time
I don't
less
think
than he does.
That's
it is the American League.
That's in the American League. He's never played for the Angels. He wasn't drafted by the Angels out of high school before he went to Cal. I don't know. I don't understand. But it's almost like the White Sox just don't exist to them. And it's just gotten to be kind of funny. You're right. It's like a kick in the balls, but it's kind of funny. I couldn't believe it when I saw Chris Burke, 2005 champion with the Astros. I'm like, they're just messing with us, right? Obviously.
Is Vaughn confused with Moncada? Isn't Moncada with the Angels?
Oh, that's a good call. Maybe they're mixing up Vaughn. Although, how do you mix up Andrew Vaughn and Moncada?
No, they don't look alike.
they definitely, their numbers might look alike, but they don't look alike.
You see the picture of Andrew Vaughn. He always looks surprised.
One is, he does always look surprised. One is kind of like a pasty white, middle-aged man with not a lot of hair. And the other, while he's not a very good ball player and somewhat of a clubhouse cancer, is more like a Latin Lothario. I mean,
Andrew Vaughn looks
they really couldn't be more different.
He looks like NoHo Hank from Barry.
Yes, he does.
He does look like that guy from Barry.
No eyebrows.
That's
the whole
pretty
thing.
good.
Yeah.
I never even thought of that. That's a great reference. Barry, what a show that was on HBO. That was great.
You're right. The picture does have him in a Angels
He's in an
cap.
Angels uniform, you guys.
It's wrong.
I couldn't believe it, too, during the draft. I'm like, they're just messing with us now. ESPN's like, oh, yeah? We'll show you how much nobody cares about you. Chris Burke was on the 05 champion Astros, who actually were swept by the 05 White Sox. Casey's in Marengo. What's up, Casey?
Hey, I know the bullpen's an issue, but this bench is god-awful. So this happily Brujan's gone, but really I want to propose here a deal with the D-backs. I think Jed's got to go all in. You got to get Kelly or Gallen. You got to get Suarez. And this utility guy thing that they've been trying to do, just get Alec Thomas. That's your speed guy.
You want to do like a full-on – you want to just like almost swap teams with the D-backs, it sounds like.
Oh, do it. Do it. I mean, come on.
Alec Thomas would be an upgrade. You're right about that, Casey.
But we got to do it. It's like he's doing the young kid thing. It's like he never moves him up. He finally moved up Ballesteros again, thank God. Yeah. It's like, but this bench has been awful. There's Justin Turner at first base.
I know.
Dude, the top two prospects we gave for the Dodgers, it's their top two prospects. Bush needs to start every day and hit left-handed pitching.
Yeah.
For the love of God, just listen. It's awful. This Turner, old man, it's driving me nuts.
I hear where
it's like masturbating for 3 years.
I hear where you're coming from on that, Casey. It's funny, too. Just the other day, a friend of mine who's a Cub fan, my buddy Pete Smikowski was texting me. He's like, why is Justin Turner on this team? And I tried to give him I know what Jesse would say. I guess I know what Carter Hawkins would say. Well, veteran leadership, and he can hit left-handed pitching. I mean, it's been pretty awful. Let's face it. The situation with the bench and the bullpen are two, I think, glaring issues on this team right now. And I'm sure they would like to still add a starter. And I'm sure they'll try. You almost wonder if bullpen and another bench, more versatile utility player, whether that's another lefty or somebody that can hit righties better, or can hit lefties better, even if it's another lefty. But if they can kind of split platoon it or find a reverse split guy, that could help them there. But the bench is not good. This is what Only wrote. They did a big Q&A on .com this morning with like Only and Pass, and they were just throwing things at them and having the guys respond. And one of the questions was the wild card races are tightening. What are you hearing about the Cubs, Phillies, Yankees, and Mariners that they could do as next steps to try to keep their grips on the top spots? And Only wrote this about the Cubs. He said the Cubs would love to add a frontline starter, someone who could effectively replace Justin Steele in the rotation, but maybe more than any other team, they could be hamstrung by how thin the market is unless they value the cost of acquiring Joe Ryan or Cease, or if they work something out for Merrill Kelly. I would think acquiring Cease doesn't require as much in terms of capital given back because he's on an expiring deal. Joe Ryan is going to cost you a little bit more because there's still some control and he's younger, and quite frankly, he's been very, very good. Mike is in Grayslake. What's up, Mike?
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Good, man.
Good. I was just calling because I know that the Cubs, I guess I don't know. I think the Cubs haven't lost 3 games in a row all year.
I don't think they have, Mike. I'm pretty sure you're right about that. I'll double check, but I think you're right about that.
So if that's the case, is there a potential play today on the Cubs? I think they're plus 100.
They're like even money. Yeah.
So do you have any insight to that? Is there a potential play there, or
sure?
Anything from the game?
My odds couple partner, Mike North, I think Adam was saying, gave it out this morning on Twitter too. He's been good at baseball this year, Mike. I'll double check too. I don't think they do have a 3-game losing streak. I don't like betting against Freddie Peralta in Milwaukee, but I had Milwaukee on the run line in his last start, and they ended up losing that game. It wasn't really his fault. He pitched well. The bullpen actually got touched up a little bit the last time he was out when he pitched on Friday in Milwaukee. I don't like going against Freddie Peralta in Milwaukee, but maybe not the worst thing. The Cubs need this one. And after the way they played last night, maybe they go in with a little added incentive to say, hey, let's snap the you-know-what out of this here. Snap out of it and play a little bit better, because that was ugly and sloppy, and it got away from them. I mean, the errors, Dansby not coming through, putting the ball in play with a runner on third and less than 2 outs. I mean, that 4th inning was kind of a killer when you think about it. That 4th inning last night, it was a 2-1 game at the time. Cubs were down 2-1. and the Cubs put the first two on. They had first and second. Happ grounded out. He did get the runners over. Now you got a guy on third. That ball's got to be in play. Somehow, some way, that ball's got to be in play. And it was a good at-bat by Dansby, but at the end of the day, when you strike out, too bad, so sad. You grinded through like a 10-pitch at-bat. Great. At the end of the day, it was nothing. And that ball wasn't in play, and it never even gave the Cubs a chance to get that run home. And that was a killer. So you had first and second, nobody out. You did get the runners over. Then he struck out, and then Reese McGuire had that little grounder at the plate. That's another thing that still is crazy to me. I don't know why those things aren't reviewable. I guess they'd have an answer to my question about balls on the infield and too many reviews and slowing down the game. That's an impossible call almost for the umpire to make. He is totally blocked by the catcher, by the hitter. There's a little bit of chaos and confusion there. And where the catcher picks up the ball is a really hard thing, I think, for the home plate umpire to see. I'm still not sure why they don't find a way to make those types of plays reviewable. But Reese McGuire was out on that first pitch on a ball that went not even a foot and a half. And the Cubs were out of that inning, and that was a killer. So maybe it is a good day to play them. Maybe they're fired up knowing they've got to get out of Milwaukee taking one. 312-332-3776. Try to grab a few more Cub calls. We'll do a quick list coming up next. Meller's got your pregame for White Sox and Phillies on the south side at 12:30, 1:10 first pitch today. Weather permitting, the weather could make this an interesting one. We'll see. It could be some rain delay theater on the south side today. But the Sox and the Phils will try to wrap that series right here on your home for White Sox baseball. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Training camp marks the unofficial start of the 2025 season. As such, one must glue themselves to their listening device with it tuned to ESPN Chicago. Go ahead.
Okay.
Otherwise, you could miss the insights, interviews, and stellar coverage provided by the home of the Bears.
Darn.
Good. Bears training camp is now open. Catch a glimpse with Peggy and Dion, live from Hallis Hall, Saturday 11 to 1. Training camp coverage on ESPN Chicago, brought to you by Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana and by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
The Taste of Elmwood Park is back. It's next weekend, the 7th through the 10th. You know I love the Taste. It's one of the highlight fests of the summer anywhere in the Chicagoland area. Mayor Skip always says that from the live music and the family fun to sampling all the great food from over 20 of Elmwood Park's best restaurants, there's really something for everyone, and he's not wrong about that. I got to say, I love the meatball eating contest. It's my favorite. It's a crowd pleaser. People go nuts for it. We'll have fun. I'm going to do the MC again. I'll be there on Saturday the 9th. Having a good time with that. So grab your friends and your family and get ready for a weekend of incredible food and great entertainment and a true taste of Elmwood Park. It's the 7th through the 10th next month. Don't miss it.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox could not overcome 6 early runs in a loss to the Phillies Tuesday night. Kyle Schwarber and Brandon Marsh homered off Jonathan Cannon in the third to make it 6-0 Philadelphia. The Sox did score 3 in the ninth, 2 coming on a Lenyn Sosa home run, but the rally fell short. Today, the Sox try to win the rubber game at 1:10 p.m. before heading off to the West Coast for the weekend. Sox fans, join us at the ballpark a week from Sunday, August 10th, as the White Sox host the Cleveland Guardians at 1:10 p.m. The first 7,500 fans in attendance will receive a Southside legend Ozzie Guillen bobblehead, presented by United, Chicago's hometown airline. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/promos. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. Don't wait any longer to upgrade your windows. Right now at Window Nation, get 50% off all styles and no interest until 2030. It's their biggest deal of the year. I did it. Now it's your turn. 866-90Nation or windownation.com.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Surprise!
raise your expenses this month were way higher than you expected. Also, you forgot to renew your website domain, and now you're in a bidding war.
You should see the look on your face.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Plus, the fridge died in the break room, and now everything smells weird.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with the SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Yurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Standing ovation. Kyle Schwarber just massacred one deep to right and gone. I mean, he almost hit it onto the concourse where the Burley statue is. 441 feet, and it's 4-0.
I love Len's call of that last night. I mean,
standing ovation. Kyle Schwarber just massacred one deep to...
just massacred one. Yeah, he did. 441? Is that, I think, what Len said it was? I mean, it was crushed. Phillies bounce back. Pregame's going to start, but they're going to start in a delay. I don't even know if they're going to get this one in. We're getting some – it looks like today's going to be a soaker. So we'll save the list. We'll do it at our normal time here in about 45 minutes. We're going to be back on there. We do have to go to the pregame show, especially for all the network affiliates. So we'll bounce off here for about 30. Meller will set the stage for White Sox and Phils, but unlikely that they will be playing baseball today. Cubs will, as they're up in Milwaukee, and boy, do they need a win. I was going to check this, and we got kind of sidetracked during the break, kind of mapping out the day, but I just wanted to see, based off what our last caller asked. Yeah, I don't think the Cubs have been swept since, like, last August. Does that sound right, guys? It's been a minute since the Cubs have been swept.
I knew it was the case going into the All-Star break. So
right,
and that hasn't happened in the last week and a half.
And so, it hasn't. Now they did. They lost that 2-game series to start the year in Japan to the Dodgers, but they haven't been swept in a 3-game series in quite some time. As far as a 3-game losing streak, they do have a couple of those this year. They just haven't been swept. So that's, I think, the important thing to remember. They do have a couple of 3-game losing streaks. They just haven't been swept. So if you want to bet them at even money today, go for it. I always say just tread lightly whenever you're going to play against Freddie Peralta in Milwaukee, because historically he has been pretty good at home. By the way, Schwarbs is up to 37 bombs on the season, guys. And he just continues to go along and be the prodigious home run hitter that a lot of people expected. And, yeah, he had a few struggles there towards the end of his Cubs tenure. It's amazing. I'll never get over the fact that they just non-tendered him. For as right as they were about most of the guys that they moved on from that old core, the Schwarber one's the one that I think they scratch their head. I'll never stop complaining about the fact that the Sox didn't show more interest in him when they were trying to put the finishing touches on their rebuild, and they needed a left-handed stick and an on-base guy like Schwarber. I don't know that there was ever nearly enough interest. I always heard that Schwarber had some interest, but the Sox never really seemed to, and that's too bad. Since the start of 2022, Kyle Schwarber has 168 home runs. Only Judge and Shohei have more. He's also 4th in runs scored over that span behind Shohei, Judge, and Juan Soto. It is an incredible list. He keeps amazing company, some of the best pure power and sluggers and production in the game today, and that's what Schwarber has been for the Phillies, and what a home he's found there. Lewis is in Lyle. What's going on, Lewis?
Hey, afternoon, Carm. So I've kind of had something I've
finally received some vindication on something I said to Kap and Hoodie, and Kap said it was one of the dumbest takes he'd ever heard. That the Cubs seem to rely. Well, he said it this morning, so I finally feel some vindication. The Cubs rely so heavily on home runs that it has become boom or bust for them. And if the bats aren't hitting, our defense isn't good enough to actually survive when we're not able to score like we normally do. What my concern is that the trade deadline's coming up. We need a pitcher. Now, I don't know what we're going to do. I know Joey G, one of my favorite callers, called in a little bit big and suggested trading Kyle Tucker for a pitcher. It was a good idea. Just as a quick little, I decided to test his theory, and after the last night's game, smoked a bowl or 5, and it was still a bad idea. But can we agree that we need to get a pitcher at the deadline?
Wait, Joey G said trade Kyle Tucker for a pitcher?
Yes, and then actually it was one of the funniest things I've ever heard.
I think
hold on. When what?
I think that's crazy.
Oh, it was. Kap actually asked him if he was high, and Joey G's response was, "I'm effing stoned. You know that."
Oh my
God. Cap couldn't hang up the phone, so for 5 seconds after, you could still hear Joey talking and laughing in the background.
Yeah, that's pure silliness. That's like radio. That's sports talk radio fodder. That's pure silliness. All right, so you're on. You want them to do what? Relief pitcher, starting pitcher. What do you want?
Starting pitcher, and a relief pitcher. We can't seem to. We need a starting pitcher.
I think you got to come out of this thing
getting blown out
with maybe both. Yeah.
Well, what do you do? Do we have anything that we can give up at this point other than a prospect?
Of course they do. The Cubs have prospects, of course. It depends on what you're willing to tolerate. Thanks, Lewis. What are you really willing to tolerate? We use this term all in. I mean, are you willing to do something like you did in 2016 when you traded your top prospect and one of the best prospects in baseball to get Chapman? I'm not sure the Cubs have that appetite. Jesse has seemed to hint that they don't this time around. How much did the Torres thing really come back to haunt the Cubs, would you say? I mean, I don't think it did at all. Chapman helped them win a World Series. I know his arm was about to fall off at the end, and I think Joe overused him. But Chapman helped them win a World Series. Torres is a good player. I mean, how much did that, nothing about that deal would you say has come back to haunt the Cubs, would you? Of course not. That doesn't haunt the Cubs.
I do think it's funny in the last week or so between Kap and Sylvie, they keep trying to are we all in each other?
Yeah, what is
how all in are you? Are you all in? Or are you semi all in? Are you double all in?
What would be all in, guys? Like trading Owen Casey? Is that
I guess.
Yeah.
And I see the risk or the fear.
Who's the pitcher that Kap doesn't want moved?
Jackson. Wiggins, right?
Yeah, Wiggins. That would be all in.
I could see the fear.
Single all in or double all in?
Yeah, right. Are you doubling into the gap all in?
It's all the guys. It's all the way in.
Or is it an infield single? It's all the way in?
You might not feel it from the Cubs, but it's all the way in.
Is it just the tip?
No,
or
it's all the way in. It's all the way in.
All right, thanks for bucking them down. We'll be back in 30 minutes, so don't go too
Just the
far.
tip of White Sox pregame
just the tip. Yeah, Meller's coming up with pregame.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
White Sox baseball is on the air. This is the Advantage Dealer Group White Sox pregame show on the ESPN Chicago Hard Rock Casino White Sox Network.
Presented by the Advantage Dealer Group, home of the 60-minute guarantee, and brought to you in part by Marquette Bank. Love where you bank? By Yingling, America's oldest brewery, now available in Illinois. By Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. Your trusted local experts for heating, air conditioning, plumbing, and electric. And by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers. This is the Hard Rock Casino White Sox Radio Network.
Now, here's your host for the Advantage Dealer Group White Sox pregame show, Jeff Meller.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Advantage Dealer Group White Sox pregame show. And we're going to do this for more than just a second to see how it feels. We're actually going to do you the full pregame show, but this game is starting in a delay between the White Sox and Phillies. So we'll get you the pregame show, and then as we know more, obviously, we will let you know. But that is the plan because there is some weather approaching here at Rate Field today as the White Sox wrap up their homestand, having won 7 of 11 games out of the All-Star break with an opportunity to win their third series in 4 tries out of the All-Star break. With the 61-46 Phillies here, they currently sit in second place in the NL East, trailing the Mets by only a half game. The soundtrack to your summer, White Sox baseball, with Len Casper and Darren Jackson, rolls on, although albeit slightly delayed today, with track number 109 of 162. I'm Jeff Meller, and this is the White Sox pregame show presented by the Advantage Dealer Group, home of the 60-minute guarantee. They'll have you driving off in your new Chevy, Acura, or Toyota in 60 minutes or less, or they'll make your first car payment. The Phillies evened up the series on the south side with a 6-3 win last night, powered by Kyle Schwarber's 37th home run of the season, an absolute moonshot that fell just shy of the right field concourse.
A standing ovation. Kyle Schwarber just massacred one deep to right and gone. I mean, he almost hit it onto the concourse where the Burley statue is. 441 feet, and it's 4-0.
Oh, and it certainly felt like 441 feet, each and every last foot. Schwarber's blast proved to be enough for the men from Philadelphia, despite a late-inning charge from the Sox and Lenin Sosa.
Sosa cranks one deep to left field. It is gone. A line shot, 2-run homer. And it's 6-3.
Absolutely buggy whipped what looked to be a slider or cutter at the top of the strike zone out of here. And the White Sox are indeed giving him that finish.
It was nice to see the fight from the Sox, but they came up short and will have to win today to secure the series. If the Sox are going to take down Philly, they'll have to do so without Adrian Hauser making the start today. As I warned during last night's postgame show, the likelihood of Hauser making this start seemed like a longer shot than usual, and Will Venable was very transparent during the pregame availability today, noting that with interest surrounding Hauser as the trade deadline quickly approaches, it is in both parties' best interest to see what shakes out over the course of the next 30 or so hours. So they will turn to lefty Tyler Alexander to make the start today. Mike Vassell is ready to cover some innings as well, and Will Venable noted that he has everybody except Dan Altavilla available from his pen today, especially considering an off day tomorrow. One player, though, that Will Venable will no longer have available to him is Austin Slater. Trade alert. Earlier today, this morning, actually, the Sox dealt the veteran righty to the New York Yankees in exchange for Yankees' 18th rated prospect, Gage Zeal. Zeal is 6 foot, 223 pounds, 22-year-old from the Hudson Valley Renegades, the high A team for the Yankees. Scouting report, according to MLB Pipeline, ETA 2027. Scouting grades, he's got a 50 fastball, 55 slider, 50 changeup, 55 control, and a 40 overall. The Cubs' 11th round pick in 2021, a New York high schooler, Zeal put his pro career on hold to attend Miami. He led the Hurricanes in appearances as a freshman, then became their best starter during the next 2 seasons. The Yankees began the 2024 draft by selecting college pitchers with each of their first 7 picks, and they signed Zeal for $637K as their 4th rounder. Zeal's ability to command his fastball stands out more than its velocity in its life, as it operates between 92 and 94, reaches 96 with some modest ride and run. He misses more bats with a sweeping mid-80s slider that grades as a plus pitch with 2-plane depth at its best. He imparts fade and sink on a mid-80s changeup, but has difficulty keeping it in the zone. Zeal is compact but strong and durable. He's a tough competitor who repeats his high 3/4 delivery with ease, enabling him to locate his fastball and slide with precision. The Yankees have had a history of helping pitchers upgrade their stuff, and so that was the plan with Zeal. And, of course, he is now a member of your Chicago White Sox. Pretty solid return, landing the Yankees' 18th rated prospect for Austin Slater, who was signed this season as a one-year deal. So Zeal, not too bad. And it's a good opportunity for Austin Slater as well to potentially play some playoff baseball this season. Slater was a solid veteran in the White Sox clubhouse whose presence will be missed. He talked about his first reaction when he found out that he was dealt.
I think it's always bittersweet. Obviously, really enjoyed my time here and met some incredible people and super fun clubhouse to be in. But then, also really excited to go play for the Yankees. It's one of those teams that I think as a kid you always dream about playing for, and they're right in a race for the playoffs. So excited to go there and try to help them out.
How do you kind of process a trade? Because you have your family to go through too and all that. I mean, it's a good thing obviously that someone wants your skills to come play for them, especially like you said in a playoff race.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that adjustment period for us was kind of last year. I got traded twice, same year. So at this point, I think we're a little more prepared than we were last year, and I think it was something that was, there was always writing on the wall that it could happen, and so I think that maybe helped us mentally prepare a little bit more this year.
What did you think of this team, this clubhouse, and just from development? We asked this every day, but from the start of spring training, just to where they're at right now.
Yeah, no, it's been, I think, hopefully the fans and you guys, the media, have seen improvements little by little every day. I think there's some really exciting players in this clubhouse and some guys that can be building blocks for this organization moving forward. And, hopefully I was able to help a little bit and wishing them the best.
As far as your game goes, how do you reflect on your time here?
Obviously unfortunate about the injury. You never want to get injured, but, was missed a little more time than I had hoped. But I thought I came in and did my job. Why they signed me was to hit left-handed pitchers, and I feel like I've done that pretty well this year, and there's still room for improvement always, but I'm excited to bring those skills over to the Yankees and continue that trend.
So there you go, Austin Slater, after learning that he has been dealt to the Yankees in exchange for their 18th rated prospect, Gage Zeal. Always very pleasant in the clubhouse, wishing the best of luck to Austin Slater. So the deals have begun as we sojourn on through the baseball regular season. We're on high alert and hug watch throughout the day, knowing that deadlines create urgency, and now several more White Sox players could be moved before Thursday's 5 p.m. Central trade deadline. Up next, White Sox manager Will Venable sits down with our very own Len Casper to recap last night's win over the Phillies. We'll do that in two right here. I'm sorry, the loss. I apologize. I got ahead of myself there. Hopefully they'll be talking about a win today. But yes, we're in a delay, so White Sox and Phillies, we don't have an exact start time, but we'll have that coming for you here shortly. When we do know more, we'll let you know, I promise. But White Sox, Phillies coming your way. Manager's Show, Will Venable with Len Casper, coming up next right here on the ESPN 1000 Hard Rock Casino White Sox Network.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sail, we're known for having the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. And as summer winds down, we need to make room so you can take advantage of our annual clearance event. Save up to 70%. That's right, 70%. And get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back. Plus, free delivery. See store for details. The clearance event is going on now at American Sail. So come in and see us or visit us online. American Sail, bring the fun home.
Dear baseball fans, swing into action with Toyota's 2025 lineup. Leading off, the RAV4, a utility all-star that delivers in the clutch. On deck, the spacious Grand Highlander, followed by the fuel-savvy Corolla. Next up, our slugger Tacoma, bringing upper deck power every at-bat. And rounding out the lineup, the playmaking all-hybrid Camry. For more, visit Toyota.com or your local dealer. Toyota, let's go places.
I'm Courtney Cronin, here with lead attorneys at Costa, Iavone, Julio, and Anthony.
Hey, Courtney. How does being from Chicago help you in your job?
Well, I think Chicagoans like directness. I try to always remember that in press conferences and ask straightforward questions, because that's who I am.
We get that. It's the way we are with our clients. All they know is they need help, and they want a law firm to cut to the chase.
You can do that when you're both local.
It's about making a real connection, one Chicagoan to another.
Costa, Iavone. Your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
Call them at 708-4-MILLION.
Hey, Southsiders.
Hit your next adventure out of the park and onto the water with City Cruises Chicago. Sail your way to epic skyline views, delicious dining, and premium drinks. Upgrade your game day with a dining cruise, a fireworks sail, a wild ride on Sea Dog, or catch your favorite entertainers aboard City Cruises Live. Whether you're celebrating a win or just the weekend, City Cruises is a shipload of fun. Proud partner of the Chicago White Sox. Book today at citycruises.com/Chicago.
Waddle and Sylvie, 2:30 to 6:30, ESPN Chicago.
Welcome back to our pregame coverage. We chat with Will Venable. It's an interesting time around the league with the trade deadline happening on the off day tomorrow. We'll get into that here in a second, but just your general thoughts on the game last night.
Yeah, I thought obviously pretty early on in the game, got behind the 8 ball there with John giving up a couple of runs. And, this is just a really good offense. The Phillies make it really tough on you and make you pay for mistakes. And John didn't pitch terrible. It was just a couple pitches that got away from him, left over the plate, and they made him pay.
And you score 3 runs late in the 9th inning. Again, that's kind of been a bullet point that we've talked about a lot with your offense. They don't quit until that last out's recorded.
Yeah, and that's been the spirit of this club the whole year. And, Luzardo made it really tough on us. He had a really good fastball last night. We just weren't able to string anything together, but we just kept fighting and was able to push a couple across there, got their closer up and moving around, and couldn't get him in the game. But, love the fight from the guys.
So moving parts today, obviously things are kind of up in the air, and it's not the greatest time for some guys in the clubhouse who are wondering where they're going to be in a couple of days. But Austin Slater traded to the Yankees today, and I know he's well-liked in this clubhouse. And, he's only been here a half year. It seems like he's been here a lot longer.
Yeah, Austin is a big part of what we have going on here and a real contributor, obviously on the field, and really good at what he does out there. And in the clubhouse, too, veteran guy who really the group depended on as if someone who'd been there, and his wisdom and thoughtfulness with the game is something that we'll miss. So appreciate Austin, but excited for him and his opportunity the rest of the summer.
And we should also add, it's always possible a guy like him can end up back here down the road, and you want a guy to have a good experience here, and I have no doubt that he'll say nothing but great things about his time here.
Yeah, for sure. I think we're a good match. He certainly helped us out. I think it was a good opportunity for him, and somebody that if he's available, I know that we'll be talking to.
Will Robertson replaces him on the active roster. He went down and just absolutely raked at AAA.
Yeah, love seeing that. And Will, his first run here was really quick, and he hadn't been playing for a while, and just fresh off a plane. And we expect big things from Will, and certainly nice to see him perform down there, and expect him to continue that up here.
One thing about the trade deadline being tomorrow, is it a little easier that it does come on an off day, because things can get a little frantic when you're trying to make out a lineup and all this stuff's happening?
Yeah, there's a lot going on. I think we'll appreciate the off day tomorrow and certainly see how it has impacted us today. I know obviously there's a lot of moving parts, a lot going on, and it'll be nice to be able to do that without a game to play.
All right, no broadcasters to be named later, all right?
Yeah, all right, you got it. Thanks, Len.
That's Will Venable on the Hard Rock Casino White Sox Network.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month to YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
White Sox fans, mark your calendars. Harold Baines and Ron Kittle are coming to Merrillville. Join the Sox legends at Steinhoffel's new Merrillville Furniture and Mattress Superstore, Saturday, August 9th, from noon to 1 p.m. Snap a photo, grab an autograph, and check out the huge selection of furniture and mattresses. Steinhoffel's has everything to make your space a home. That's Saturday, August 9th, from 12 to 1 at Steinhoffel's in Merrillville. Swing by and make your Saturday a home run.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement.
It's like a megaphone for your wallet.
Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
Sox games, all of them, on the ESPN Chicago app.
Welcome back to the Advantage Dealer Group White Sox pregame show on the ESPN 1000 Hard Rock Casino White Sox Network. I'm Jeff Meller, live at Rate Field as the White Sox and Phillies get set to complete their series here today. First pitch originally scheduled for 1:10, but we are beginning today's game in a delay. So don't have an exact time just yet. As we know more, I promise you we will relay that to you. Starting lineup for Will Venable's crew contains 5 lefties and 1 switch hitter up against Phillies right-hander Taijuan Walker. Leading off, it will be lefty right fielder Mike Tauchman. Batting second and playing second base will be Chase Mydroth today. Hitting third, the lefty left fielder Andrew Benintendi. Cleaning up at first base, Miguel Vargas. DHing and hitting fifth will be the lefty Kyle Teal. In center field, Luis Robert Jr. is there. He's batting sixth. Colson Montgomery, the lefty with 17 RBIs in his brief career so far, will be playing shortstop today and hitting seventh. Edgar Caro behind the plate, the switch hitter, hits eighth today. And then Josh Rojas rounds out the lineup, the lefty third baseman for the White Sox today. Rob Thompson's Phillies send 5 lefties and 1 switch hitter to the dish against Sox lefty Tyler Alexander, who is making the start instead of Adrian Hauser today. Leading off for the Phillies, it will be Trey Turner, their shortstop. He's hitting .292 with 11 homers and 25 steals on the season. Kyle Schwarber, the DH, the lefty, hit his 37th bomb last night. He's hitting second. Bryce Harper, another lefty at first base, brings his .373 on base percentage to the 3-hole. Nick Castellanos in right field cleaning up for the Phillies. Center fielder Brandon Marsh had a big game last night. The lefty hits fifth today. Another lefty left fielder, Max Kepler, hits sixth. Otto Kemp, third baseman, bats seventh. Bryson Stott, lefty second baseman, hits eighth. And then behind the plate today, the switch-hitting catcher, it will be Rafael Marchand for the Phillies. Every Sox game, we provide you with a gateway to the booth, your chance to ask Len Casper a question today. Just go ahead and use the hashtag AskLen. Tweet us your questions. Len will answer in the bottom of the 6th. The gateway to the booth is brought to you by the City of Countryside, home to over 400 businesses, including 9 car dealerships, the Dancher Industrial Park, and Flag Creek Golf Course, the best par 3 course in Chicagoland. Come and visit the City of Countryside. Up next, we'll take a look at the pitching matchup. And again, it is not Adrian Hauser for the Sox today. I will fill you in on why it won't be Hauser when we come back right here in 2 minutes on the ESPN 1000 Hard Rock Casino White Sox Network.
Escape the heat. Head to True North convenience stores and get any size True Oasis fountain drink for 89 cents with True Rewards. Cool that thirst with any of your favorite Pepsi fountain drinks for 89 cents. As a free True Rewards member, pick the perfect size for you. No matter if you're craving a big drink or a small sip, it's just 89 cents. Don't have the True Rewards mobile app? Find it in the Apple or Google Play Store to download and save instantly. True North convenience stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
All right, Abdallah, Flight by Yingling calls itself the next generation of light beer. Crisp, refreshing, only 2.6 carbs, 95 calories.
Sure, it's a light beer that actually tastes like beer. Makes sense.
So speaking of next gen, let's settle this. I'm clearly the next generation of Chicago sports fans.
You? No way. I embrace analytics, advanced stats.
Oh, please. You still get mad when managers pull the pitchers early.
You gotta trust your gut, like how I knew to bring Flight by Yingling over instead of whatever light beer you showed up for.
Let's call that a pre-flight learning experience.
Flight by Yingling. DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
At Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, we make home service easy. We guarantee same-day service and installation with no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. Family-owned for 53 years, Four Seasons has over 30,000 five-star Google reviews and an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. For all your plumbing, heating, cooling, and electrical needs, for all the right reasons, call 866 Four Seasons.
For all the right reasons, call 866 Four Seasons.
Reason number 278 to visit the city of Countryside, Chicago's Western Gateway.
Rafferty's Irish Pub, a neighborhood staple since 2001. If you want that charming Irish pub experience, come in for a pint at Rafferty's. A wide selection of food, drinks, and your traditional Irish pub grub. Located at 10901 Joliet Road, Rafferty's is part of the City of Countryside's all-star lineup. Looking for a new home base? Visit the City of Countryside, Chicago's Western Gateway.
Bleck and Abdallah, weekdays at 6:30, ESPN Chicago.
Back on the Advantage Dealer Group White Sox pregame show on the ESPN 1000 Hard Rock Casino White Sox Network. I'm Jeff Meller. White Sox and Phillies series finale here today at Rate Field. Originally scheduled for a 1:10 start time, but we are going to begin today's game in a delay as we are expecting some inclement weather here at Rate Field. So as we know more, I promise you, we will relay it to you. But right now, we're going to start today's game in a delay. Today's pitching matchup is presented by Costa Ivoni. Injured in a crash or at work? Call Costa Ivoni, your local injury lawyers. They live here, they work here, they fight for their people. Costa Ivoni, call 708-4million. So for today, it will be on the mound for the White Sox lefty Tyler Alexander instead of Adrian Hauser. As well as Adrian Hauser has pitched, he's been excellent since he's arrived. There's obviously a lot of interest in him as the trade deadline approaches tomorrow. Will Venable was very transparent earlier today, saying it doesn't make a whole lot of sense for the White Sox to send him to the mound when it's certainly a possibility that he could be dealt today, their last game before the trade deadline. So Adrian Hauser will not start today. Instead, it will be lefty Tyler Alexander, who's 4-9 with a 4.36 ERA on the season. Alexander scheduled to make the start following 13 relief appearances. It will be Alexander's first start for the Sox. He owns a 2.12 ERA in those 13 relief appearances with the White Sox, and he's made 4 straight scoreless outings with 5 1/3 innings pitched during that time. He'll be opposed by Phillies righty Taijuan Walker, who's 3-5 on the season with a 3.84 ERA, 56 strikeouts in 68 innings pitched for Walker, and a 1.35 whip. For the White Sox, in addition to Alexander, you can certainly expect Mike Vassell to cover a few innings today out of the pen. Everybody except Dan Altavilla is available out of the pen for Will Venable today. Probables for the series against the Angels right now. Friday is a TBA for the White Sox. The Angels will send lefty Tyler Anderson to the mound. On Saturday, Aaron Savali scheduled against Kyle Hendricks. And then on Sunday, it'll be Sean Burke up against Jack Kohanowitz for the Angels. Also, brief bit of pitching news here. Martin Perez scheduled to make a rehab start on Thursday against the Charlotte Knights. And obviously, he just threw a bullpen session on Monday, so he's scheduled to make a rehab start on Thursday, so that's certainly some good news there. Up next, time for This Day in White Sox History. We'll do that in 2 right here on the ESPN 1000 Hard Rock Casino White Sox Network.
Acura is a leader in reliability and style. Drive home in your new Acura from Advantage Acura of Naperville. With more selection to choose from and more savings, they're committed to providing a smooth and easy car buying process. Advantage Acura values your time. They'll have you in your new Acura in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right, drive off in your new Acura in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageAcura.com or see them in Naperville.
Most mentioned offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details. This is an ad by BetterHelp.
Workplace stress is now a leading cause of declining mental health, with 61% of the global workforce feeling it more than ever. Hey guys, it's Sylvie. You can't escape work, but you can take small steps to care for yourself. A walk, some sun, a favorite song. Therapy is one of those steps. Ongoing support to build resilience for whatever your day throws at you. Balance is tough. Getting help shouldn't be. Visit BetterHelp.com/timeout today for 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/timeout.
Marquette Bank has been helping neighbors, families, and business owners in Chicagoland for 80 years. 80 years is a long time. When you bank with Marquette Bank, you know your banker. You have access to a team of real professionals to help you make smarter financial decisions. When you bank with Marquette Bank, good things happen for you and your neighborhood. Marquette Bank. Love where you bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 462926.
Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. If you're injured, you want a legal representative that gets you and where you come from.
Exactly. When you call us, you're not getting some out-of-town mega firm. You're talking to Chicagoans.
That's Julio Costa of Costa Iavoni, and his partner Anthony is also here.
Thanks, Courtney. We're proud of the trust we've built here in town.
There's an immediate connection with Chicagoans. They know we'll take the time to understand what they're going through.
And then we will fight to win. At Costa Iavoni, we get you.
Costa Iavoni, your trusted local personal injury attorneys at 708-4million.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on YouTube.
Welcome back to the Advantage Dealer Group White Sox pregame show on the ESPN 1000 Hard Rock Casino White Sox Network. I'm Jeff Meller. Series finale between the White Sox and Phillies here at Wright Field. Not coming your way at 1:10. The rain has just begun here at Wright Field. That is why we are starting today's game here in a delay. But we are rolling through the pregame show for you to get you ready for when the game does begin. It's time for This Day in White Sox History, presented by Yuengling Traditional Lager. On this date, July 30th, 2003, in a game against the Kansas City Royals in KC, Sox shortstop Jose Valentin blasts 3 home runs in a 15-4 win for the Sox. Jose went 3 for 5 with 5 ribbies. One of his home runs was a 3-run shot. Jose Valentin hit those 3 home runs while playing for the White Sox against the Royals, of course. He became the first switch hitter in baseball history to have 3 homer games in both the American and National Leagues, having previously achieved the feat with the Brewers in 1998. So he hit the solo home run in the second inning, a 3-run home run in the third, and then a leadoff homer in the 5th, all within the first 5 innings for the White Sox. This Day in White Sox History brought to you by Yuengling Traditional Lager, brewed for nearly 200 years by the oldest brewery in America, a legendary beer built to last. Yuengling legends stand the test of time. We'll wrap up the pregame show with a player to bank on when we come back right here on the ESPN 1000 Hard Rock Casino White Sox Network.
Tito's Handmade Vodka is America's favorite vodka for a reason. From the first legal distillery in Texas, Tito's is 6 times distilled till it's just right and naturally gluten-free, making it a high-quality spirit that mixes with just about anything, from the smoothest martinis to the best Bloody Marys. Beyond the bottle, Tito's has gained a reputation for giving back, teaming up with nonprofits around the world to serve its communities and do good for dogs. Make your next cocktail with Tito's and learn more at Tito'sVodka.com.
Distilled and bottled by 5th Generation Inc., Austin, Texas. 40% alcohol by volume. Savor responsibly.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sail, we're known for having the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. And as summer winds down, we need to make room so you can take advantage of our annual clearance event. Save up to 70%. That's right, 70%. And get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back. Plus, free delivery. See store for details. The clearance event is going on now at American Sail. So come in and see us or visit us online. American Sail, bring the fun home.
Your small manufacturing company doesn't run itself.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
But in Chicagoland, you do have someone by your side.
Where?
Meet the Technology and Manufacturing Association.
Hello! Where'd you come from?
The TMA supports small to mid-sized manufacturing companies with resources, training, and 1,000 other things.
Huh.
We're just being indispensable.
TMA is celebrating their 100th year anniversary. To learn how the TMA can help you, visit tmaillinois.org.
The big realtor firms are busy lining up things for Wall Street. At Hearthside Realtors, we're busy trying to find the street you will call home, just like we've been doing for 55 years. I'm Lenny File, and I'm ready to work for you. Whether you're buying your first home, new to the area, or if it's time to downsize, our diverse staff of real estate pros are here to help you every step of the way. I'm Lenny File, and I go the extra mile. Visit lennyfile.com. That's Lenny, F-E-I-L.com today. Hearthside is licensed in Illinois and Indiana.
Stream the games live on the ESPN Chicago app.
Jeff Meller wrapping up the Advantage Dealer Group White Sox pregame show. Before I give you today's MVP, let's pause 10 for a station ID.
This is ESPN Chicago, home of the White Sox. WMVP WTBC HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Today's Marquette Bank player to bank on. Still going to go with Luis Robert Jr. He needs one home run for number 100 in his career. Luis Robert Jr. would become the 23rd White Sox player to reach 100 career homers with the club. Who Are You Banking On is brought to you by Chicagoland's neighborhood bank, Marquette Bank, celebrating 80 years serving the community. Love where you bank. Quickly, before we send you back to our regularly scheduled programs on our affiliates and to Carmen and Yurko back on the flagship here on ESPN 1000. Latest trade news, the LA Angels are acquiring righty reliever Luis Garcia in a trade with the Washington Nationals. And, of course, we told you that the White Sox sent Austin Slater to the Yankees this morning in exchange for their 18th rated prospect, a pitcher, Gage Zeal. So that was the news. Again, starting this one in a delay between the White Sox and Phillies. Thus, we are going to send you back to your regularly scheduled programs. And when we have a start time, we will let you know and relay that to you. I'm Jeff Meller. That's going to close out this edition of the Advantage Dealer Group White Sox pregame show on the ESPN 1000 Hard Rock Casino White Sox Network.
Looking for a smarter way to grow your savings? Wintrust Community Banks has you covered with 4.20% annual percentage yield on our 7-month CD special. This limited time offer won't last forever. Stop by your local Wintrust Community Bank or visit wintrust.com/radio25. APY assumes funds remain on deposit until maturity. Minimum daily balance of 1 cent required to obtain APY. Offer subject to change at any time and without notice. Additional terms and conditions apply. Details at wintrust.com/radiocd. Member FDIC.
Hey, Southsiders, hit your next adventure out of the park and onto the water with City Cruises Chicago. Sail your way to epic skyline views, delicious dining, and premium drinks. Upgrade your game day with a dining cruise, a fireworks sail, a wild ride on Sea Dog, or catch your favorite entertainers aboard City Cruises Live. Whether you're celebrating a win or just the weekend, City Cruises is a shipload of fun. Proud partner of the Chicago White Sox. Book today at citycruises.com/Chicago.
Reason number 278 to visit the city of Countryside, Chicago's Western Gateway.
Rafferty's Irish Pub, a neighborhood staple since 2001. If you want that charming Irish pub experience, come in for a pint at Rafferty's. A wide selection of food, drinks, and your traditional Irish pub grub. Located at 10901 Joliet Road, Rafferty's is part of the City of Countryside's all-star lineup. Looking for a new home base? Visit the City of Countryside, Chicago's Western Gateway.
White Sox fans, mark your calendars. Harold Baines and Ron Kittle are coming to Merrillville. Join the Sox legends at Steinhoffel's new Merrillville Furniture and Mattress Superstore, Saturday, August 9th, from noon to 1 p.m. Snap a photo, grab an autograph, and check out the huge selection of furniture and mattresses. Steinhoffel's has everything to make your space a home. That's Saturday, August 9th, from 12 to 1 at Steinhoffel's in Merrillville. Swing by and make your Saturday a home run.
Chicago's home for sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Yurko are back. This is Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
We get to do a list at the regularly scheduled times, too. We'll kind of keep an eye on what's happening in Cubs and Brewers.
Hello.
We'll entertain you with some fun, though. We'll do a list. We'll play Immaculate Carm. We'll tell you about a giveaway, a really good one, that starts tomorrow. And I mean a really good giveaway. We'll do some trivia and have some fun with that. If you've been wanting to go to the Patrick Kane event next Friday night, here's your chance. I'm going next Friday. I'm really looking forward to that. By the way, did Morgan Manufacturing officially change their name to Morgan MFG?
Isn't MFG short for manufacturing?
That's what I thought. But I keep hearing in the reads Morgan MFG. I'm like, did they go cool and say we're not Morgan Manufacturing anymore? We're just Morgan MFG. Whatever. That space is awesome. I love it.
Maybe they'll call it Morgan BMF.
I don't know.
Bad, you know what it means. Yeah.
So I'm going to that Kane event, and starting tomorrow, we're going to do some trivia that will allow you the opportunity to win tickets. it's going to be a pretty cool thing. I mean, and it's a nice prize. I mean, the tickets are not inexpensive, but this is like an up close and personal like evening with Patrick Kane, and PB's going to be emceeing kind of the whole thing and like a Q&A with him, and it's just a swanky, fun place. There'll be food and drinks, and it'll be a nice Friday night. I'm really looking forward to it. You can buy tickets by going to Eventbrite.com and just search Patrick Kane. Remember, we had Kaner in. When was that, guys? Was that this month or last? I don't remember. Early this month?
2 weeks ago, right?
A couple weeks ago, whenever it was. I think it was earlier this month. We had Kaner in, and he was kind of promoting the event. He's doing things. He's doing like a thing with kids in the morning over at, I think he's doing it over at Johnny's West, if I'm not mistaken. He's doing like a little hockey clinic. They've got an autograph signing during the day. Then he's doing this event at night. And a bunch of the proceeds are going to charity. So you can find out all the details. Kaner talked about it with us earlier this month at eventbrite.com, and just search Patrick Kane and you'll see what's available. But buy tickets for that Friday night event. It's going to be great. And starting tomorrow, you'll have a chance to win some tickets to that. We're going to play some Caleb Williams stuff later. I want to play something Albert Breer said a little bit later on Rich Eisen's podcast about Caleb and what success may or may not look like, and just what this season, especially the early portion of it, may look like for Caleb Williams. We had some calls earlier, people talking Cubs. We're growing frustration. Obviously, we're a day away from the trade deadline now, and if you want to sound off or just talk about some of the things that you hope they accomplish, you can ring us up at 312-332-ESPN. Yurko's gone today. Black and $1 here. Let's do a list, boys.
Before the list, since we were waiting for White Sox baseball to start, and they're in a delay for the start of today's game, what time do they play today? Three of us. Let's bet on it.
The Sox are not playing baseball today.
Carmen's going off the board. They're not playing today.
Not playing
let me consult.
What time are they playing today?
Let me consult my app.
The Phillies don't come back to town, so they're going to want to play. They're not playing baseball today.
I mean, there's like a 20-minute window at 4 o'clock.
I think they start.
And then there's a second line of storms that come in, and that lasts until about 8.
They're not playing baseball.
I think we're going to get a first pitch right between 3:45 and 4 o'clock.
You know what I forgot was tonight, and I was reminded when I went downstairs real quick during the, Meller hopped on. He had to do the pregame. We had to do the network pregame and for all the affiliates. So I ran down and got a coffee real quick, and I was walking out of the building, and Tyler Aki was walking in. And we're like, okay, here's what's happening, and we're out at Waddle and Sylvie, have to get ready. And I was like, I don't think they're playing. And a guy was walking by, or he was like standing by the window. So I think he saw, this is ESPN, and he stopped and goes, excuse me. He goes, they're not playing? And he looked devastated. And I said, well, they're not going to start on time, that's for sure, because the rain's coming right now. And he's like, are you talking about the soccer game? And I'm like, no, I'm talking about the White Sox and Phillies. I forgot the EPL teams are at Soldier tonight.
It's tonight, not tomorrow?
He told me it was tonight.
It might be tonight. Yeah.
Maybe he's wrong.
Everton. Yeah.
Is that tonight or tomorrow?
Yeah, no, it's tonight.
It's tonight.
Yeah. He was all worried. He goes, I'm supposed to go to that.
Well, they'll play in the rain.
I was like, I don't know, man. I said, baseball, they can't play in the rain.
They'll play soccer in the rain.
Oh, there you go. He was all. I said, bring a poncho because it's going to rain all day. Yeah, he overheard us. He goes, they're not playing. He's devastated.
I saw some Everton fans earlier.
Did you
walking
really?
down the street? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They're used to it.
Yeah. It always
Was that
rains.
rain coming down their face or tears?
Both.
You know who loves this? I'll tell you this as a former and frequent festival goer. Lollapalooza fans.
Starts tomorrow,
This is the
right?
best case scenario. Rain today, get the humidity out, settle all the dust and all the crap that's around there.
That's
so
true.
The allergies aren't going nuts and everything.
I mean, usually it's like 1,000,000 degrees, so
it's awful.
it is going to be cool the next couple of days. It's going to be very nice, so that'll be pleasant.
Yeah, I don't know on the start time.
I don't think
it's
they're
going to be interesting.
I think they're going to try to squeeze this one in.
We're going to get 9-inning game in 34 minutes?
No. We're going to get old COVID rules, 7 innings.
You better get Mark Burley back on the mound and play 7 innings.
Pitch clock's going to be 5 seconds.
A gentleman's agreement where everyone bunts for the first 6 innings and then let them swing.
Start every inning with like a runner on second, go from there, see what happens.
Fire up a PlayStation and let's just play this one online. Let's just sim this.
Spotty at best.
Yeah, it does not look good. The Phils are going to want to get it in, right? Because didn't they already come to the north side? I don't think the Phillies come back to Chicago.
I believe they did.
I thought they were already here. So, they're gonna want to do it again. That's the last thing the Phillies want. Like, can you imagine in September, they're in a pennant chase and like, we got to go back to the south side.
White Sox.
Right? I mean, like, oh, come on. They don't want to have to do that. Yeah, the Phillies. The Phillies were on the north side in April, boys. So that means the Phils don't come back.
I mean, they go to no.
They're certainly not going to want to come back.
Off then.
When you look at the radar, and we're all amateurs looking at the radar from the various TV stations, but it doesn't look like it clears up until after 8 o'clock. So that means that they're just going to be sitting there for the next 8 hours waiting.
I found a day.
I did too. I bet you I'm looking at the same one you are, Abdallah.
September 2nd?
Yep.
Yeah.
September 2nd.
Why is that? Why is this series like that? So September 1st, they play the Brewers at 4:10
on Memorial Day,
and then they're
Labor. That's Labor Day.
Labor Day, and then they're off on September 3rd.
No, they're off on the 2nd.
Second. Sorry, I got to pop up here. I was just assuming. And then
they play the 3rd and the 4th,
and then they play the 3rd and the 4th.
Can
they're
you
just
imagine?
Off.
They play in Milwaukee on a Monday. They bust down on an off day to make up a game against the Sox, and then they bust back to. They don't want to do that, boys.
Well, the problem is they play August 22nd, and if they do that, they don't have another off day until September 18th. That's almost a month of baseball with no days off.
They're going to play till midnight tonight. The Phillies are like, get this game in no matter what. We're not coming back to the South Side. All right, let's spin the wheel. We might as well do a list.
We are 36 days away from the start of the NFL season.
Dave Boland away.
Yes, Dave Boland away.
First one that came to mind. I don't know why. Dave Boland came to mind, boys.
Dave Boland away. Okay,
right.
There's football tomorrow night.
Yeah, there is.
Hall of Fame game tomorrow night.
Wow.
Let me get you a line on that real quick.
It's -1, I think. I think Lions -1, isn't it?
Lions -1.
Ooh,
I do
like
see
that.
that.
I like that.
I know that.
What's the total?
1.5, 32.5.
Yeah, see, the totals for these preseason games are like in the low 30s.
That's the only one. The rest of them I'm looking at are. Oh no, that's regular season. Never mind.
Yeah, no, they're always like in the low to mid 30s.
I do know Trey Lance is starting this game. So
boy, is he really?
Yeah,
I don't think I knew that.
Yeah, he is.
These Hall of Fame, these games, you guys are just brutal.
It's still football. Come on.
I mean, I know, but like it's.
You'll tune in.
I'll probably have it on in the background.
Yeah, I'm watching for sure.
I'll probably have it on in the background. But I'm not excited.
Of course, I'm a bet on it.
I can't say I'm excited about it.
I'm a bet on it.
I was just explaining to someone that because we have Abdallah and I have the pre-show starting next Sunday. That essentially we have one more weekend left of the summer.
That's it, you guys.
This is of course, but this is like the last weekend before football and everything gets back into full swing.
It is true, especially for you guys. All of a sudden, your weekends become a lot more loaded with. I mean, anybody can do the pregame show. Of
course, that's what I've heard.
It's the easiest show to do.
It's the easiest show to do on the radio.
Yeah, because we've got all those press conferences and reaction.
I think pregame's harder than postgame. Like, as I hosted pre and post game for the Bulls for 5 years. Like, I know what it's like to host pre and post game shows, and I did Bears pregame. You know, when we weren't obviously the network home, but we had a Bears game day vibe. We always have as a sports radio station. And Sylvie first, and then when he moved on and started doing more shows, I took over on the weekends, and I hosted with Mongo and Keith Van Horn and Howard Griffith and Marv Levy. I mean, I did Bears pre for a long time. Pre-game is more challenging than post-game. Post-game's the fun. You're reacting. If they lose, it's like then the sky's falling and everybody's calling to complain. Like that, the pre-game is definitely harder than the post-game. I'm a veteran of pre and post games. Believe me, I've done my share in 25 years in this business.
I appreciate it.
It's much harder to do pregame.
Yeah, I mean, it's also like the way I think we look at it, and I know we're burning time before we get to our list, but the way I look at it is like the pregame is essentially a week-long recap of all the storylines that we cover Monday through Sunday for that game week, right? So like it's nothing. There's nothing really new when you get to Sunday. It's all recapping all of the stuff that you kind of covered the entire week.
But there are like recapping those storylines and digging into them and preparing from an X's and O's standpoint.
Preview of the other team and what's going on. Yeah,
like what might happen, predict what's going to happen, what might happen. What from a schematic standpoint, what could we see? There's a gambling angle going in. Like there's a lot of stuff that goes into pregame. And believe me, when I say hard, that is a loose, fluctuating relative term. We're not breaking concrete around here, okay? We have jobs we love. So that term's relative. Nothing of what we do is all that hard. It's mostly fun. But the bigger challenge to me is definitely doing a pregame show versus a postgame show. But Anyway, I digress.
We appreciate that.
All right, 36. Go ahead.
All right, we are 36 days away from the start of the NFL season. We spin the wheel. Spin, 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 skip, spin, 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 spin. Oh, this is weird. It landed on 36.
Whoa.
Oh, okay.
It landed on 36.
Wow, I feel
that's
like
weird.
that's the first time that's happened.
That's weird.
On the actual day.
On the day, 36 on 36. And that is, Yurko's going to be mad about this.
Boy.
Your favorite war movies.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
It would have been great if I would have just stopped at favorite wars.
I mean,
is that one of them?
War of
No,
1812. I hope not.
No, favorite wars is not one of them. I like my job, so favorite war.
You could have that conversation without being inappropriate.
Yeah, it's a little odd though. How could you have a favorite war?
We all
the Revolution.
We all took history class, right?
The Revolution's my favorite. We won.
Yeah,
of
course.
Civil War worked out pretty good for us too. I'm not gonna lie.
The ones that we win are great.
Yeah,
no doubt.
Yeah,
the ones we win are great. That's true.
We're such front runners when it comes to wars.
Front runners.
Have we lost? Are we undefeated in wars?
No, there was really no winner, and we haven't won a couple. There's a couple that I think are draws.
Well, when there's no winner, it's a draw. We're still undefeated.
We maybe are undefeated.
Yeah, I think Adam's right. I don't think we've lost.
A couple of ties.
Never lost.
A couple of ties in there.
Never lost.
My friend used to fly a banner on a 4th of July. He'd come to the 4th of July parties with a big flag that read "Back-to-back World War Champs."
That's great. I love that.
It's fantastic. All right. Favorite war movie.
Favorite war movies.
Woo!
I imagine we'll get a lot of reaction on this one, too.
I mean, and like how, you're saying war. I mean, like, any.
I got a weird one on mine. So
I might have a weird one on mine.
Yeah, like I'm not.
All
yeah,
right, okay.
It's your list. You do whatever you want to, man.
Okay.
War movies. Okay. All right.
Wow.
I'm almost done. Okay, I'll put that in there. I like this movie.
This is a tough one.
Let's see.
This is a tough one, you guys.
I've got 5, but I don't feel great about it, so I got to ponder for 1 second.
All right, I'm ready.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
You're ready?
I'm ready.
Damn,
yeah, I'm
dude.
ready. I just had to rank. What I do is I just write down 5 and then I rank them.
Yeah.
Okay. I feel like that's easier.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Than going through and trying to think of your favorite off the top. Okay, so here we go. Number 5, Starship Troopers. I love that movie. Okay. I think about it. If they wouldn't have beaten those big bugs,
that's definitely
we'd be screwed.
Yes, the big bugs.
The big.
Yes.
Number 4, Zero Dark 30.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a
great movie. Number 3, Tropic Thunder.
Zero Dark 30 is so good. Tropic Thunder, excellent.
Is that your weird one?
No, Starship Troopers was my weird one.
Okay. That's very weird.
Yeah. Number 2, Oppenheimer.
Okay,
great call.
And number 1, Inglourious Bastard.
Yeah, that's
okay, great. Okay, all right.
Because they don't have to be, like straight historical.
No,
right?
they don't have to have that. I think as long as they take place
too.
during a war. Like, what's that?
It's on mine, too.
What's the, not to name picks, what's the one where it's the Winston Churchill movie that just came out a couple years ago?
It was great.
Like, there's no battle in that movie.
No, but it's a war movie.
But it's a war movie.
And it was great.
Yeah, and it's a war movie.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm with you. All right, I'm ready to go here.
All right, go ahead.
Abdallah and I thought alike with this. Zero Dark 30's on the list. Love that film.
I should have put that on mine. That's
great.
A good one, man.
Great film. Number 4, Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah, it's on mine.
It's on the list. Number 3, Apocalypse Now.
Ooh, good call.
I will then go number 2, Full Metal Jacket.
Great one.
Yeah.
And my favorite war movie is Dunkirk.
Yeah, boy, that's a good
one.
I love Dunkirk.
That's a good one.
It's a great film.
All right, I'm just trying to put these in order. Hold on, you guys.
Once again, waiting for Carmen.
I know.
Well, I feel like this category, Yerk would have had a rip and read. He would have been ready to go immediately.
I feel like
Yurko, that's why I feel bad for Yurko and I'm missing this one. Although he's in Michigan, so I don't think it's raining there yet. I don't think it's raining there yet.
He's good. I'm so torn.
I'm looking at the Rotten Tomatoes. I've never heard of any of these top. Like, they've got the top 100 war movies on
I bet you
Rotten
All's
Tomatoes.
Quiet on the Western Front is on there, right?
That's the first one I've heard of. Or I guess it's on the top 10. The first 5 I've never heard of besides Casablanca. which I guess that's a war movie.
That's like I wasn't even thinking that. I guess that is a war movie.
Technically, like I've never heard of A Man Escaped.
I haven't either. I'm not going to put
1956.
There's one. I'm going to wait until Carm gives his list because I think there's one that I think there's an obvious miss.
I'm not going to put Casablanca because to me that just doesn't. I guess it is a war movie, but like. I love Casablanca, but I wouldn't put that in the war
I mean, it's up to you if you think it's a war movie.
I'm going to... Gosh darn it. I mean... All right, I don't love my list today, but I'm going to go anyway.
Okay, how about this? Shout out to Josh from Smashburger wants to know...
what does he want to know?
Is Forrest Gump a war movie?
Yeah, I mean,
yes.
yeah.
Forrest Gump is a war movie.
Yes,
now,
absolutely.
It's not one of my favorites, not one of my 5 favorites, so it won't be on my list. But yes, Forrest Gump is a war movie. I would say yes. I love that you put Tropic Thunder on yours, Adam.
It's a war movie.
I've got a few that Chris had, to be honest. I got a couple that Chris had here. So here we go. Number 5, I'm going way back, boys, and this is in the Wayback Machine for an old war. Gladiator's a war movie.
Yeah.
That's ancient Rome war with the Germanic tribes. That's a war movie. Gladiator's number 5 on my list. Number 4, Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah.
Number 3, especially like the first 60% of it. I think the movie wanes a little bit as it goes on, but the first 60% of this movie, and it was on Chris's list, is some of the most like chilling, gripping, and as far as I can tell from what I've heard, real depiction of what life is like in the service. Full Metal Jacket. My dad always said, my dad served in the Marine Corps, and he always said that was probably the best depiction of what those drill sergeants were like and what they did to break you down and build you back up when you went off to boot camp back in the 60s.
Wow, you didn't like the sniper stuff at the towards the end?
I feel like the movie wanes in the last, like I said, 40-ish% of it a little. I don't find it as compelling or as riveting as like the first half or slightly more, but it really is it's an incredibly well-made movie in a lot of ways. I mean, it's very, very powerful. Number 2 on my list, I'm going back in the old days again here, guys, when the Spartans were fighting the Persians. Let's go 300.
300.
In the Battle of Thermopylae. I love that movie. And number 1 on my list is a fictional take on World War II, but it is rip-roaring fun, and it's brilliantly acted, and it's my favorite director. It is Inglourious Basterds.
I'm so mad at one.
So there's my... So we missed an obvious one.
Well, no, for me, I missed... it's in the Twitch chat. I missed Independence Day, and I'm pissed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Your war against the aliens.
Yeah, not an obvious war, but I get you.
What do you mean? It's a war for mankind.
Yes, for our independent. Yeah, I get that. Not obvious. Carm, I'm surprised The Deer Hunter didn't make your list.
That's a good one. That movie is a little bit. You want to talk about a
dark?
Tough, oh my God! I mean,
not really a rewatchable.
It is not an easy movie to get through, folks, and it's all time good, but it is not a rewatchable.
A slog.
It's a slog. I mean, it really is, and it'll drag you down and suck the life out of you. There's a lot of realism in it, and it's dark and it's heavy subject matter. But if you've never seen The Deer Hunter,
so is War.
You're 100% right.
The other one that none of us had that I think is probably a miss. We'd all agree. Black Hawk Down.
Black Hawk Down is great.
It's a great movie.
True story. I was just reading recently for some reason, so maybe because it was around. Is it been 30 years? Maybe last year was it 30? I read something about those 2 Delta snipers that asked to get dropped into that situation. Man, like that's badass. You know, that's heroism. Like those guys knew what they were up against. They're like, put us in anyway. We're gonna go try to save that pilot. I mean, that stuff is crazy. I was just reading about those 2 guys, those 2 Delta snipers. That's a great one. None of us had it, and maybe because it's kind of like The Deer Hunter, Chris. Like it's heavy and it's a tough.
Yeah.
Like you can't rewatch it, but obviously Schindler's List is a brilliant movie, but it's just tough to watch. It's so brutal. It's so unbelievably brutal. I can't say it's one of my favorites. It's a hard movie to go back and sit down and rewatch.
Right.
So I know it's great. But, boy, we got a lot of calls on this one. Holy cow. I knew this would get a lot of calls. Who doesn't love a good war movie? All right, let's grab a few of these here. Let's start with Marky in Lincoln Park. Go ahead, Mark.
What's going on, Carm? Yeah, you're talking Deer Hunter. My parents took me to that when I was in 6th grade.
Are
as
you
well.
serious?
So, talk about a scarring movie on my memory.
Yeah. Holy cow.
Yeah, my parents were stunned at the end of that. Anyway, I have a list that I think would overlap with some of Yerk's. I can't speak to it for him, but these are all the old ones, guys. We got the Guns of Navarone with Gregory Peck. We got Battle of the Bulge with Robert Shaw from Jaws.
That's a good one.
We got the Sands of Iwo Jima, John Wayne. Midway, Battle of Midway, which is a star-studded cast. And, of course, the number one, which Saving Private Ryan was a remake of, The Longest Day with John Wayne and the Battle of D-Day.
I don't think I even.
So there you go.
That's a good list.
There's 5 good ones.
Those are the old school ones. You're right, Mark. I don't think I even realized that John Wayne had done a previous version of Storming the Beach in Normandy like that. I don't think I knew that. I haven't seen a lot of John Wayne movies over the years, so only a small handful. Yurko might have had that on his list. Josh is in Homer Glen. What's up, Josh?
Carm, how we doing?
Good, buddy. How are you?
Good. Got to go with the Patriot, and due to the large guardrails with this question, and seeing as how you guys are the first station in the area to play Christmas music, Bing Crosby, White Christmas.
Oh, that's good.
Okay,
Good call on that, Josh. That's all good. Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, there's maybe a fine line with how we determine a few of these, but that's pretty good. Dave is in Shorewood. Go ahead, Dave.
What's up, guys? I got a few, and I thought of one extra while I was on hold.
Go ahead.
I got Heartbreak Ridge, Clint Eastwood.
Yeah, Clint Eastwood, yeah.
Of course, Platoon.
That's a good one. That's dark, too. Yeah.
And then Rambo 2.
Rambo 2. That's awesome.
It's a good one.
That's great, Dave.
It's a good one.
That is great. Rambo 2. Is that the one where he has to go save Troutman? Is that Rambo 2, or was that the third one? I'm trying to remember now.
Yeah, I think so.
Because one of them doesn't he have to go to the jungle to save Troutman? Because I don't know. I'm trying to keep my Rambo. That's pretty good, though. I think he goes into like 2 wars subsequently after First Blood. And one of them is to go save Colonel Troutman. James is in New Lenox. Go ahead, James.
Hey, guys. One I'm surprised nobody mentioned. It's like low-key pretty good. Casualties of War with Michael J. Fox.
Yeah,
I always thought it was a really good movie.
Yeah, I saw that movie once when I was a kid, and I don't know. I guess I've never returned to it, so I can't even be too much on it. But I certainly remember.
Another one, out of the box one though, Army of Darkness with Bruce Campbell.
Never seen it.
What?
Army of Darkness.
It's like the original zombie movie.
Yeah. Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Never seen it.
It's the third Evil Dead movie.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the third Evil Dead movie.
But,
all right. Hey,
yeah,
it's
I mean,
a war.
if you haven't watched
Army's
Army
in the
of
title,
Darkness-
is it not?
Yeah, that totally counts, James. That totally counts. Like World War Z. I kind of enjoyed World War Z, believe it or not. That was a zombie movie. They're at war with the zombies. That counts. That's good, Josh. Let's go to, or James. That was James in New Lenox. Let's go to Josh in Munster. Go ahead, Josh.
Hey, while I was on hold, I was thinking of The Matrix.
How is The Matrix a war movie?
It's a war for your mind. What are you talking about?
You have to. They fight the. What are those things when they go out into the thing called?
Sure,
that's
when they
Sentinels, right, or something?
Yeah,
I
you
can't
find
remember.
Sentinels.
The Sentinels.
He has to fight an army of Agent
Sentinels?
Smiths.
Okay.
Yeah, how is that not a war movie?
All right. I mean, it's maybe it's an interesting interpretation of the definition, but okay, I'll give it to you, Josh. That's nothing wrong with that. It is about being at war with your mind. Mike is in Mokina. Go ahead, Mike.
Hey, Carm. There's one that I thought of on hold, but there's one that I had. American Sniper.
That's a good
really
one.
Good one.
Yeah, very good.
And then kind of a funnier one is Expendables.
Expendables, yes, not bad. I like American Sniper. Good call on that one, Mike. None of us had mentioned that, and they did. That's the Chris Kyle story. Clint Eastwood made a movie out of that.
I know none of
Did a
these
good
guys
job.
on hold are going to say it. No one has said Stripes.
Ooh, Yurko probably would have.
Yurko would have said
So
Stripes.
Yurko would have said that. The other one that I think Yurko would have said would have been Infinity War.
You think? Maybe?
The Avengers Infinity War? All he talks about
He
is
loves that
the gems on the glove.
He might have said that. You could be right.
Yeah, the Infinity Stones.
He
loves those
He loves
movies.
that. He just doesn't like anything after Endgame.
Yeah,
That's it.
right.
He really drew the line in the sand. He loves Stripes, and Stripes is an all-time classic. I just start quoting Stripes now. If Yurko was here, that's what we'd be doing. Travis and Aurora, go.
Yeah. Hey, guys, thanks.
little nostalgic where I would be with my dad's picks here and go with The Great Escape.
That's a good one.
And then,
yeah, Great Escape's great.
And then also Dirty Dozen, and then Outlaw Josie Wales.
There you go. And Yurko loves both of those, too, especially Outlaw Josie Wales. So a few old school ones. I totally forgot about Great Escape. Good call, Travis. Thank you on that one. Oh, another one just popped into my mind, too, and now it escaped it. I was like, oh, you know what we didn't mention?
Like The Great Escape.
I can't remember now. Damn it. All right, two more. Kevin in Tinley Park. Go ahead.
Hey, I love your show, man. I listen to you guys every day.
Thanks, brother.
I got two for you. First one is Terminator. I think that's fantastic.
That's a war movie, absolutely. Shame on me. Yeah, I had Terminator on one of my lists yesterday. Good call.
And then also Indiana Jones. I mean, he meets Hitler in the movie. It's awesome.
Dude, see, you're expanding my horizons on this, Kevin.
I feel like this is like
damn it.
Well, what list
Indiana
did we do?
Jones is a war movie.
Hold on. What
They're
list
in a
did
race with the Nazis.
What list did we do the other day where we were like, Disney movies, and we were like, okay, Star Wars doesn't count.
Yeah, right.
You know, like I feel like we have to draw the line.
I don't know, man.
Somewhere.
They're racing against the Nazis to get the Ark.
That's true.
I think it might be a war movie.
Okay.
Son of a.
All right.
I love that movie.
Okay.
All right, last one. Aaron, go ahead.
Yeah, I got you. Empire Strikes Back.
There it is.
That's it.
And possibly the greatest sequel ever made.
Greatest
to where you
sequel.
enjoyed it.
Great war movie
Yeah.
and the greatest sequel. Well, the second greatest sequel after Godfather 2, I think, Aaron.
I don't know. No, we go back and forth. An honorable mention, Glory.
All right, good call. Thanks, Aaron. Aaron just hit it. Aaron just roped one off the wall. He one-hopped the wall
I forgot about Glory.
in right center. That's a great one. Empire Strikes Back. That's great. Second greatest sequel of all time after Godfather 2. We got to take a break. It's Carmen and York. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, this is Chris Black. Your day is incomplete without the Black and Abdallah Show. We put a bow on the ESPN Chicago day. We're supported by Yingling, a legendary beer, now available in Chicago. So join us tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Imagine being 3 months pregnant and finding out you have cancer. I'm Robin, and that was my reality. But I trusted my team at Northwestern Medicine. My oncologist, orthopedic surgeon, and high-risk obstetrician, who collaborated to come up with the safest chemotherapy plan. So I didn't have to choose between my life and my baby's.
Anchored by Northwestern Memorial Hospital, nationally ranked for obstetrics and gynecology, cancer, and orthopedics by U.S. News and World Report, Robin's team worked together closely, focusing not only on making Robin better, but on bringing her baby into the world safely. After months of treatments, they performed a C-section, then cancer removal on the same day.
Now there are two things we celebrate on Sophia's birthday: her life and mine.
Because what makes us better makes you better. Northwestern Medicine. Learn more at nm.org/better.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement. It's like a megaphone for your wallet. Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
Workplace stress is now a leading cause of declining mental health, with 61% of the global workforce feeling it more than ever. Hey guys, it's Sylvie. You can't escape work, but you can take small steps to care for yourself. A walk, some sun, a favorite song. Therapy is one of those steps. Ongoing support to build resilience for whatever your day throws at you. Balance is tough. Getting help shouldn't be. Visit BetterHelp.com/timeout today for 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/timeout.
Hey Chicago, your local IKEA stores know that summer is short, so make the most of it. Visit your local IKEA Schaumburg or IKEA Bolingbrook stores between now and August 8th for your chance to win a fully catered suite night for your family and friends at an upcoming White Sox game. Just scan the QR code in the store. And Friday, August 8th, it's IKEA's annual summer barbecue from 4 to 7 p.m. Enjoy a delicious buffet of American backyard favorites with some Swedish flair. So stop by your local IKEA today to enter to win, and then join the barbecue fun on August 8th.
Dear Rocky Roads, the 2025 Toyota Tacoma doesn't flinch. Rugged twists? Been there. Rutted turns? Done that. With tons of top tech and rock-solid resilience, Tacoma is tougher than any terrain. And when the dust settles, Tacoma's legendary resale value means confidence for the road ahead. Find your Tacoma at Toyota.com or visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Atomatic.com.
Being a caregiver for a family member can be very rewarding. It can be very challenging, too. Besides taking a physical and emotional toll, it can also take a real financial toll, especially if you're paying for home safety upgrades, covering medical expenses, cutting back on hours at your job, or having to leave your job altogether. In some states and in certain situations, you may be eligible to get paid for the care you provide, but finding reliable information about caregiver compensation can be overwhelming and very time-consuming. The AARP Foundation Paid for Care Hub can help. It's a free online tool developed with support from United Healthcare, where you can search compensation programs, explore your options, and get answers to frequently asked questions. Find out today if it's possible to be compensated for the time, effort, and care you're providing. Visit paidforcare.aarpfoundation.org to learn more.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko. Listen to us now. Live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
We can go straight to the top of the hour here with no break, so we can do a quick immaculate Carm, and then we'll have the lunch rush. After 2, I want to play something that Albert Breer had said on Rich Eisen's podcast yesterday about the Bears and Caleb. And we'll cross-talk with Waddle and Sylvie in about an hour. Probably regular programming today based on the weather. I know if you were checking in for White Sox and Phillies, you're going to have to wait a while or maybe wait till tomorrow. As Mellor pointed out, both teams have a day off tomorrow. I don't think the Phillies want to stick around, but they don't want to come back in September. I can promise you that. So if it means both teams stick around and play tomorrow, they might do that. So we'll see how this goes, but it is not going to be a dry day in the Chicagoland area. So weather's going to wreak havoc, it looks like, on the south side. They are underway up in Milwaukee. We'll kind of keep an eye on that. When that game goes final later in the afternoon, Waddle and Sylvia will obviously talk a great deal about that as the Cubs try to get out of Milwaukee without getting swept. They haven't been swept in a 3-game series all year. Let's do a quick immaculate Carm. We always play that on Wednesday. I know it's silly, but it's still your chance to win. And today's gift card, it's always brought to you by our great friends at the Village of Elmwood Park. Today's gift card is for Jim and Pete's. Great place on North Avenue. Legendary Italian-American cuisine. Been there for, 50, 60 years. Just a little bit west of Harlem on North Avenue. The Taste is coming up. I will be there next Saturday on the 9th for the meatball eating contest in Elmwood Park at the Taste. It's going to be great. So normally what happens here is I always have to tell Adam, who the person is for the day. I'm giving you guys clues. You got to figure out who it is, just like the Immaculate Grid. Adam needs to know. He's got to screen the calls. I said, I'm not telling you. And he's like, what do you mean? I said, I'm not telling you because you're going to get it. It's always something timely. Just remember that. It's always timely. See if Adam gets it on the first clue. 312-332-3776. First correct caller will win the gift card to Jim and Pete's, and you will dine in style. Love Jim and Pete's. Here we go. Clue number 1. Disney star. Clue number 1. Disney star.
Do you know it, Adam? Off of that? I don't know it either.
You'll get it, Adam.
Disney Star. Okay, Disney Star.
Just remember, it's always timely, boys.
Yeah.
It's always timely.
Well, that's why my guess would have been before you gave a clue. Would have been Adam Sandler, but
we did that last week, though, right? I did Sandler. Last week for Happy Gilmore too.
All right,
you're thinking in the right way.
Yeah,
though.
right.
All
Disney Star.
Adam, here. If you don't get it on this one, I'm gonna have to text you, Adam. Here we go. Grammy winner.
Disney Star and a Grammy winner.
Oh, I know it. I know it. I got it.
Chris,
I got it. Locked
Adam.
and loaded.
Tell Adam.
I got it.
Let me see it. Say it in my ear, Chris. Say it down the IFB so I can hear it. Yep. Chris got it.
Boom.
Bang down the well.
Twitch is close.
They
just have the wrong Disney Star, but they're along the right line.
You guys are thinking on Twitch. Chris Black got it. Down the well it goes from way downtown. Here's your third clue. So your first clue is Disney Star. Your second clue is Grammy winner. Your third clue is eyes wide open. Eyes wide. Not eyes wide shut. Eyes wide open. Yes. Think about what's happening this weekend in town. Who is a former Disney star that's won a Grammy? And your fourth and final clue, man's best friend. Man's best friend. No, that's not your puppy. Man's best friend. I do think we got a winner. I think Adam screamed the winner right now. Yeah, now the phones are ringing. Bleck was the first, though, I think. He's all over it. Bleck got it.
Yeah, it was the think about what's going on this weekend. That's what triggered the thought.
It for Chris. Oh, come on. Is Mark one?
He was the first caller.
You got it?
Yeah, it's that Sabrina Carpenter.
It is.
You know, am I on?
Yeah, you're on.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Well, we had your daughter up in the flight deck. You know, I was like, he's going to do that stupid thing.
Well, she's playing Lala this weekend. Yes, Mark, you got to take the boys to Jim and Pete's. Enjoy dinner. All right.
Don't let her listen to that music.
Oh
all right,
my God, I got to shield her from it as best I can. It is Sabrina Carpenter. Mark wins a $50 gift card to Jim and Pete's. Thanks to the great folks at the Village of Elmwood Park. I'm glad my daughter's still only 11. Like there's no Lollapalooza in her immediate future. This weekend, her two favorite artists are playing: Sabrina Carpenter and Olivia Rodrigo. I mean, certainly two of.
Don't let her know that you can watch a stream online.
I will not. I mean, these girls love Olivia Rodrigo.
Wait, what's the problem with watching the stream?
Yeah, I mean, the stream's
imagine
not so bad.
Okay, let her watch the stream.
Them there.
Let her watch the stream of Sabrina Carpenter.
You're acting like she hasn't watched the music
She's watched
videos.
it. Yeah,
All
Chris
right.
is right. They watch it.
The kids find a way.
My daughter loves Olivia Rodrigo. She loves Sabrina Carpenter. She loves a much less famous artist named Bailey Spin. She's a huge fan of hers too. And but boy, I got to be honest too. She puts Olivia Rodrigo on. It's not bad. It's not too bad.
Thursday night is Luke Combs.
Luke Combs is tomorrow. I think that's right, Chris. I think Olivia Rodrigo's Friday.
Luke Combs played the Metro last night.
Oh, Luke Combs played Metro? Mm-hmm. And then I think
Sabrina's Saturday,
right? Saturday or Sunday? She might be Sunday.
I know Korn is Sunday, right?
Yeah.
Are you guys going?
No.
I am not going.
No? Avoid it like the plague at this point?
No, I would have. I would have
liked
gone
to go.
I would have Friday because I wanted to see T-Pain and Korn.
Okay. Oh, that's Friday. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you going to Riot Fest, Adam?
Absolutely.
Yes, you love that. That's the one you really look forward to.
I love Riot Fest this year is absolutely stacked.
Is it really?
It's going to be great. Yeah.
Some good. All right. So Lala this weekend. Please tell your children to be safe and be vigilant, please.
I would say hydrate, but I mean hydrated in general, but the highs are like in the mid-70s.
Definitely still hydrate, though.
Yeah.
I'd say this. Uncle Chris would give this advice to your kids, Carm. When I was there last year for Blink-182, I was pleasantly surprised that all of the young people take care of each other.
Well, that's good.
It's
Thank
not
God.
like when we were younger and it was a complete blank show.
Yeah.
They seem to know what they're doing.
That's actually great to hear.
And they don't seem as drunk and on drugs like our generation was.
That is a relief. please.
Oh, that was just my observation walking around and seeing all the, like, it's weird. Like, they all look, and they've got, Abdal probably has seen this because he's been to a lot of festivals. Have you seen when, like, there's someone who's struggling with the heat or something? They have, like, a code to get the medicals to them.
Yeah.
And they all do it in unison. It's not something, as an old person, I've never seen before, but all of the young people know this, like, chant and hand motion to get the medical people. Have you seen this,
I
Abdal?
have seen it, yeah.
I was rather impressed and surprised by, like, how
Good
they
for
handle it.
them.
Yeah.
Our generation would just make fun of the person.
Yeah,
You know? I mean, like,
exactly.
and
Kick them
call
in the
him a loser-
dirt.
and call him a loser. Yeah, I mean, like,
it was
what?
You know, they all have the water on the backpacks with the water,
The camelbacks.
Yeah, they all that. Like, I don't know. I was
You
impressed.
used to fill that thing with vodka.
Exactly. I don't know. It's like a different thing.
Thank God.
I don't get it, but
it's different than when we
I'll say
grew
this.
up.
I think your kids will be okay.
The kids are all right. How about that?
The kids are all right.
The kids are all right.
Yeah.
I was impressed.
That's good.
for them.
All right, I'm actually glad to hear
They're
that.
not like us, a bunch of dumb drunks.
Bunch of idiots.
Bunch of
Exactly.
binge
Like drunk
drinkers.
idiots, just like, you know,
Hey,
taunting
look, Carm.
everybody.
Carm's passed out.
Hey,
Kick some
look at
dirt
him, what
on
a
him.
loser.
Someone draw something on his face.
It's like the Patrice O'Neal bit about when he played football versus now. Like when somebody got hurt on it. I don't even want to say it, but I mean, like, if you've never seen the Patrice O'Neal bit about football back in the day versus football now, it is brilliant. I mean, Patrice O'Neal was so wickedly funny, and he passed way too soon. I mean, I loved him. He was a great comedian. But just Google Patrice O'Neal football, and you will laugh your ass off. It's probably a little too insensitive for me to say on the air, so I'll let you just go to YouTube and Patrice deliver it because it's amazing. But it's kind of based off what Chris was just saying, the old days versus the new days. All right, let's do a quick lunch rush here while we've got some time. We'll talk some football after 2. Crosstalk with Waddle and Sylvia at 2:35. Where are we starting, Adam?
We're going to start in the NFL. Trey Hendrickson has ended his holdout. He is now holding in.
So he's in. So he's back with the team. No contract, but it's a hold in.
He spoke to reporters, and he said he ended his holdout today. He said that things are exactly the same. He's there to get better with his guys. He wants to help the team. It's not fair to them that, you know, he's out and they have to suffer because they can't get a deal done, all that good stuff. You know what I mean?
And I saw over the weekend, Shamar Stewart did sign too, right?
He did,
so they got
yes.
everybody.
Yeah.
They got everybody in. Okay.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, they still got to get him signed, I would think. But all right. Okay. So is that the only? I mean, like Micah's still doing the hold in, right? McLaurin, I think, started as a holdout, but didn't he show up too?
Yeah,
and now it's a hold in.
He's a hold in.
So they're all kind of
They basically just don't want to
in.
get fined.
Right. They don't want to get fined. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So they're basically all hold-ins at this point. All right.
Yes.
I would think that this is just the way the Bengals do business, and they're half-assed, and they'll eventually sign him. So you're not going to get traded anywhere, and it sounds like the asking price was too crazy anyway. So I think we're well beyond that point, and at some point they'll give him some amount of new money and some amount of guaranteed money beyond just next year that will satiate him. All right, what else?
Bears practice today. Really not a lot to be talked about. Nothing really was missed or goings-on happened, I guess. Caleb spoke. Yeah, shells today. Caleb spoke. We'll hear from Caleb in about 15 minutes here. And basically, the defense had a decent day. The offense had an okay day. They did some 11-on-11, 7-on-7, some red zone stuff, a lot of red zone stuff.
Right.
Caleb ran in a touchdown. Really nothing.
No injury news to speak of?
There, Jonah Jackson missed
Jonah
practice
Jackson.
with a leg injury.
That's
nothing
right.
concerning. And then, that's kind of it. Nothing
Okay.
really big at practice today.
Okay.
As we're about 10 days away from the first game, which Ben Johnson did say yesterday he is leaning towards and would like to have the left tackle solidified by then. Brad Biggs in his mailbag today said that there really is no leader right now. Like it's kind of up for grabs. Yeah.
Yeah, as far as I could tell, and I haven't been to a practice yet, but just from reading and listening and talking to a few people, it sounds like I agree with how Biggsy put it, that they're all getting kind of an equal share right now, and they're still trying to figure it out. It sounds like Johnson wants to know going into that joint practice next Friday that we're going to be at. We'll broadcast live that day. That's the day before the exhibition game against the Dolphins. All right, what else, Adam?
Yes. Okay. So we go to ESPN.com, where ESPN's Bill Barnwell wrote a gigantic essay.
Yeah, this is a weird piece.
He wrote a
I gotta
term
be
paper.
honest.
Which players are worth a first-round pick for each team? For the Bears, worth 2 first-round picks and more is Caleb Williams.
Is he?
Worth 1 first-round. Well, he's a starting quarterback. He was a first-round pick. I mean, he was the number 1 selection.
You think if the Bears said right now they would trade Caleb Williams, somebody
Yes.
would trade 2 first-round picks for him?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I still think that there are enough people that believe that Shane Waldron and Eberflus were hacks
Screwed him up.
and that this is going to be different.
Okay. Man, 2 first-round picks is a lot of
I
capital,
mean,
boys.
listen, I know that Fields didn't warrant you didn't get a first-round pick for Fields.
What'd you get for Fields? A 4th rounder?
My point is that two different franchises believed he could be a starter.
Okay.
So
2
someone
first-round pick seems, maybe I'm nuts. Okay.
1 first-round pick would be Rome Odunze, Colston Loveland, and Jalen Johnson.
Agree with all 3 of those.
And then
no doubt about those.
Not getting a first-round pick, even though you might think so, Kyler Gordon and Jaquan Brisker.
Okay.
And you're not getting a first-round pick for Montez Sweat and Tremaine Edmonds because they are on very high-priced contracts.
I'd agree with that, too.
He did write, back to the Caleb thing, he did point out that if Caleb could rein in the hero ball that we saw at times, that he could be placed in the untouchable category. So, I mean, that would be even better than the first-round picks.
Yeah. Yeah. I hope he reins in the hero ball thing. I hope Caleb turns out to be as great as we all anticipated and expected. I still have hope. I have high hopes for Caleb. I'll buy Caleb Williams stock. Don't get me wrong, but there's some concerning things in the way people keep talking about it. Like this Brewer thing I want to play for you guys after 2. I don't know. I don't get why the general consensus now is that there's such a long way to go. How can that be? Like, he was the number 1 pick. He was like this consensus. Oh, this guy's going to... And I know that doesn't really mean anything in the grand scheme of things. We've seen number 1 picks bust out over and over and over and over again. But how did we go from, like... And I hate this stupid term generational. I really do. But, like... How do we go from all these talent evaluators and all these experts talking about this generational talent at Oklahoma and USC, and he's going to be the first overall pick to, well, he really has a long way to go. Like, what? So I'll buy the stock. I will. But I can't say that I'm, like, totally convinced. Just based off the way people are talking now, I hate the sack rate number from last year. It's just high, and historically, it doesn't bode well, guys, for players that take that number of sacks in their first year. If you look at the history of it, it's just not an impressive list. I hope he can shake all of that stuff. What else, Adam?
So speaking of buying into the Bears, CBS Sports every day has been writing a how to bet certain teams. Today, they got to the Bears. How to bet the Bears in 2025. And
the answer's don't.
Their gambling expert, not named Carmen DeFalco, said that his best bets for the Bears are over 8.5 wins at plus 135, make the playoffs at plus 190, Caleb Williams over 3,600 passing yards.
I do like the over prop. I'm with him on that.
And his long shot lottery ticket, Caleb Williams to lead the league in passing yards at 25-1.
Now, I don't mind him giving that out as like a long shot play. Like, obviously, he's saying, here's maybe some value, and you flip that, you sell it, you cash it out. Caleb Williams is not leading the league in passing.
He gave not for that, but for making the playoffs, he said that they have the best value that could actually do it. So, like, to go from 4th in your division to making the playoffs as a wild card team at plus 190 is the best value you're going to get from a team that's giving you plus money.
Yeah, that's fine. Again, those are I don't mind him going out on a limb a little bit, maybe with a couple of those. The one I would not bet the over. The one I do like is Caleb's over passing prop. That I do like. Assuming he can be on the field. I mean, there's always that caveat when you're going to make these season-long plays on a player. If he gets hurt, it all goes to hell. But Caleb started all 17 games last year. You're only asking for about 210 yards a game, guys. Jared Goff, in the 3 years that Ben Johnson called plays up there, and I know there's, you've got the indoor element to it. I get all that, but Jared Goff averaged almost 4,600 passing yards per season, you guys.
That's exactly the stat he pointed to.
Okay, 4,600. I talked about that with Mike last week on Odds Couple. That's 1,000 yards more than his passing prop. You can find Caleb's passing prop on some sites at 3,550. I mean, if you can't get over that, assuming you're going to play 16 or 17 games, you're asking for about 210 to 225 yards a game. What are we doing if you can't get to that number, for crying out loud? Caleb almost got there last year, and it was an unmitigated disaster. So I do like Caleb's over passing prop this year. That is one I'm on board with him with. What else?
I'll take the flyer on to lead the league in passing. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, listen, again, I don't mind that as he's telling you, here are long shot odds.
Here's a lottery ticket.
Here's a lottery ticket.
He basically gives a lottery.
to 1.
He gives a lottery ticket for each team.
I'm fine with that.
That was the team that was the one he chose for the Bears. Is Caleb to lead the league in passing.
Totally fine with that. Now, my guess is Caleb's not in the top 5 in passing or the top 4 in passing when it's all said and done. But I'm totally cool with him giving that as like a long shot lottery ticket. Like, yeah, here's really long odds. Take a flyer on it.
Well, we had that list from FanDuel yesterday that had him in the as a 6th best quarterback in the NFL.
At the end of the year.
At the end of the year.
And he's going to have a lot of passing yards if that's the case.
Yeah, he has to. I would imagine that would also mean that the Bears would make the playoffs and possibly win the division at that point.
Man, Bears win the division.
I agree with that. If he's not at the end of the season, if he's that would make sense.
Or be right there to win it with Green Bay. I mean, or the Lions. It's going to be a tough division, man. I think Green Bay and Detroit, it's going to be tough. All right, what else?
That's it.
Do you want to take a break, or can we go for a few more minutes? What do you guys want to do?
Yeah, let's break.
All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back here. We got a chunk of Caleb we can play today because he did meet the media today after practice. I want to play Albert Breer on Rich Eisen's podcast this week talking about the Bears and Caleb. So if you want to talk Bears with us, you can join the conversation at 312-332-3776. We'll crosstalk with Waddle and Sylvia at 2:35. It's Carmen and Yerk. We'll be right back.
Carmen and Yurko. They'll be right back. ESPN Chicago.
Training camp marks the unofficial start of the 2025 season. As such, one must glue themselves to their listening device with it tuned to ESPN Chicago. Go ahead.
Okay.
Otherwise, you could miss the insights, interviews, and stellar coverage provided by the home of the Bears.
Darn.
Good. Bears training camp is now open. Catch a glimpse with Peggy and Dion, live from Hallis Hall, Saturday 11 to 1. Training camp coverage on ESPN Chicago, brought to you by Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana and by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
I think one of the things that patients don't realize is that when they get a joint replacement, that's not a lifetime treatment option. And they're probably, if they are a younger patient, signing up for multiple surgeries down the road.
As a physician and medical director for QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli's seen a pattern of trending joint pain. Prolonged medication, steroids, then surgery, possibly another surgery.
So a lot of our patients are trying to avoid or put off surgery, and this is the treatment that can help them do that.
QC Kinetics extracts your body's healing substances, concentrates them back into your aching joints to help heal and restore those areas, providing lasting relief.
Oh, I love being able to tell my patients, before we do this surgery, let's try another option. Let's see if this is right for you, because now they might not have to have surgery at all.
Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
Nathan has taught me to embrace the moment. Age-wise, I'm in my late 60s. I'm old enough to be his grandfather. Will he be embarrassed to acknowledge me as his dad? I think the most important thing we can do is let them know that they're safe, that they're valued and cared for and loved, and that they're important.
I knew I wanted to be adopted by him because of how he taught me to be the person who I am today. And it's coming from a dad that didn't expect to become a dad, and I feel very proud to be his son.
That was what he needed, and he was what I needed. Every day is full of new opportunities. That's what it's been about, realizing the simple things that it takes to make such a huge difference in these kids' lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care at adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
You know what's wild? Yingling's been brewing beer since 1829. That's 196 years.
They've been around longer than almost everything. You don't last that long without knowing what you're doing.
Exactly. It all comes down to one thing. They brew great beer, plain and simple.
Traditional lager, flight, light lager, you name it, they all bring serious flavor and that legendary Yuengling quality.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
E.G. Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Take it from me, when you want the job done right, you call the pros. And that's why Chicago trusts Window Works. For over 30 years, they've delivered custom windows and doors that fit your home, your style, and your budget. No cookie cutter stuff, just certified pros who get it done. And it's not just about beauty. These windows can help cut down your energy bills, too. Right now, buy one window, get one free. Dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to book your free consultation today.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement. It's like a megaphone for your wallet. Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
Dear Rocky Roads, the 2025 Toyota Tacoma doesn't flinch. Rugged twists? Been there. Rutted turns? Done that. With tons of top tech and rock-solid resilience, Tacoma is tougher than any terrain. And when the dust settles, Tacoma's legendary resale value means confidence for the road ahead. Find your Tacoma at Toyota.com or visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
The White Sox and Phillies are in a delay and are going to be in one for the foreseeable future. It's going to pretty much be a washout here today in the Chicagoland area, at least through the afternoon. So we're on the air as normal. Waddle and Sylvia will be in here in about 35 or so. They will cross-talk with us. Bleck and Abdallah alongside. Yurko's off today. He's playing golf in Michigan with one of our great partners, with Mitch Lyons Wealth. It's Carmen and Yurk. I hope everyone is having a great day. We're still having fun. The list was awesome today. Our favorite war movies. And as we went through our list and some of the callers, we realized there's a loose interpretation as exactly what is and is not a war movie. We talked Cubs and Sox a little bit earlier. Cubs are getting after Freddie Peralta, which is always a win in Milwaukee. That's historically been a tough thing to do. He has been extremely dominant at home over the course of his career. I mean, he's pretty good anywhere, but he's pitched to about a 1.55 ERA at home this season. He was 7-0 going in, but the Cubs responding in kind. They haven't been swept in a 3-game series all year, and it'd be big for them to at least get one and leave Milwaukee down just one game in the division and not 3. Sloppy game last night for the Cubs, to say the least, but they're bouncing back. When that game is over, Waddle and Sylvia will have plenty of your post-game a little bit later on. The White Sox did make a trade with the Yankees. Not the outfielder maybe you thought was going to go, because Luis Robert is the one. If you heard, hey, the Sox traded an outfielder, you'd think it was going to be Luis Robert. But the Yankees did acquire Austin Slater from the White Sox. Of course, Judge is on the injured list right now. Judge's elbow is problematic. I mean, it's not anything that's going to end his season, which was relief. I was there over the weekend, and that was a lot of the big news. Boy, they're on the ledge with their Yankees, obviously, in New York. And that was a lot of the big news over the weekend about Judge's health. But Austin Slater, acquired early this morning from the White Sox. I know at one time the Yankees were kicking the tires a little bit on Luis Robert. That was about a month ago, 6 weeks ago. I think some of that is quieted. The Mets seem to be the New York team more interested right now in Luis Robert. Still have to wait and see if he actually gets moved by the deadline tomorrow. But we'll be all over that, obviously, for the next 24, 48 hours, what the Cubs are going to do, what they accomplish. If the White Sox sell off a few more things, I mean, really the last big piece that would go would obviously be Luis Robert at this point. Anything else is just pretty much a very minor move. Jesse will join us on Friday at the end of the week to recap all the events of the day tomorrow. And he'll be on the station. And he'll have obviously a big presence tomorrow, especially if there's breaking news and if the Cubs make a trade or two, which everybody expects them to do. I want to play this for you guys real quick. And we've got like a raw chunk of Caleb, about 10-minute chunk. He did meet the media today. So we can play that for you just to hear what Caleb had to say about how he's feeling, about the progression of the offense through the first, it's about a week here, right, guys? First week or so of training camp. So we'll play that in a little bit. This is Albert Breer, and Breer's a regular voice and a contributor here on the radio station, on with Kap and Hoodie once a week. He was at Bears camp last week. But here was Breer on Rich Eisen's podcast talking about Caleb and the Bears offense. I want you to take a listen to this and then react to it.
I think Caleb's got a ways to go. It did not look good the day I was there. And, when I talk to people there about why it looked that way is they're trying to make Caleb drink through a fire hose. Developmentally, he had a long way to go coming out of USC. Then he had the really sideways rookie year. And you can see when you watch the difference in the speed of the operation when Case Keenum is in there, when Tyson Bagent is in there versus where it is with Caleb Williams. And so they're just trying to overload him with information. They're overloading him with defensive looks. They're overloading him with everything to try to speed up his process, to try speed up his learning. And the plan is from here then to start to narrow that down, right? So you're starting with this huge kind of menu of things that you're trying to do with him and seeing what he can handle and trying to speed him up. And then as they get closer to the season, they'll narrow it back down. So, again, it just didn't look great the day I was there. I think there's a method to what Ben Johnson is doing. I would trust him with a quarterback. But you could see developmentally where it was almost like, I don't know if this is the right analogy, but you've got this, you got it's like you've got like this thoroughbred horse and you're breaking the horse.
One thing really stood out to me there, you guys. Developmentally, he had a long way to go coming out of USC. Is that supposed to be the case when guys have the generational tag placed upon them? And I guess maybe shame on me or anybody else. I hate that term. I really do. I don't know what it means. I mean, of course I know what it means, but in the context of sports and prospects and especially with football, generational. Are generational talents supposed to have, quote unquote, developmentally a long way to go coming out of USC?
Okay, so let's try and.
Do you understand what I'm asking, Chris? I
totally understand what you're asking. And as someone who follows and watches USC football very closely, I think I understand completely what Albert Breer is pointing to.
And Breer's saying this is what he's heard from people in the league.
How long did it take Baker Mayfield to click?
It took him a while.
Kyler Murray clicked.
So this is a Lincoln Riley thing?
Yes, 100%. Lincoln Riley, essentially his play sheet is a very small play sheet that the calls, essentially the offense, the way that they operate is a lot of the positions and the coverage and what they call, you all stay in the same spot.
Right.
And the quarterback is kind of running through 10 different options, variations off of the same set. And so they're not running a full offensive system.
You're certainly not running a pro style.
No,
offense.
You're not at all. I think that's what Albert Breer is pointing to is that because Caleb was in Lincoln Riley's offensive system, he was not properly prepared to be an NFL quarterback who's in the huddle, getting the full play call, having to regurgitate the full play call, and to make those calls at the line and kind of change protections and do all this stuff. They don't really do that in Lincoln's system, and that's kind of why they've struggled the last 2 years offensively. He's for the offensive guru that he claims to be, and the price tag that comes along with it. People have been pretty down on Lincoln Riley around that program and the way that they've produced offensively. So I just would tell me the quarterback from his system that immediately was successful.
Well, you bring up great points. Baker took a while. Kyler's still kind of a work in progress, but I think getting a little bit better out there now.
But it wasn't his rookie year as
No, you're right. I mean,
and now we're seeing like I think
even
Baker
Jalen
Mayfield,
Hurts, right? I mean, was Jalen with?
He was there
Lincoln
for one season
at Oklahoma.
Yeah,
right?
he was there for one season with Lincoln.
Yeah.
But I think Baker's a great example. Baker Mayfield, it's taken time, and now he gets it, and he's
good.
thriving in Tampa. I don't know. I don't know if it's necessarily on the prospect or maybe it's just the way that Lincoln Riley coaches offensive football. I don't know.
Then that's a good response to it. Maybe that's how we're connecting the dots to like why or it's a reasonable explanation as to why people in circles now are telling people like Albert Breer and others that there's still developmentally a long way to go. And unfortunately, the Bears in a sense like just punted on a full year because they were typical Bears last offseason, and they were an abject failure and a disaster. They should have moved on from Matt Eberflus when they knew they got the first pick and they were going to draft Caleb, and they seemed pretty dead set on that. There wasn't much kicking the tires on anybody else, let's face it. And so when you're dead set on going with Caleb and you're embarking upon now a mission to truly support him and make him the best quarterback he can be, you should have never kept the old coach, the defensive coach, in that building. So they flubbed that. Then they flubbed the hiring of the offensive coordinator. And that's all they do. It's all they've historically done is flub things. I hope that's finally in the past and in the rear view. I think it might be with this coaching staff. They could have finally gotten this one right. But then that's a reasonable explanation as to why there still might be some challenges and why there still might be, I don't know, some bumpy times ahead here. But there's still some concerning things about Caleb's game for all his talent. There are some concerning things. I think he's motivated enough. I mean, I don't think any of us ever really know this, but I guess as far as I can tell, he's properly motivated, and he does want to be great. I mean, he's always talked about that. I don't think he just says it. I think he does work hard, and he wants to be good, and he's going to be pushed here by this coach, by this coaching staff, by the people around him now, and I hope they can get the most out of him. Getting rid of the hero ball stuff is like the number one priority, and teaching how to look at the defense and see or anticipate what it's going to be, and how to read leverage, and how to understand where the ball's supposed to go in the progression of the offense is going to be of the utmost importance. If he can't conquer those things, he's never going to be as great as everybody thought, hoped, expected. He's got to be able to do those things. And every great quarterback, every truly great quarterback in this league can operate on time and can be efficient from the pocket. And if we don't see him get better at those things, it's never going to reach the heights that we all hoped and expected. I'm willing to still say you got to give it a little time because they basically washed his first year, which is terrible. Now, you can't do anything about that. Like, the past is the past. You just have to focus on now and try to get it right. I'm willing to still give him time, even if it's uneven this year. I think we'll know it if we see it. I think we'll know the growth if we start to see it.
But even if we don't see it this year, he's still not going to, they're not going to draft a first-round quarterback next season.
Of course not.
They're going to give him until the fifth year.
At least to the fourth, you would think. You're pretty much committed here, certainly for the next 2 seasons. I think you're pretty much committed to trying to make this work, considering the investment you have in him. One of the biggest things, and we're going to see it, guys, I'm telling you, especially let's get a handful of games in. It would be crazy to overreact too quickly through 2, 3, maybe even 4 games. But once we get a decent data set, let's start looking at those sack numbers, and let's see what they look like, and let's see if the sack percentage comes down. That's going to be one of the big telltale signs. Is he taking less sacks? Is he getting rid of the ball in a more timely fashion? Is he playing on time within the structure of Ben's offense? But you cannot have a sack percentage north of 10%. His was almost 11%, and play offense in this league. It's not going to happen. Good offense, efficient, high potent, winning offense. It is simply not going to happen. And that number has to come down. And I think that'll be a really good telltale sign as we get into the season to see what some of those numbers look like. Some of that should be an improved offensive line. Some of that's got to be on Caleb. I think a lot of that actually is on the quarterback and is on Caleb to better understand the importance of getting rid of the ball on time. All right, we'll play a little chunk of Caleb here from Meeting the Media earlier today. If you want to join us, you can at 312-332-3776. Crosstalk with at 2:35 with Waddle and Sylvie. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation. Come with us and meet the full ESPN Chicago team to Las Vegas for a packed football weekend. True Fan Travel and ESPN Chicago have teamed up for this once-in-a-lifetime trip. Round-trip airfare, a 3-night stay at Mandalay Bay, entry to special ESPN Chicago live broadcasts, an all-inclusive tailgate, and tickets to the Bears-Raiders game. Go to TrueFanTravel.com. Limited travel packages remain, so log on now. TrueFanTravel.com for the ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation, September 26th through 29th. The ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation.
Getting together with friends and family is one of life's greatest joys. But with the rise in misleading rumors that have sparked some confusion and worry about vaccines, our treasured community immunity could be at risk. Vaccines are one of the greatest innovations in modern medicine. Vaccines prompt children's immune systems to recognize and resist a disease. By making sure your child's immune system is ready to activate, vaccines help your child stay active, healthy, and safe. And high rates of immunization stop preventable diseases from spreading through our families, schools, and communities. It's true. Together, we are all healthier when everyone is vaccinated. So let's get together and let's thrive together. Talk with your pediatrician today about keeping up or catching up on routine childhood immunization. This message is brought to you by the American Academy of Pediatrics.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
Workplace stress is now a leading cause of declining mental health, with 61% of the global workforce feeling it more than ever. Hey guys, it's Sylvie. You can't escape work, but you can take small steps to care for yourself. A walk, some sun, a favorite song. Therapy is one of those steps. Ongoing support to build resilience for whatever your day throws at you. Balance is tough. Getting help shouldn't be. Visit BetterHelp.com/timeout today for 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/timeout.
Hey Chicago, your local IKEA stores know that summer is short, so make the most of it. Visit your local IKEA Schaumburg or IKEA Bolingbrook stores between now and August 8th for your chance to win a fully catered suite night for your family and friends at an upcoming White Sox game. Just scan the QR code in the store. And Friday, August 8th, it's IKEA's annual summer barbecue from 4 to 7 p.m. Enjoy a delicious buffet of American backyard favorites with some Swedish flair. So stop by your local IKEA today to enter to win, and then join the barbecue fun on August 8th.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. hawkauto.com. Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Yurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
I hope everyone's having a great day. Stay dry today. A lot of rain in the area. It is delayed for now. White Sox and Phillies. Crosstalk with Waddle and Sylvie coming up. They'll get you home today. We'll see if they get this game in or if they have to play it tomorrow or later in the year. Going to play some Caleb here in just a second. He met the media after practice today. Andrew and Bartlett wants to talk about Caleb's progress and development this year, though. Go ahead, Andrew.
Hey, how's it going, fellas? Thank you so much for taking your call.
You got it.
Taking my call. I very much appreciate it. I hope you guys are having a great day. So, I know you guys talk about it once in a while, and it's been addressed over time, but, like, here and there. But, like, it's a main concern to me, and I'm a huge Bears fan, obviously. You know, I believe in Caleb. I know he's got the physical talent, and, you know, he's a great thrower of the football and stuff, like, when he wants to get rid of the ball early. But, like, I'm concerned about under center, like, it doesn't really be talked about enough, like how he doesn't really know how to take the snaps under center. I mean, this is going to be a big work in progress, you guys. I'm really concerned about this because he's never done this in college. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I would love to be wrong on this because I'm a Bears fan. I love the Bears. I just want us to succeed. I'm concerned. You know, I don't think he's ever ran this, and this has been reported and stuff. And
well, I would think that they've gone to or about the business of going to work on that most of this offseason, Andrew. I mean, geez, if you can't get that, I guess what do I know about it? But it would seem to me you could teach that in an offseason. You're talking about elite level athletes here. Caleb is far from the only quarterback to come into the NFL that didn't take a lot of snaps under center in college. Most of these kids these days, if you're as good and athletic and as sort of prodigious, if you want to use that word, as someone like Caleb in high school and college, are not going to take a lot of snaps under center. It's just not the way the game is played at those levels. So I don't think this is like just an exclusive to Caleb thing and that you would be able to train and fix that in an offseason. I certainly hope so. But we'll see how it goes, I guess. But there will certainly be more under center stuff than we saw last year. He still was under center last year, probably more than he ever was in college, and that's only going to increase in Ben Johnson's offense. Here was Caleb meeting the media earlier today after practice. Take a listen.
How's it going, everybody? Start off. Just want to send my condolences to the league office. Everybody kind of knows what kind of went down there. Don't need to talk too much further about that. Here we go.
Caleb, 7 practices, man. What's kind of your self-assessment of where you're at and where you still need to go?
Yeah, whether it's now or 10 years from now, there's always going to be progress to be had. There's always going to be a spot that I can be better at. So I think right now I'm doing well with the process. Whether that's before the snap, whether that's after the snap, whether it's footwork, all these different things. Protecting the football past couple of practices has been, key and important. It's important in any season, in any moment. So, I think as of right now, I think it's been pretty solid. The progress that we've been having, progress that I've been having, and I think that's a big part of it is being able to go out there and have all 11 guys. That's been my goal, is have all 11 guys on the same page, rolling off the ball. I think we need to get a little bit better rolling off the ball together, and that's partly on me. And then other than that, just everybody not thinking so much and, stay 7. We got a lot going on. The DA throws a lot of different looks at us. And so, I think just getting to the point where we're not thinking and it's unconscious and we're just rolling.
Specifically when it comes to handling all the motions and shifts in this offense, what's the next stage of that for you? Is it just knowing what attaches to which play, the timing? What all goes into that for you?
I think as of right now, I think I'm rolling. I'm pretty smooth with it as of right now. Obviously, you want to be 100% when you're out there with the calls and hearing it and making sure. There's so many words that we have in our playbook, and you put so many words together that sometimes they kind of sound the same. So just when you hear a play, you start to hear the play. It's like, okay, I know what the play is, and I know exactly what we have. So it comes down to just a little bit more studying. It comes down to a little bit more practicing. A lot more reps and things like that over time. So, I think that's where it is. I think that's where, it's at right now. And, we're going to keep progressing. I'm going to keep progressing and getting after it.
Caleb, how does the workload of what you're being asked to learn right now compare to last year and college?
Yeah, it's different. It's going to be different every year. Next year, I'll be handling more. Next year, I'll be handling more. Year after that, I'll be handling more. I think that's where, it's at right now. We're installing a bunch. They're putting, they've installed a lot OTAs now, and they're just, seeing how much, I can retain. And I take pride in, trying to retain it all, every single detail that we have. And I think that's where, I've been growing so far since Ben's been here is retaining all the information. All of it makes sense to me, and being able to go out there and execute. Obviously, there's going to be mistakes, but being able to understand that it was a mistake that by me, or we lined up wrong, or the whatever the case may be. Getting back in the huddle, calling it right, getting back out there, doing it, executing. Being a player-led team.
Or no carryover from what you were taught last year to what you're being taught now. Does it feel that way to you, like you are starting fresh?
Yeah, no, it feels, every year is going to be a start fresh year in that sense. But, with Ben, him and I are going to be here, for a while, which is the plan. And, there's going to be carryover from now on. But, it's different. It's a whole new playbook, different terminology, different reads. Different footwork and, different things like that. So it's it was a lot, and it's still going to always be a lot. That's a part of, playing this position. And so being able to go out there and handle it all is, what we get paid to do. It's our job.
Caleb, I have a greater sense of urgency to get out of the huddle and get lined up.
Yep.
Like even just the way you guys burst out of the huddle and get lined up. In what ways are you hoping that that'll help you at the line of scrimmage, but also help the entire offense?
It helps everybody. One, it adds a sense of, what our mentality is. Getting out the huddle, getting on the ball, and we're going to attack you. So that's the first part. The next part is getting out there, lining up with that mentality, and then after that, it gives the center, it gives me, it gives the tackle, it gives the wide receiver to be able to see the technique of the DB. It gives the O lineman to be able to see, are we going to double team to this backer? We're going to push it, or are we going to do this and that? And for me, it allows me to maybe re-mic it. It allows me to be able to grasp maybe what they're about to do. Maybe they may rotate, but have an idea off of whoever, their alignment, their depth, their leverage, and, things like that. So, being able to have as much time on the clock, it only helps us.
Ben talked about yesterday that he likes what you're doing behind the scenes, how it's helping you, and then he's also gotten on you on the field. Like just both sides of that, just knowing what you're going to get, that it's sort of almost unpredictable. Does that help you almost maybe trust him?
Unpredictable?
Well, he if he not maybe unpredictable is the wrong word, but like that he'll praise you or he'll say like he knows better here, like he just gives you both sides.
No, it's great. You want the good. To hear from, you're in here so often, so much, so long, going over these details, trying to figure it all out. And you just, if it looks good, you want to know, because you want to keep doing it over and over. You want to keep doing that same, not be a light switch. You want to do that same thing over and over and over if it's good. And so that little bit of, that was a good rep, that this and that, whether it's, a pass and you're getting through your reads or you're taking the first read, good ball placement, you just want to keep doing that same thing and over and over again. And, obviously if it's bad, you want to hear that too, because you want to go out there and be able to execute and run it exactly how the coach wants it. And, that's what we're striving for.
Caleb, I have two questions about you being under center as opposed to the shotgun.
Yep.
What do you like the most about it? And what's the biggest challenge of it?
There hasn't really been a challenge for me under center. I know that's been a big thing. But there hasn't really been a challenge. It's just been, gaining the knowledge, how, the footwork, where we need to be, the landmarks of the running back, the landmark for me, when I set up or when when I'm rolling out or anything like that. So it's just been, practicing the technique. And so what I like about it, you get hard sell actions, backers biting, safety's eyes get, crisscross with different motions and things like that. And, it provides, the defense actually identifies it differently from when you're in gun, back offset and things like that. So it's a bunch of small, minute things that end up mattering. And, you end up having guys running free, or you end up having great leverage on the safety or things like that. So it's helpful. It's going to be a part of us for a long time.
Caleb, what have you seen out of Colston Loveland early in the you guys got back on the field?
Yeah, there was. He's been great. He's a smart cat. We've hung out a few times. We actually just him and a couple other teammates, we went down to the city on our off day and, had dinner and things like that. So, we're hanging out, building that bond, building that trust. And on the field wise, like I said, he's smart. He knows what he's doing. He's a young cat. So there's going to be a few mistakes and things like that, and, maybe hand placement. But, when the ball goes up and things like that, I got all faith in him. The other day I actually threw a ball down the middle to him, and the ball kind of slipped out of my hand. It was a little sweaty, and I kind of raised up because I knew the ball was slipping out of my hand after. And, he went up and grabbed it and came down with it. It was a big catch. And things like that provide, trust, faith, and belief that whenever that ball goes up in the air, it's his. And so other than that, it's just building a connection, routes and things like that, kind of figuring out how he moves and other things like that. So, when we get out there in the field on, Sundays, Thursdays, and Mondays and things like that, we're out there rolling.
Caleb, from year one to year two. Roman and Costa talked this week about learning the offense as a complete concept and not just individual routes, so that they can know what everybody else is doing and they can do it if called upon to take advantage of what the defense is doing. Yep. Are those things you can get to pre-snap, like after you guys leave the huddle? Can you get to those things? If you see something to take advantage of, but maybe it's coasting out there, but he can do the same thing?
Oh, I got what you're saying. Yes. We've done it a few times. We haven't, whether it's, small checks, whether we're killing or alerting a play, or it's, it's a small, hand signal and things like that. And, I see something and it's like, all right, here we go. It's been good. We've been adding those small wrinkles in. Everything's been, put all the base stuff in and, rep those. And then, every once in a while we add a little small wrinkle in that we can add to our game and our package and, and our repertoire when we're out there. And so being able to have those things and being able to have guys that, Luther, DJ and Rome and Colson and Cole and, have these, DeAndre Swift, we had one a day. Being able to, adjust and get out there and have these checks and things like that to put us in the best play possible. Yeah, it's really important that everybody knows what to do in those situations. And, I think the guys have been doing a really good job with that.
Caleb, from year one to year two, how have you seen your leadership grow? Bringing the offense along, learning the offense yourself, and helping your teammates be on the same page with you?
Yeah, I think part of it comes from I played a year, and like I said last year was more of a, learn how everything goes, learn how the NFL is and things like that. And, this year for me was, trying to take a step up in my leadership role and pushing the guys. And part of it is going out there and being right and doing everything right, getting the play calls in fast, being out there, being confident, knowing what I'm doing. And then the other half of it is when things are messing up, let's rehuddle, let's get up, come on, let's get this thing going. In 2 minutes, encouraging the guys, it's the fourth quarter. I know we're in practice. It's a hot day. It's fourth quarter. It's fourth quarter in the game. And it's time to go win. So let's go win this game. So it's small things like that. The encouragement, the belief in ourselves, the belief, in our hard work that we're putting in. And then other than that, it's going out there and having fun and showing it.
All right, there's Caleb
Absolutely.
Williams.
The Bears.
Media in the media earlier today. Crosstalk with Waddle and Sylvie is coming up. Andrew Vaughn has the final word.
Carmen and Yurko present today's final word.
Because you had to be a big shot, did you? You had to open up your mouth.
Today's final word.
Had to have the last word.
On Carmen and Yurko.
It's now Vaughn and a drive. Left center and deep. Vaughn!
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on Chicago.
Unofficial start of the 2025 season. As such, one must glue themselves to their listening device with it tuned to ESPN Chicago. Go ahead.
Okay.
Otherwise, you could miss the insights, interviews, and stellar coverage provided by the home of the Bears.
Darn.
Good. Bears training camp is now open. Catch a glimpse with Peggy and Dion live from Hallis Hall. Saturday 11 to 1. Training camp coverage on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana and by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
Sometimes the world can seem strange and unfamiliar. You haven't quite found your place or your people. All it takes is one person, a family, who chooses you to help it all make sense. You don't have to be an official superhero to do something life-saving and adopt a shelter pet. Just like Superman, you can use your power for good and inspire kindness, positivity, and a legacy of hope. Best Friends Animal Society is working to ensure that every dog and cat in the country has a safe place to call home. Home. Join us. Visit bestfriends.org to adopt an out-of-this-world pet near you. Together, we will save them all.
Each year, more than 23,000 kids experience cardiac arrest, and nearly 20% are infants. You always say that I'm your whole heart. I believe you, and so does the American Heart Association. That's why, this American Heart Month, they want to make sure that you and every other parent know CPR to make sure you are ready. Ready for when I come home? Ready as I grow? Ready to save my life when it matters most. Learn CPR today so you can be ready and become a part of a nation of lifesavers. Because no one, especially me, should face a life-changing moment alone.
Visit heart.org/nation to learn more.
Steinhoffel's 7th Chicagoland Superstore is now open at Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. For over 90 years, we've helped families create the homes of their dreams, and now we're proud to be part of yours. Steinhoffel's has all the top furniture and mattress brands, styles for every taste, prices for every budget. So come on in, discover the selection, the service, the savings. Discover the Steinhoffel's difference now in Maryville. Relax, it's Steinhoffel's.
Being present and in the moment for family activities was impossible because Will Burt was so focused on the constant pain in his leg.
My wife likes to take walks. I always kind of dreaded going on walks because they hurt. The boys both play baseball. I coach their teams. I was going to do them and be in pain and be uncomfortable and kind of sacrifice my own health.
An old Achilles injury left Will coping with agonizing pain until he discovered the natural biologic treatments at QC Kinetics. No surgery or steroids. The procedure took place in the office, and Will walked right out.
I feel great. There's no pain. There's no tenderness.
Patients like Will are feeling amazing and living their best lives.
Ironically, just got off the golf course today, so I think that's a good telltale sign that the Achilles is feeling better.
Don't be in pain another day. Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
The open road is calling, and the ride begins at Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee. This July, you could burn rubber on a custom Harley-Davidson in the Fire Up Your Fantasy Motorcycle giveaway. Play with your rewards card all July for entries. Thursday drawings for extra cash and reward play. Fire Up Your Fantasy, only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Yurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
All right, thank you to Bleck and Abdallah, obviously, and thank you for listening and calling into today's show. We pretty much had a full ride. Sox and Phillies are going to be in a rain delay for probably a while here. Waddle and Silver are going to start their show. It's really going to be nice after today. I mean, it's going to be cooler with this storm passing through, 70s and 80s through the weekend, it looks like. Be a nice weekend for Lala. So things will be nice after today, but a lot of rain today, obviously. We'll see if they eventually get that one going on the south side. But the Waddle and Silver are here. I'm not going to Lala.
Sabrina Carpenter
Take
at Lala?
your daughter to Lala.
Get out of here. Is she at Lala?
Like being a parent?
Is she at Lala?
No,
By the
she's
way,
11.
I got the answer before Chris and Adam even asked.
Yeah, Waddle
I sent you a
texted
text.
quick. Yeah.
Immediately, I knew who it was because I could hear you giggling.
I was impressed.
I could hear you giggling.
No, there will be
My
no
youngest
Lala.
is going to Lala.
Well,
with
yeah,
her
but
boyfriend.
she's 20. How old?
She's 20.
She's 21 years old.
Last one.
Yeah,
but she's an adult now.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, there'll be no lost phones.
No, if you think not.
I've lost I haven't. They've probably over the course of their time, over that stretch, 32 to 21. So, like, it was probably a 15-year stretch, probably a phone a year.
That's ridiculous.
Maybe 10,
I mean,
maybe
my
9,
God,
8,
my
9,
God,
10 phones.
I can't even.
Just a joke.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Crosstalk's brought to you by the Verdoliak Law Group, fighting insurance companies for over 60 years. Waddle and Sylvie are here in the studio.
Is there any more of a helpless feeling that isn't like a dire situation of looking and not seeing your phone and then thinking about, did I just lose it? Where is it? Where did I put it?
No.
Like that.
I still carry a wallet, so I have that feeling with my wallet more than my phone.
Really?
Yeah.
See, I would have the phone more because, okay, I lost some cash and I can cancel my credit cards. Like,
that's such a pain in the ass, though.
But the
your
phone? Oh, my
Wasn't
God.
all your stuff saved on the cloud? Mine isn't because I don't have enough space on my.
I'd go nuts.
I got no phone cloud coverage.
Yes, you
phone cloud coverage.
I don't have. No, it says on my phone.
What's your memory on your phone? What's your memory?
You mean you're out of storage?
By the way, I just took this. I showed Sylvie the other day. I just took the screen cover off. I was actually at an event for my buddy John Whalen on Friday night. His daughter, she got engaged, so we were there partying. And my other friend looked at my phone and goes, "Give me your damn phone." I gave him my phone, and he took the screensaver off because it was all cracked.
Was it cracked? Yeah, put a new one.
Look at my phone. It looks new.
Like, he's shocked. I told him to do this 2 weeks ago. I go, you don't need a new phone. You just need the screen protector.
But now put a new protector on so that nothing happens to it if you drop
So what
it.
am I looking
so you
for?
haven't put a new...
Not yet.
Because the cracks that happen to your screen protector will actually happen to your phone
I'm
if
rolling
that
the
stuff
dice
happens.
now.
No,
Rolling the dice right
You're
now.
playing phone
So what
roulette.
am I looking for?
Well,
what is my
Yeah, go to your...
Go to your...
What do I have?
Go to your settings.
Yeah.
And then you should be able to find...
Where is it?
There's storage.
Let's see here. Right there.
Or you could just go to your iCloud.
I
You
have-
could see your storage.
I have 5
Ooh,
gigabytes
I'm pushing the limit of mine. Oh, boy.
of iCloud.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
What?
What's he have, Sylvie?
He only has 5 gigs left.
That's it?
But all he
Yeah,
has-
I got 5 gigs left.
He's got 50 gigs on that phone.
50, that's
It
it?
says 45 of 50 being used,
That's
right? Doesn't
crazy.
it say that?
Yeah, you can upgrade to 50 gigabits or bytes for 99 cents a month.
Right, all you do is pay with Apple Pay. Do it.
You only have 50 gigs of
No, I
storage?
have 5.
No,
Five left.
But that, you've been saying he's only. How much storage do you have on your? So I have 200 gigs.
Oh, I think I'm up to what's the
For what?
next?
What do I
What's
need it
after
for?
gigs?
After a gig is what's after
Yes.
a gigabyte is a terabyte, right?
Well, I got 2 TBs.
No.
Yes,
Oh, you have a
I've
ton.
purchased because, and maybe I should downgrade because I'm using, to put it into context, Waddle's using 45 gigs.
You're so old.
I am using 582.4 gigs of my 2 TBs.
What the hell do you have on there?
I don't know.
I'm
Just take
using
a lot of
about
videos
160.
By the way,
and
it says
pictures.
saving is paused. See all.
Saving
so like,
is paused.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
That
Probably
means
don't
that
have
your
enough
cloud
space.
isn't backing up, I
Right.
bet, because
Right.
it's already overloaded.
Done.
Oh yeah, that's probably why.
Buy some.
No,
What, you're not going to cave?
it's a scam.
What do you mean it's a scam?
It's a scam. It's a big
You're
scam.
going him.
It's a big
2
scam.
peas in a pod, no direct deposit.
I mean, really.
I have
like,
direct deposit.
we sound so old too, talking about our storage and our gigabytes and our terabytes. I don't even know, but so you've got 2 terabytes?
Yeah, I'm like, more the merrier.
Wow. That's
I may go to
To each their own.
200 terabytes
He's
now after
got
today.
the capacity, Carm, to film a full-length
Do a
action
whole
movie.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I'm going to have to add some more of those soon because I'm at 160 out of 200. So, but they only have 50 is shocking, Tommy.
How much do you pay a month extra for extra space? Like
I don't
$1 a
even.
month?
You know what? I don't even know. That's a good question. That's one of those that I guess don't ask, don't tell. I don't even know. I mean, right? I don't know.
Hence my point. It's
Right,
a
so,
scam.
I mean,
It's a scam.
No, I mean, I don't even think I want to know. I don't even know. That's a great question. No clue.
I wouldn't have any idea. I can guarantee you that my wife's last Visa bill had. 160 charges on it. Wow. But it's not just her. It's my kids. So I would have no idea.
You don't even know. You can't even go through it all.
So you just stay away.
No, I have to go through it to make sure there's no fraud.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
And I have to have, difficult conversation every month
like,
about
hey,
it.
Not for nothing.
Yeah. It's like they pat me on the head. Good boy. Yeah, of course, we're on the same team, all pulling on the same end of the rope. Next month, I got the same conversation with the same people in my house.
Oh, my Lord in heaven.
And that's why, Carm, I'm saving a 99-cent a month thing.
Probably good
doing
for
my
you.
part to
You're
save me.
Doing your part to keep a little extra scratch in your pocket
That's
for
right.
you, for crying out loud.
Oh, my.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Jesus.
It's so funny.
It's almost as wild as Andrew Vaughn doing what Andrew Vaughn is doing.
Listen,
I'm glad you were just reading my mind.
You guys,
it's crazy.
He was obviously
soxed.
Well, yeah, and look, it is something that we have talked about a lot.
I think he soxed himself as well. I think there was a combo there.
There could be. There could be. I don't know.
You can't let the sox you. You have to resist the soxing.
I think that's an interesting point. Like, I think he got turned off by certain things and just sort of waved the white flag.
Yeah.
I think they definitely had a hand in this. And look, I think for the first time, maybe ever, they're trying to change the way they do things. And they brought in some outside voices that have really gone in hard on
Look
Jerry.
at what they did with Colson Montgomery.
Absolutely. Like
most guys would have never. Sylvia and I were talking about it. Most guys would have never taken that demotion and used it and turned it around and done what he's done.
I think Bannister and Barfield especially have as outside voices, and apparently Jerry's listened a little. A little.
I know
that they have stressed. Listen,
they have to continually convince him, from what I understand.
Yes, they do.
And like, what kind of owner? Okay, give a little credit that he's caving a little bit. What kind of owner, when you're in a rebuild, has to be convinced of putting extra money in to development?
I know, it's crazy.
Like it's hand in hand.
But everything they've done for so long because of his attitude is so antiquated that you've had these different voices from other very accomplished organizations who they're a guy like Barfield's worked for Mike Hazen, who's right off of Theo's tree, and Bannister's worked with some good people in a couple of different organizations, and like they're bringing these different ideas and they're convincing him a little, and I do think things are changing. Vaughn came here at a real bad time. COVID didn't help. I got it too.
Right.
Man.
Guys like that one.
Good job.
I got him dollars back in their belly laughing.
Bannister. COVID didn't help. And the Sox sure didn't help him. He was obviously talented because he was a no-brainer pick there at 3.
Did he ever play minor league baseball?
No, because he played in that camp, that satellite camp,
right,
remember?
Right.
It was that.
But he's never played minor league baseball.
I don't think so. No, I think it was during COVID. I think it was just that camp, that satellite
camp. Can you
camp.
believe that?
Yeah. And so it was rough. It did not work. Do you realize he was almost a -2 win player this year for the White Sox in 48 games? He's already almost at a win in 15 games for
So here's what I've seen. I've seen mixtures. I've seen some Sox fan friends who are even more mad at him because he's now playing to his potential with the Brewers, and they're like, screw this guy, couldn't do it with us, didn't even try to do it maybe, and now he's hitting like the true hitter was supposed to be. And then I've seen some other Sox fans in my timeline really cheering him on because they know he's been soxed.
Yes.
And they're like rooting for the guy because they know how screwed it is, and because he's doing it against the Cubs, I think they're also just ripping me trying to rim me.
I think being soxed is the start of it for me. Now, what he did, did he get down on himself? And listen, you're a professional. You got to pull yourself up. You got to do what's appropriate to get yourself back on track. Did he do enough of that? I don't know. But at the start of this, there's just too many examples of guys that have either not developed or have gone the other direction to ignore.
This was an organizational
Whether it's
problem.
Robert,
Yes.
it's Moncada,
Yes.
it's Tim Anderson. And again, a lot of that's brought, you have to assume responsibility yourself. But a lot of guys were not developed or didn't take the next step. And ultimately, it will rest on their shoulders. But I think the White Sox
It's been a problem in a weak spot for this organization for years, especially amongst the position players.
Yes.
For years and years and years and years. And so it has been a problem. I hope it's finally changing. And, who knows? I said this earlier when I came on. By Labor Day, he could be hitting 200. I mean, maybe
he may regress back down to what he was.
And listen, he's not going to stay at this. I mean, he's got a 1,200 OPS. That's obviously
He's not Barry Bonds.
Is he going to settle somewhere in between? That's usually what happens. Go figure. But he could be in 200 again, and and the Brewers will be like, yeah, we really did get nothing out of it other than this little pop they've got right now. I don't know. We'll see where it goes. He's obviously talented because he was, like I said, a pretty no-brainer pick.
Let me
when
ask
they
you a
selected
question.
him third.
Carmen, if going forward he really doesn't contribute at all, did the Brewers still get enough out of him? I know it's a short sample size.
Already?
They already got
make
enough.
the deal worth
to
it.
make the deal worth it.
They gave up Savali.
Right.
Savali wanted out anyway.
And by the way, they've gone on a stretch.
Savali
They've gone on a stretch that no other team in baseball has been able to match.
It's been good for them.
And
You're
he's
right.
been part of it.
Totally.
So, if Vaughn doesn't contribute really anything from this point forward through the end of the season, you've still made a good deal.
It's a win for them. Yeah, 100%. They got rid of a player they didn't want anymore anyway.
Right.
That wasn't going to really help.
Hey, listen, Vaughn has helped them immensely on this stretch. Yeah. Go up and down their lineup. They got a bunch of 240 hitters.
Yeah.
Well, so does Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Perry, my buddy Perry was texting me, he's been one of the biggest critics of Ian Happ for years. And I've always defended Ian Happ. I'm like, look, he's not a star. He's supposed to do some of this stuff, and he's a good switch hitter. His on-base percentage is fairly good. And I texted him last night, I'm finally getting down on Ian Happ. And then he goes, I don't know how he stays in baseball with a career 242 average. Or 245. I go, Perry, I believe the average in Major League Baseball, the average hitter is hitting 230 to 235 these days. You got to look at on base percentage, OPS, WAR, WRC plus.
Does he not know this? Does Perry?
He doesn't know what half of them. I still don't know if every baseball fan who grew up with the average, the batting average, RBIs, home runs, understands all of them.
Wow.
It is pretty easy once you learn it.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, but isn't there, different people cling to different specifics. Some people are married to WAR. Other people are, OPS plus?
OPS plus,
right.
Weighted runs created plus.
Some of it just, I don't have the capacity in my
I
brain.
think it's all of it. You just put it, I still look at, if I got a player who's an 800 or above, I know he's good.
I know you've got a really
he's a good player.
A good offensive player.
A great player's 900 and above. And one of these
I agree with you.
studs is in the top 900 and 1,000 whatever.
I agree with you. Yeah, you got somebody that's in your lineup every day that's got an OPS over.
What do you
800.
say about your $500 million player batting 200 for the entire month of July?
Who's that, Tucker?
I say that we got to get him going.
Though.
Yeah, his on-base percentage is still 390.
That's what I was going to say.
Even when he was hitting 200 this month, he's still on-base percentage is still 358.
Oh, there you go.
Waddle, it's one of your favorite sayings is both can be true.
Yeah.
Kyle Tucker needs to play better. But Kyle Tucker, for the people who are like, well, Kyle Tucker's not worth this or that, even in a really, really down period, he still has the OPS in the 900s. He still has an on-base percentage near 400. He needs to hit better, and he will. I believe he'll come out of this just in time, and people will love him.
Yeah, I think so.
For down the stretch.
And
he's a great player.
He still gets on base a lot. He walks still a fair amount. Even when he's in a slump, he still works. His at-bats are usually pretty productive. He doesn't – there aren't too many, at least as far as I see. There aren't too many – wasted Kyle Tucker at bats. He's still even when he's slumping.
So the expectation, I think everyone would agree, is that this has just been one of those months, and even great players go through them.
Yeah, that's what.
What if August there's more of the same? This is a really important decision that faces the organization. I'm with you. I think at this moment, I had this discussion with a friend of mine. He's worth what somebody's willing to pay him.
Of course.
That's right.
So, and the Dodgers have already told you, not only are we going to pay for guys, we're going to keep every other Major League Baseball team on their toes by offering a lot of money to really good players.
Yeah.
So
somebody's going to offer him a lot of money.
Right.
Yeah.
So then if the Cubs are out on him and you're like, well, he wasn't worth what the Yankees gave him or what the Dodgers gave him. What are you going to do to plug? It's not about whether or not, he's worth this, or how are you going to make up for his loss? Because it will be an epic loss, especially when you gave up. Think about what you gave up to get Kyle Tucker. You gave up, of course, your top prospect, Paredes, who's a decent player, a pitcher in Wisniewski. Take him or leave him. Yeah, right. But what you've also done is you traded Cody Bellinger. The Yankees fan sites are bragging about this all the time. Say what you want about whether Cody Bellinger would have a place on this team, knowing that Michael Busch and PCA are having good years. You can't get nothing for Cody Bellinger. You can't get nothing. It was a salary dump. They got Cody Petit, who they ended up DFAing and didn't play really for the Cubs.
That's a small deal.
Bellinger's had a pretty good year.
That's a small deal.
Bellinger's
20 home runs now.
Bellinger's had a pretty good year.
And he's played great defense. Yeah. So to get nothing for that player, are the Cubs going to be able to acquire that type of player for nothing at the trade deadline?
No.
Yeah, of course not. But they're willing to give that up.
These are all good questions for the owner. By the way, it was a small deal, right, Tony, for Tony Petit? Small deal.
Your Bannister thing was better.
Yeah. Bannister was a lot better than the Petit.
But this one was pretty good as well.
I don't know. That was pretty bad.
Listen, I don't know. I'm just saying, what does the owner think if, in fact, he's already probably reluctant to spend that kind of money?
Of course.
He's back already. 2 RBI double.
Who's that? Who's Tucker?
Tucker.
Is that right?
8-3 Cubs.
He'll be fine. He's so good. He is. And he's been consistently good over the last 4 years or so. I mean, I think you know what he is. He's an excellent ball player. All right, so Sut was great yesterday with you guys. The story about that he told, what Rhino said at spring training, if any of you guys get cornered by a Sut, yell out Barracuda.
Yeah.
Didn't Jesse text us it was the wrong word? There was a different word that he used.
Hilarious.
But the story remains like it was a safe word.
Amazing. Yeah. Sandberg's giving a safe word if anybody gets trapped by Sutcliffe. It was so funny. It was so good to hear him talk about him. And then, Casas was really good. And if you guys heard Sean Dunston on MLB Network, Dunston got real emotional.
He was talking to him recently, right? Didn't he say that he wanted to talk to him and Dawson and Gracie?
Yes. And he got real emotional at the end, talking about what Rhino was saying to them at the end. It was good. The tributes were really good.
I got to say, the highlight of a really tough drive in the rain and on that Kennedy where the work never stops. Yeah. It does stop, but it literally, the construction never ends.
The work never starts. I thought that's what you were going to say.
Never. Our friends at Old National Bank, on that big sign that they've got at around North Avenue, wherever that is, they've got a Rhino tribute.
Nice.
And it's just only a Rhino tribute today.
Nice. That is great. Yeah.
So shout out. I texted our buddy Jim Stadler, and I told him how much I apprweted that.
That's great. All right, what's coming up, boys, on the show?
So we're going to have we have Courtney Cronin. Is Courtney in? And we're in a mode where even though the Sox are postponed, we're planning on doing a full show.
I would think so.
So whatever it is from there, but we're planning to do a full show. I heard you play Caleb. We'll talk about what Caleb said. You'll hear from Courtney Cronin. Our old friend John Lester is in today.
Oh,
John Lester was just in town wearing a Ryan Sandberg jersey, by the way, and he was sitting in the stand. So as a guy who was traded once at the deadline, do you remember which team he was traded to?
I want to say, you mean when he was traded from Boston?
Yes.
I want to say to Oakland.
You are correct.
Yes. And I believe he had a big start for them in the playoffs.
Right.
If I'm not mistaken.
It was the same year they went after Samardzija too, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Boy, lots changed since then for
Lester
Oakland,
was always money in the playoffs, man.
Yeah. And so we'll talk to John Lester about what the Cubs need, what he thinks, what's it like returning to Chicago, his thoughts on honoring Rhino like he did. And though he never was on a team or was managed by Rhino, this group he was around, so they all got to know him. And we'll wrap up the Cubs game. We'll talk some White Sox. A lot to do in the next 4 hours, weather permitting.
All right, boys. Waddle and Sylvie will get you home next until White Sox and Phillies. Everybody have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow.
This is Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
I'm Alonzo Mourning. At the height of my basketball career, I was diagnosed with kidney disease that was later discovered to be APOL1-mediated kidney disease, or AMKD. I am teaming up with the American Kidney Fund to share an important message with you about AMKD, which is a serious and progressive form of genetic kidney disease that may eventually lead to kidney failure.
I'm LaVarn Burton, President and CEO of the American Kidney Fund. You may not know that kidney disease can have a genetic cause. AMKD occurs in people of African ancestry, and it's important to detect it early.
I encourage you to take charge of your health. Learn about your personal risks of developing kidney disease and talk to your doctor about getting tested.
To learn more about AMKD and how to be ApoL1 aware, visit kidneyfund.org/AMKD.
A message from the American Kidney Fund.
Many of our U.S. veterans and service members face challenges: mental health struggles, housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodruff. My family and I started the Bob Woodruff Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodruff Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve the housing situation, we increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems, we address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity, we impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at bobwoodrufffoundation.org/success.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement.
It's like a megaphone for your wallet.
Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
Hi, it's Chris Hune from Universal Lighting of America. If you own a business or manage a building, now's the time to upgrade to LED lighting and actually save money. We're an official 2025 service provider for ComEd and NIPSCO, and they may cover up to 70% of the project. We make it crazy simple from install to paperwork. I'm not kidding. You get better light, lower bills, and we handle all the hard stuff. Call us or visit ulasaves.com. I'll come out and show you what's possible. Let's light it up.
Vision loss is not something that you feel until it happens.
Most people lose their vision from diseases like macular degeneration and glaucoma, not at birth.
With macular degeneration, you lose your central vision.
You have a blind spot right in the center of your face, so I can't actually see your face.
So even that little circle in which I could see became a big blur.
I was 65 when I first was diagnosed with glaucoma.
There were no symptoms. I had no headaches.
3 million Americans have glaucoma, and half don't even know it.
11 million people in the United States have macular degeneration.
You lose mobility, independence, changes your entire life.
So many eye disorders can be treated if caught early.
My husband tells me that I have beautiful brown eyes, and I don't want to lose that.
Make a plan today to get your eyes checked.
Visit brightfocus.org to learn more.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Sylvie, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
Bring gas.
It's locked, cocked, ready to rock.
I want to talk about the Bears, baby.
Love these guys.
All right, here's the latest on what's going on. The White Sox are in a rain delay. They had a afternoon game against the Phillies. We'll see if there's any sort of window. If there is, we will update you on possible start time.
I think they were just scared to face Schwarber.
He homered yesterday. He homered, and I think there was like a weird walk that happened or something like that.
I still can't believe they didn't even offer.
He's so good, isn't he? Like, what's his, to my point about batting average?
He got 37 home runs.
And what is his career batting average? Like, if this was 1982 and we were just
232.
Like, his career batting average is 232.
Correct.
That is not something that would ever be looked at fondly back in 1990. And there's still some people who want higher batting averages, and that's fine. But his OPS with his on-base percentage and slug
career, you want to guess?
I guess it is 8 62.
Not quite. 846.
All right, okay, this is like a 15 off.
Career slug of 499 and a career on-base percentage of 347, and he currently has 321 dongs.
Yeah. I mean, like, he's probably going to end up hitting, if health stands, as a DH, over 500 home runs.
Isn't it? I forget the amount of time Carmen was saying he's the two guys. The only two guys that have had more home runs than him over the last, I don't know what the time period was, a couple of years, maybe 3 years, are Shohei and Judge. I mean, think about that company.
It's incredible company.
So,
do we have a number, Tyler? Do you have a number on Schwarber, by the way? Or is it just Jesse that Jesse works through his people? I would love to cold call Schwarber and see what he's doing in the clubhouse right now. Yeah.
It's Jesse usually.
You think text Jesse, see if we can do some rain delay theater, Schwarber for his old buddies.
You think he's scrolling just on his phone right now? What do you think I think he's probably looking at a little film and his phone's up in his locker.
Oh, you think so?
Maybe,
all this time? Yeah. The game was supposed to start at 1:10. How much film can you watch in baseball?
I don't know. He's got 321 home runs.
Now you think he's playing cards?
Yeah.
More card games in the clubhouses these days or video games?
I was going to say, like, I feel like everybody says, oh, they're playing cards or they play cards on the planet. I feel like they're more likely playing Candy Crush or something.
On your phone?
Maybe not Candy Crush, but like games along those lines.
Caleb recently said that they all play Uno. That's how they bond. That's their card game.
He should play Playbook is what he should play. It's a new game that you stay in 24/7. That's what you should play. Play the game, Playbook. What?
Are you saying he's not playing that
I'm not saying no. I'm not saying he's not. I'm saying that's what he should be doing. You know who else should be playing Playbook?
You Luther Burden. Yeah. Well, I mean, you didn't say Colston Loveland. Does it look like because he knows?
Colston, no, I think they should all be playing. They should not be playing Candy Crush. You should be playing Playbook. It's a new Playbook. Listen, you focus on the quarterback regardless, good, bad, or indifferent, don't we? It's the most important position.
Yeah.
So I'm going to point out him before I'm going to point out DeAndre Swift. You know what game DeAndre Swift should be playing today? Playbook.
Playbook or Better Vision?
Okay, you choose, but Playbook would be on the top of my list. I don't want any of that mistake stuff.
I like that. Why don't we need to do this with like the social media graph where then there's an app called Playbook.
Yeah.
You know, and it's a
Here's
game.
The deal. Here's
That's
the deal.
Good, you know?
You say that in jest, but we all know that with these iPads, or what do they call them? Because it's Microsoft something because of the
Surface tablets.
Surface tablets, whatever they are. Teams track the amount of time that their players are on their Surface tablets. So I want to win.
I know. Okay. Wait a minute. Right. Hold on. Right. I know you. We have to take these security things, and the secret on that is that you just play the video and you go to a different room, and then because they follow us too to see how much of these secure web security things we're watching. And I know the way you and Yurko work. You guys are rolling on that thing, and you're in a different room as that thing plays out.
Why are you pointing the finger at us?
Because I'm telling you, someone could do that.
Listen, you don't have to diminish us to prop yourself up. Maybe you listen to every single second, or maybe you don't. I do not do any of the shortcutting.
I don't want to be God on the internet, so this is a life lesson for me, the way I look at it.
I'm just telling you.
Not a work assignment.
I'm just telling you. There is ways to track. First of all, the first way to track how much time that you're spending away from the building on what you should be doing is the time you've spent on your Microsoft tablet. The second thing is it shows up in practice, it shows up in meetings. So there's plenty of ways to find out whether or not everyone's playing Playbook or they're playing Candy Crush.
I like that. Play Playbook. Alexa, play Playbook.
I don't know about you guys, but I don't want to be talking about insignificant games in October.
Oh,
okay?
I know. I don't want to be talking about an insignificant game at all this year.
So we should all have a good, hefty round of Playbook.
Like when we were talking about like levels of success we want the Bears to achieve, whether we zoom in and go individually or zoom out. How about that for a team goal? That there is not one insignificant game. That every game the Bears play has meaning for the playoff race. So even if they don't make the playoffs, they enter these games not for developmental purposes or getting someone else more experience or for draft status, that you are playing all 17 games because they matter. That's my goal this year.
The fact is, well, that the playoffs have expanded to the point where you should be alive in Week 17.
Oh, the way NBC
Week
puts
18.
us. The Bears have been crappy, and they've been in the hunt on the graphic.
Yes.
They better truly be in the hunt this year. Even if they end up at 8-9 because they lost that last game like the Bengals did or the Bengals got eliminated by Denver because Denver won. But, even if they get eliminated at 8-9, as long as they're going, like my low level of success team-wise, in just a general term, is enter every game with something to play for. That there are no meaningless games this year. That's a start.
Do you mean for each player or for the team?
For the team.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the team.
I mean, that goes without saying. Yes.
I mean, it does, but how many seasons have we had where the game Week 18 mattered?
Oh, no, I get it, but it's go time now. I mean, listen. I was talking with Shay and Jonathan and Kap today, and there's these talks that there were some, and it wasn't Shay, but like I don't know how the idea got floated out there that hey, maybe they're being a little too tough on the players, and Ben Johnson is being. Boy, I hope that's not something that's bubbling up anywhere.
Who said that? Or where did you hear that?
I think that there was some. I think they were referencing a few reports from ESPN and some of the hot takers that, hey, you know what, this is going to be a long, journey because it's going to take so much time. And over the course of time, maybe Ben Johnson may have to tap down a little bit of the criticism of his players. Like, first of all, what we've seen up at Hallis Hall to me is a great example of them trying to put the foundation into something. And they're trying to master the basics right now, from my perspective. And I'm fine with that. It's the reason why there haven't been all these wow moments. Hey, how many wow moments? No, there haven't been many. Because what they're doing is they're focusing on the basics. There'll be time for the wow moments. Because, and there's also this conversation out there. It's going to take a long time. This is a hard offense to learn. And, yeah, but I'm not changing my perspective on what they should do this year. Like, because there will be some moments where it takes a while for them to get, comfortable with everything. You should still be competitive from week one of the regular season as you learn what this offense is asking you to do.
Right.
And what this defense is asking you to do. Like, I feel in some circles there is already this pass that is starting to brew that they're willing to give this team because there's so much newness to it. And I think personally that while I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it all needs to be perfect in week one, I don't want to be talking about in week 9. We're still learning stuff right now. No.
Well, you're going to get there's going to be shades of it. Like if the shade is less, not as bright of a shade, but you're still going to hear that, right? Aren't you with Caleb this year? Like you said, we need to know that it's much better at the end of the year than it was at the end of last year.
Yeah, but if we're asking each other questions in November, like I mean, that's not going to be a comfortable conversation.
There were some good things today, and Courtney's going to join us here at 3:30. If you want to weigh in, 332-3776. Cubs lead the Brewers 8-3. That game's going to the 7th. This is a big game for the Cubs.
About time.
Yeah, so we're in rain delay. If the game, we're doing the show, like we're going to go 4 hours. If there is a window, we'll let you know and tell you about that. And then the Cubs lead 8-3. Trade deadline is coming up. I believe the deadline's at 5 tomorrow. So we've got, 26 hours, a little under 26 hours.
Get you doing math.
And Slater was dealt from the Sox today to the Yankees. I've got some audio to play for you later on that. But there's something that Caleb said about studying today that caught my ear when they played the chunk. I don't know which bite it's in, so I'll just play like the good stuff today. Here is Caleb Williams on how he's handling this process of maybe, I don't even know if it's redeveloping, because I think this is his initial development. I don't believe he was developed at all last year. If anything, he may have taken a step back with the fundamentals of playing football. So this is how he's handling the process of being developed.
Yeah, whether it's now or 10 years from now, there's always going to be progress to be had. There's always going to be a spot that I can be better at. So I think right now I'm doing well with the process. Whether that's before the snap, whether that's after the snap, whether it's footwork, all these different things. Protecting the football past couple of practices has been, key and important. It's important in any season, in any moment. So, I think as of right now, I think it's been pretty solid. The progress that we've been having, progress that I've been having, and I think that's a big part of it is being able to go out there and have all 11 guys. That's been my goal, is have all 11 guys on the same page, rolling off the ball. I think we need to get a little bit better rolling off the ball together, and that's partly on me. And then other than that, just everybody not thinking so much, and it's day 7. We got a lot going on. The DA throws a lot of different looks at us, and so I think just getting to the point where we're not thinking, and it's unconscious, and we're just rolling.
Yeah, so like you could still see when they're thinking. They're like, instead of reacting, they're in thinking mode.
They've already made progress. What we saw the first day without pads, it was funky. They've already eliminated a lot of the nonsense that occurs in the procedural process. They're getting out of the huddle. The plays are taking place. Every now and again, you're going to get an errant snap. Okay, but for the most part, you can see the progress that is being made with all of the just understanding about play calls, formations, protections, motions, shifts. It's all much smoother 7 days in than it was when they started this thing.
Here's Caleb Williams on how he's handling these nuances of Ben's offense. I think this, from what I remember, was a good one.
I think as of right now, I think I'm rolling. I'm pretty smooth with it as of right now.
Stage of that for you, specifically when it comes to handling all the motions and shifts in this offense.
Should I pause that, Charlie, and should we re-edit that one? And here is he wanted to dispel some of the thoughts about going under center. Like, I think Albert Breer even said, like, it's going to take some time for him to learn how to play under center, and that's been one of the criticisms. This was the question about what have been the challenges of playing under center.
There hasn't really been a challenge for me under center. I know that's been a big thing, but there hasn't really been a challenge. It's just been gaining the knowledge, how the footwork. Where we need to be, the landmarks of the running back, the landmark for me, when I set up or when I'm rolling out or anything like that. So it's just been, practicing the technique. And so what I like about it, you get hard sell actions, backers biting, safety's eyes get, crisscross with different motions and things like that. It provides, the defense actually identifies it differently from when you're in gun, back offset and things like that. So it's a bunch of small, minute things that end up mattering, and you end up having guys running free, or you end up having great leverage on a safety, or things like that. So it's helpful. It's going to be a part of us for a long time.
Anything there that?
Yeah, I love the willingness to do exactly what he's being asked of. Of course, it's going to be a little bit more difficult when everything's live and you're under center and you're dropping back and you're blind side. You can't see what's coming from the left-hand side, whereas you can when you're in shotgun. There are some differences, which I'm sure will be accentuated when you are playing, for real. But I love what I hear from the coach and from him. Again, everyone wants wow. Everyone wants the immediate gratification. I am thrilled that when we go to camp, every day it gets cleaner. Because that, to me, is again, it's like I can judge a house by looking at it and see, wow, that's wonderful siding and the windows look great in the front. The paint job is fantastic. It's built on crap. It's on sand. And it eventually is going to go down. Whereas what I'm watching them do is not slap paint on a shed. They're building the foundation of what they're creating here. And to me, I don't need the wow moments. I'll get all I need to get when the Dolphins come to town next Friday. And as time goes on, I'll be able to, judge for myself what I like and I don't like. But there's a method to what this guy is doing in terms of trying to build this football team, and I agree with it.
It's funny because I'm writing about that very thing. Like, you know me, I'm always concerned. I'm always worried about teams. But I'm far from panicking about Caleb because what I'm hoping for is that this is the first time that one of our quarterbacks is truly being developed. Like, we always talked about this. You could get away with probably using Caleb's strengths and him being a pretty good quarterback this year with Ben Johnson. But what they're trying to do is break him down out of the bad habits, the thing he does bad at the beginning, so they don't have to just cater the offense to his strengths. He could do everything, and he could get the bad habits out. He gets the ball out quicker. He throws with better footwork. Everything, and you've got to take a step back or two to do that. With Mitch, we saw, okay, it's not working. We need to cut the field in half. Okay, with Justin, it's just not working in the pocket. We have to make him more of a running quarterback this year, the year that he broke the record. And that was all fine and good, and it provided some exciting moments, but it didn't develop a quarterback for sustainable success. I'm hopeful that some of these things that we're seeing is part of the process of truly developing a quarterback for the first time ever.
When people are critical of Caleb, there are certain things they look at statistically and they reference. And there's a visual that is attached to it as well. One is sacks taken, 68 of them. The offensive line was not very good, but a high percentage of those sacks are things that he can control. Off-target throws, right? Like that was something that stuck to him. And low completion percentage or too low completion percentage. All of that stuff can be tied back to bad fundamentals. Like off-target throws. Is my drop appropriate? Or is my footwork right? Am I doing the little things that then allow me to do the big things? Am I taking the layups? Low completion percentage. Why is my deep throws not as accurate as they should be? Maybe it's all tied back to fundamentals.
Sure.
So the thought that they are spending a ton of time on the basics and the fundamentals with him, to me, is fantastic. And to hear him talk in a manner in which he's very receptive to all of this stuff and talks about, hey, we still got to work on all of this stuff. That's very encouraging to me because it tells me that he's buying into what Ben Johnson is asking him to do.
Yeah. Here's the bite that I wanted to play earlier about Caleb Williams handling the nuances of Ben's offense.
I think as of right now, I think I'm rolling. I'm pretty smooth with it as of right now. Obviously, you want to be 100% when you're out there with the calls and hearing it and making sure. There's so many words that we have in our playbook, and you put so many words together that sometimes they kind of sound the same. So just when you hear a play, you start to hear the play. It's like, okay, I know what the play is, and I know exactly what we have. So it comes down to just a little bit more studying. It comes down to a little bit more practicing. A lot more reps and things like that over time. So I think that's where it is. I think that's where it's at right now, and we're going to keep progressing. I'm going to keep progressing and getting after it.
The one part of that caught my ear was it comes down to a little more studying, a little more of this. Like, I hope he's studying as hard as he possibly could, and he's just talking about, I'm putting all my effort into studying. I just need to continue to do this for several more days to have it second nature, and not that he's caught himself not studying as hard as he should be early, and that's why Tyson Bagent and Case Keenum, who are new to this offense too, are sometimes look even smoother than he does pre-snap.
He needs to be playing playbook. That's what he needs. He needs to be playing playbook. That's the bottom line. And I have a strong feeling that he will take to what they're asking him to do for sure. But it's a lot of new stuff. Again, it's why I referenced the scene in quarterback where three really accomplished quarterbacks, Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, and Kirk Cousins, all talk about how difficult and intricate it is play to play in this league as a quarterback with the play call, setting protections, motions, reading things like you just can't go out there like you can in high school and maybe at times at the collegiate level and just wing it because you will not succeed. You have to be buttoned up. You have to cross your T's and dot your I's, and you have to over prepare. So, and I think these are all things that Caleb Williams is going to be willing to do to maximize the return on his investment.
All right, Waddle and Sylvia on the air till either the White Sox game officially gets, as the kids like to say, banged, or until the rain delay ends, and then we'll send it out there. But we're planning on doing 4 hours. If you want to take part, talk some Bears with us, 312-332-3776. If you want to watch the Cubs game and listen to us and talk about it with us, it's 8-3, bottom 7 right now. Cubs lead this game. They've led it from the start. Good offensive production after these last 2 games have not been so good, and a little bit of better pitching. Shoto was good, not great today, but he was good.
There's a huge difference between leaving Milwaukee down 3 and leaving Milwaukee down 1 in the standings.
Yes, for sure on that. And then we've got the trade deadline coming up. The Sox have already made a trade. Cubs fans, what do you want to see the Cubs do? Black was joking that there's an all-in off between Kap and me on the levels of how all-in the Cubs should be on this trade deadline. We'll watch Owen Casey. Does he get dealt? Are the Cubs closing in on a deal for a starting pitcher from Pittsburgh or Miami or another team? A lot of rumors out there. A lot of people believe the Cubs will be amongst the most active teams. If they are, they got to get moving because we're approaching 24 hours. We're 25 and a half hours away from the deadline. 312-332-3776. Courtney Cronin joins the show, tells us what she watched at Bears camp today.
You're listening to Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Training camp marks the unofficial start of the 2025 season. As such, one must glue themselves to their listening device with it tuned to ESPN Chicago. Go ahead.
Okay.
Otherwise, you could miss the insights, interviews, and stellar coverage provided by the home of the Bears.
Darn.
Good. Bears training camp is now open. Catch a glimpse with Peggy and Dion, live from Hallis Hall. Saturday, 11 to 1. Training camp coverage on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, and by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
Guys, it's been rainy today. When it rains, do your windows leak even just a little? Are they foggy and you don't know why? It's probably because the seals broke. What about your energy bills? Have they skyrocketed because your windows don't seal properly and the cool air of your air conditioner is leaving the house and the warm air is coming in? If so, do what I did. I had all of these issues with different windows, and I called my friends at Window Nation, 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, or windownation.com. Right now, you got a couple days left for a great July deal, 50% off all window styles. That's everything. And plus, you'll have 0 interest payments till 2030. Think about interest rates, and by paying no interest over the next 5 years to pay off your project, how much money you're going to save. A-plus rated from the Better Business Bureau. Window Nation is a place that built it from the ground up as a family-owned business. 5-star reviews across the board, and they will educate you on what you need and what you don't need. So call today for, at the very least, a free in-home estimate and see what they're all about. 866-90-NATION. You've heard me talk about windownation.com forever. Call them now, 866-90-NATION, and let them know that Sylvie sent you.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
You ever notice that some people are picky when it comes to their beer?
Yeah, and Yuengling gets it. That's why they brew a beer for everyone's taste.
You want something light and easy? They've got it. Rich and toasty? That too. Something classic? That's their bread and butter.
So whether you're on the golf course, watching the game, or grilling in the backyard, there's a Yuengling for the occasion.
Check out the lineup next time you're out. You might end up bringing home more than one.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
DG Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Hey Chicago, your local IKEA stores know that summer is short, so make the most of it. Visit your local IKEA Schaumburg or IKEA Bolingbrook stores between now and August 8th for your chance to win a fully catered suite night for your family and friends at an upcoming White Sox game. Just scan the QR code in the store. And Friday, August 8th, it's IKEA's annual summer barbecue from 4 to 7 p.m. Enjoy a delicious buffet of American backyard favorites with some Swedish flair. So stop by your local IKEA today to enter to win, and then join the barbecue fun on August 8th.
Dear Rocky Roads, the 2025 Toyota Tacoma doesn't flinch. Rugged twists? Been there. Rutted turns? Done that. With tons of top tech and rock-solid resilience, Tacoma is tougher than any terrain. And when the dust settles, Tacoma's legendary resale value means confidence for the road ahead. Find your Tacoma at Toyota.com or visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
And we're live here outside the Perez family home, just waiting for the... And there they go, almost on time this morning. Mom is coming out the front door strong with a double-arm kid carry. Looks like Dad has the bags. Daughter is bringing up the rear. Oh, but the diaper bag wasn't closed. Diapers and toys are everywhere. Ooh, but Mom has just nailed the perfect car seat buckle for the toddler. And now the eldest daughter, who looks to be about 9 or 10, has secured herself in the booster seat. Dad zips the bag closed, and they're off. But looks like Mom doesn't realize her coffee cup is still on the roof of the car. And there it goes. Oh, that's a shame. That mug was a fam favorite.
Don't sweat the small stuff. Just nail the big stuff. Like making sure your kids are buckled correctly in the right seat for their age and size. Learn more at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Visit nhtsa.gov/the
right seat. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Sylvie on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Courtney Cronin joins us right now. We are in rain delay on the south side. Sox and Phillies. Cubs lead the Brewers 8-3.
Huge sigh of relief from this side of the table. By that I mean
so
that
far,
side.
It's not. It's bottom eighth now.
I believe so.
Yeah, bottom 8.
Yeah. Bottom 8. My eyes stink from a distance. I can't see. So it's bottom 8, 8-3 Cubs.
It's a tiny television, by the way, too.
It is very small.
It's
tiny.
Not the
for
best.
2025.
That's a tiny television.
Yeah, we need to. That's the new good TV that we've got in the corner. Courtney Cronin is brought to you by Costa Ivone. Injured, call 708-4 for the people of Chicago, because they are Chicago. Costa Ivone, your local personal injury lawyers. All right, Courtney, today was a practice here for the Bears. And what did you see and what did you hear?
So it was a shorter day. They were in shells, 2 long days in pads, live tackling to the ground yesterday, which we don't often see or haven't the last couple of years. I think it was a smart way for them to pull back on it today in the intensity and then get some red zone work done. First red zone period and team looked good for Caleb Williams. There are a couple completions that stood out to me. Of course, the one to Luther Burden, running the route out of the slot where he ran 75% of his routes the last 2 years at Missouri, goes over the middle, catches the ball, gets a nice ovation from the fans. And then he had one to DJ Moore, he had one to Zacchaeus. But the red zone period at the end of the day, which is obviously it's all scripted, they had 5 plays, 0 for 2 for Caleb with a sack, but he finishes with a read option keeper, touchdown run for him. So it's a mixed bag. And I think with Caleb and hearing from him after practice today, he's through 7 of these. There's good moments, there's bad moments, but it doesn't feel like he's taking a step back anywhere. That even on days like, the way he finished practice today is probably not how he wanted to. Yes, they scored, but I'm sure he would have liked to have connected with Roma Dunze on that pass to the back of the goal line, and having a chance to do more than just run one in. But there's going to be a lot of different ways the next couple of weeks that they test him in those scenarios. So I like that we're seeing more of the red zone work emphasized early on in camp. There's been 2 heavy days of that. I would include today in that, considering that's the majority of what they did, and then last Friday. But I think hearing from Caleb about his workload and what he's being expected to do when everything is brand new, 7 days in, he's been dealing with a lot. He's learning a lot, been dealing with a lot with this offense, and to where he's at right now, I think he's shown some strong strides, and staff feels the same too.
Courtney, did Loveland or Komet show up today in the red zone in any way, shape, or form?
So Burden did. Loveland has, the tight ends that did catch touchdown passes were 88 and 81. So Stephen Carlson being one of them, and I think Durham Smith as well. But not much from Cole Komet today.
Okay.
Not that. I don't know if that's just is where the reads went, where Caleb decided to go with the ball. But what Colston Loveland has done to this point of camp. I mean, he's only been back really in full team stuff since Saturday. He's making a nice impression, and that's where you're going to be wondering where they're using the tight ends, because that's where Cole Komet, from Justin Fields to the early part of Caleb Williams' career last year, he's a target down there inside the 20. Does that now shift to Colston Loveland? Is that still a role that Komet takes on? I think you'll see more of that as they get into deeper practices with that, but today went just under an hour and 30 minutes, so you didn't see a whole ton from them down there, but a catch here or there for Colston Loveland as he continues to build his rapport with his quarterback is a good sign.
Courtney, what have you seen from Tyreek Stevenson so far in camp, and what have you heard from Dennis Allen with regard to Tyreek Stevenson?
I see a player who this scheme's going to benefit because they want to play press man coverage. This is his opportunity to use his frame, to use his physicality, to go, what did he call it, mano-y-mano earlier in the spring. This is his chance to get the better of his opponent, a receiver, whoever he's lined up against. And so far, in the reps that he's getting, he's doing that. But this is a battle for the number 2 cornerback spot. And I think Dennis Allen saying that it's completely open, I don't think that that's just coach speak or that he was baited into that answer, because Jalen Johnson's job is Jalen Johnson's job. Whenever he comes back, that's your number 1 corner. Rightfully so. You paid him for it a couple of years ago. That's his job. The battle between Nashawn Wright and Tyreek Stevenson for the number 2 spot, I think, is probably one of the more intriguing battles that is now developing at training camp. We might not have thought that would have been the case. Not many people knew who Nashawn Wright was when he came here from Minnesota in the spring, but it's definitely brewing. There's something there, and it's not just that they're rotating in DBs and trying to get everybody a look. I think those two are legitimately in a competition for the job Stevenson had last year.
Maybe you can't tell at all, but or maybe you can. Do you notice anything different attitude-wise that is different from Stevenson? I always remember, he's one of those types of players that really was emotional, but they liked that because it fueled him. But then we saw last year where he trips a guy. We know what happened in Washington, that these emotions were getting the best of him and they weren't working for him. So what do you see as far as the way he is carrying himself and maybe his emotion and talkability on the sideline?
Well, I can tell you what I heard the other day. I can't exactly say it on radio, but there was a pass breakup in their red zone period on Friday. He was in coverage on DJ Moore, and as we heard Dennis Allen talk about today, or I think it was Ben Johnson yesterday, the coverage is getting stickier. They are draping their DBs on these receivers, and in not so kind words, Tyreek Stevenson let DJ Moore know he got the better of him. A couple of expletives in there, and I don't think you ever want to coach that out of your DBs. You have to have a level of swagger. You have to have an attitude to be the one to deliver that contact, break up a pass, or come away with the ball. And for Tyreek, that's going to be a fine line to walk this year, just knowing the first instance of anything that looks like he's either showboating or looks like he's, not 100% locked in, people are going to point that out. He does not have a long leash to work with here, and I don't think that that's rocket science for anybody to figure out. But he's kept his emotions in check. There hasn't been anything in training camp that would lead you to believe, he's, going down the wrong path. But I think he's got more on his plate from that respect because of what happened last year, that the margin for error, like he can't have any of that be because of any of the outside of the line stuff for him, if that makes sense.
Sure. So we've got that brewing with the second cornerback position. Of course, the biggest competition is at left tackle. This was something I overheard yesterday. I mean, I wasn't like eavesdropping, but I was walking with a couple of fans, and next to the fans was Dan Roshar, the offensive line coach. And the fans were asking him, hey, who's going to win the left tackle position? And Roshar said, he goes, right now, no one is standing out. They're having some good days and some down days. It's very up and down. He goes, I'll assure you this, we will have a good one in there by opening day. So I liked the confident answer there that he's going to develop him and coach him up. What is your prediction, Courtney, on the way they line up on opening day?
I think it's Braxton Jones's job to lose, but they're giving him a lot of rest days right now. We're 7 days into practice. I know that he has had, he's coming back off the ankle surgery, but that's 2 days out of the 7 that he hasn't practiced. He wasn't out there today. Jonah Jackson, a separate injury. He's got a leg injury and he's day today. He's not out there either. But 40 starts is 40 starts, guys. Like, I know that Ben Johnson said that they're going to do a clean slate approach with this. Like, that's coach speak to me. I think the knowledge of the game, of what you need day one and how long this thing could take, because you've got 3 guys, you're trying to get equal reps throughout the time training camp, the duration of it over 6 weeks. Realistically, that's not enough to find out truly for like the younger guys who have never done this before, whether they're capable of doing it. And I think for Jones being in a contract year, for Jones in the situation where he's in, where he's got the institutional knowledge of playing left tackle, not this offense, but like playing left tackle in the NFL, I think if I have to predict it right now, I think he's your week 1, day 1 starting left tackle. Ozzie Trapillo's your swing tackle, and that at some point you'll see a real-time changing of the guard. I witnessed this in Minnesota in the 2021 season with Christian Darrisaw, and I believe it was Riley Reif at the time. He was their starting left tackle for the first 5-6 weeks. Darrisaw was coming off of an injury. There happened to be a moment in practice where that shifted, and all of a sudden your first-round draft pick was playing left tackle for the remainder of the season. I would not be surprised unless something crazy happens in camp where somebody just like all of a sudden shines in preseason games and the joint practices, that they don't go with the incumbent starter, and then when they find a spot, make Trapillo the starter going forward. But again, we're 7 days in. I still think it's too early to forecast that one yet, just because 3 guys, a limited amount of reps for everybody. You're seeing like there'll be times where Trapillo starts with the 1s and all of a sudden he's taking reps with the 3s. Like that happened today because they've got to find bodies to be able to fill out the rest of these units and making sure they can evaluate them as much as they can.
Courtney, did I hear correctly today? I don't know if it was Ben Johnson or maybe it was Roshar or somebody talking about how, hey, they would like to have this decision made well before the start of the regular season. In fact,
Miami?
Yeah, for the Miami for the Miami preseason game, they would like to have a really good feel for who is their best guy at that spot.
Well, Ryan Poles said that in the spring. He said that by training camp they wanted to know. Obviously, that's not the case. Ben left it open-ended. He said, it could take 3 weeks, it could take 6 weeks. Obviously, the sooner the better because you want that unit to gel, but I have not heard a deadline as far as by the Miami joint practice they want to know. I would imagine you're going to see several, multiple guys getting reps with the 1s because that's your best competition you can gauge yourself against. I know they're in pads right now, but how effectively do you handle a bull rush from a player you have not seen every single day, and you're not preparing for certain pass rush moves from a player that it really has nothing to lose going against you. I mean, I know that there was an intense practice yesterday, but there's not a benefit of hurting your own teammate out there, so they back off on certain things. It'll be interesting to see like how it takes shape next week, but a week in, I think that they're still trying to play the long game here, or at least like another week or two. You don't obviously want to wait like the whole 6 weeks of camp and then be like going into cut down week, figuring out who it is. But I would imagine that first joint practice is going to factor in pretty heavily to who ends up getting that job.
All right, participate in this exercise with us. We did it with your favorite person, Patrick Finley, on Monday. And I asked him the question in order. Like, I don't need yardage, but give me what you will predict the order of receiving yards will be with all of the Bears skill guys. I'm not just talking about wide receivers, so I'm going tight ends and even a running back if you want to throw in there. Mm-hmm. From the top, who will lead them on down in the order?
In order, no numbers.
No numbers. You don't have to give me numbers. Yeah, no, just give me an order.
Okay. Order would be Rome Odunze, DJ Moore, Colston Loveland, DeAndre Swift.
Ooh.
Cole Kmet. Is that fair? I've given you 5. Do you need me to go further down the depth chart?
So Luther Burden is down on the list.
I mean, I would say Luther Burden, Cole Kmet. If I'm looking at 5 right now, somebody somewhere is in there. But think about, or that order could switch, but think about what they did in Detroit. I mean, I've said this since Colston Loveland was drafted. Like, he is supposed to be Sam Laporta to this offense. And Sam Laporta was their third leading receiver as a rookie. And he had 17, 18 touchdowns over 2 years. You draft a guy that high if you expect him to, be a big member of your passing game. But, everything else from what we know about how many mouths they had to feed, they had 2,000-yard receivers there last year. Could DJ Moore and Rome Odunze become that? Absolutely. And take it a step further, I think Rome's the number 1 in this offense. That's not any slight on DJ Moore. I just think that they're going to use him, Odunze, as your prototypical X receiver, out wide, contested catch, 50-50 ball, straight line speed, all of it. I think that that's his role, and I think they're going to move DJ around a lot because of his yak ability. They can put him in the slot. They can put him anywhere. And we're seeing them tinker with him in the backfield some. But you have, let's say, 2,000-yard receivers there. Just throw a blanket number. Sam Laporta was their third leading receiver last year. So that could be, I think, Colston Loveland. Jahmyr Gibbs was their fourth leading receiver, and then it was Tim Patrick. So you have 2 receiver, 2 wideouts, a tight end, a running back, and then everybody else. So it's a lot of mouths to feed on offense, and just knowing what you have. Like, they didn't have a brand-new receiver there last year. They do here. That throws another wrinkle into it. I mean, they didn't have a brand-new tight end last year. So I think if you're going off the blueprint that Ben gave everybody in Detroit, it looks similar to that. But I don't think it's a bad thing if Luther Burden is, around 400, 500 yards as a rookie, just knowing the other mouths that they have to feed elsewhere at that position.
If he's 4 of 500 yards and he's 5th or 6th, that would be a good offense. So I would take that. I'm with you. Courtney, any other things you want to relay before we let you go?
The interesting thing, I think, that, we heard today, obviously, from Dennis Allen about how much dime they're playing, how, they're going to keep rotating the guys in. And we talked about the Tyreek Stevenson, Nashawn Wright thing at cornerback, the number 2 job. I think that there's some stuff with this pass rush because, do you guys still get the question all the time about, are the Bears going to sign another pass rusher?
Yes, we want to know that too.
Yeah. I just don't get the vibe that they're in a big hurry to do so right now.
Courtney,
really think
quick,
that.
Let me interject this real quick. Do you get the sense that Adengbo is going to be more effective inside than outside?
Well, they've been kicking him inside some, and they rotate, like, whether it's Andrew Billings next to Grady Jarrett or Jervon Dexter in there as well. Like, they're rotating their interior tackles. Their interior defensive linemen, their defensive tackles, for lack of a better term. I think the most effective part of this pass rush might honestly be coming from the interior early on. That's not to say anything about Montez Sweat, Odengbo, all of that, but knowing how they plan to use Dio on the inside, I think that's where it's going to come from. And that's why I don't know if there's this big hurry right now for them to, they're not going to pay big money for, guys that are looking for it right now, whether it's a Clowney, Zadarius Smith, if he's still out there, like some of the other big names. I don't think they're in a hurry to do that. I think they expect, someone who's had kind of a quiet camp has been Austin Booker so far. curious to see, what he develops into when they, are in those joint practices, to see who with the 2s and the 3s are getting those reps. But I'm not convinced that this is that they view it as big of a need to sign somebody right now as maybe we thought in the off season.
Courtney, great stuff. We'll see you at camp tomorrow, okay?
Thanks, Courtney.
Sounds great. Thanks, guys.
There you go. We will be back at House Hall tomorrow. Right? Isn't that scheduled?
Sometimes we see things that they don't see.
Oh, that's happened far too many times with the Bears lately.
I'm not saying that we're smarter than them. I'm just saying
yes.
Sometimes they don't see things that we see.
Well, we're good here. Then
you
by
want
the
a
end of the
heavy
season,
dose of Dom Robb? I mean, It hasn't worked to this point. Here's hoping it does now. Booker looks like a safety out there in terms of his size. Can he be a pass rush specialist? I hope so.
Yep, they're hoping for Hardy. They're hoping for Booker, Dom Robb, but I'm hoping for Montez Sweat first.
Well, true.
That's the biggest key to all of this. But even with him having a good year, I still feel like they could be a little more. There could be a little more stability on the other side. All right, coming up next, we will get into the Cubs. They are leading 10-3 now. It is the bottom of the ninth inning, 2 outs there. So we will talk about what should be. Or else
huge sigh of relief in the studio.
It will be a huge jinx, a Cubs win. So we'll talk about that. And the market is heating up on the trade market front. We're approaching 25 hours away from the trade deadline. It is Waddle and Sylvie.
This is Waddle and Sylvie. On Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
At Costa Ivone, we get you.
What do you mean, we get you?
You're a Chicagoan, right?
I am.
You know about all the things that make this city what it is, right?
Of course.
And when you meet a fellow Chicagoan, there's that connection.
It's a pride of being part of the greatest city.
Nobody's going to tell you you're the second city or the third coast.
All right, already. I get you.
No, it's we get you.
This is Courtney Cronin, and my friends Anthony Iavone and Julio Costa are ready to fight for you, Chicago. 708-4million.
Costa Ivone, your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
Hey, just 3 tournaments to settle the entire Live Golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook next Friday through Sunday. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in with special guests. Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Get your tickets now at livegolf.com. That's livegolf.com.
Some things in life are preventable. Ooh, gas station sushi. Yum. That's preventable.
I'm just going to tell my boss what I really think of him.
Oh, boy. That's preventable.
Maybe a face tattoo would look good.
That's preventable, too. The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know a lot of things in life are preventable. Colon cancer is common and deadly, but that's also preventable.
Oh my gosh, it's a bear! Let's get a selfie with it.
Also preventable. The Alliance is doing its part to end colorectal cancer. Now, do yours. Get involved. And if you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor about the colon cancer screening options available to you.
Betcha I can eat 50 hot dogs in an hour.
Preventable!
Actually, Your Honor, I'm representing myself.
Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more. That's colorectalcancer.org. And together, we can save lives.
Hey, honey.
Oh, no.
Check this out.
No.
Take it from me, when you want the job done right, you call the pros. And that's why Chicago trusts Window Works. For over 30 years, they've delivered custom windows and doors that fit your home, your style, and your budget. No cookie-cutter stuff, just certified pros who get it done. And it's not just about beauty. These windows can help cut down your energy bills, too. Right now, buy one window, get one free. Dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to book your free consultation today.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
Workplace stress is now a leading cause of declining mental health, with 61% of the global workforce feeling it more than ever. Hey guys, it's Sylvie. You can't escape work, but you can take small steps to care for yourself. A walk, some sun, a favorite song. Therapy is one of those steps. Ongoing support to build resilience for whatever your day throws at you. Balance is tough. Getting help shouldn't be. Visit BetterHelp.com/timeout today for 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/timeout.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Steinhaffel's 7th Chicagoland Superstore is now open at Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. For over 90 years, we've helped families create the homes of their dreams, and now we're proud to be part of yours. Steinhaffel's has all the top furniture and mattress brands, styles for every taste, prices for every budget. So come on in, discover the selection, the service, the savings. Discover the Steinhaffel's difference, now in Maryville. Relax, it's Steinhaffel's.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. You're listening to Waddle and Sylvie. Watch us and join the chat. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app.
I said felt dizzy, lightheaded.
High drive, right field, way back, gone! Ian Apple touch them all. That's got to feel good.
That's right. Ian Happ, after getting hit in the shin yesterday.
Well, he hit himself in the shin, didn't he?
He fouled it off, yeah. Right. He got by the baseball and by himself. He came off the bench today and homered. So he went 1 for 2. Moises Ballesteros, who got the start today at DH, a little bit of a different lineup. And I heard Jesse say it. We're hopefully going to get the best 26 and then the best of those guys starting every day. So if like a guy's in a slump, play someone else. I'm all about that. But Ballesteros came up and he drove one in the gap the opposite field for a bases loaded double. So he drove in 3 today. The Cubs just won 10-3.
Maybe the perfect time to trade him in a package.
Ballesteros? Yeah. He could be dealt, yeah. He, without a position, I don't know how many people covet him, but he certainly can give you some pop in a lineup, including the Cubs. And, that's why Jesse, I think, says Owen Casey should or will either be dealt or be brought up. I think that was Jesse who said that earlier with Carmen and Yurko that, if he's not traded at the deadline, there was a caller who was talking about this, too, how hot he is, how hot he's been here in the last month or two. Bring him up. Bring him up. They could use, because
bring him up.
Seiya Suzuki struck out 2 more times today and went hitless. I wrote this down coming into this game. I'll give you Seiya's stats on the other side. I know we're up against the break, but those highlights courtesy of Marquee. If you want to talk some Cubs, 10-3. Plus, Cap all of a sudden is changing his tune a bit about Kyle Tucker, saying maybe he's not worth it. We'll play you that coming up next.
Waddle and Sylvie on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation. Come with us and meet the full ESPN Chicago team to Las Vegas for a packed football weekend. True Fan Travel and ESPN Chicago have teamed up for this once-in-a-lifetime trip. Round-trip airfare, a 3-night stay at Mandalay Bay, entry to special ESPN Chicago live broadcasts, an all-inclusive tailgate, and tickets to the Bears-Raiders game. Go to TrueFanTravel.com. Limited travel packages remain, so log on now. TrueFanTravel.com for the ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation, September 26th through 29th. The ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation.
History had the gold rush. Then came the oil boom. Then the tech boom. But right now, it's the Wi-Fi boom. And Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connections. It's got 99.99% network reliability and incredibly low lag, so your streams are smoother than making a decision on what to stream. Did I mention that you can even connect to hundreds of devices as well? So you, your kids, your parents, whoever it is, whoever's at your house, they can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity. And the Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and their best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract, all with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com or call them at 1-800-XFINITY. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X-Fi Complete required for unlimited data, except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August of 2024. Actual speeds will vary.
In classrooms across the country, chronic absenteeism is on the rise.
Sophia A., grade 4, absent.
Julio M., grade 6, absent.
Aisha S., grade 12, absent.
These absences are often due to the absence of crucial needs, like transportation, healthcare, a working computer, mental health support. The list goes on.
Olivia H., absent.
Preston L., absent.
Chloe B., absent.
The reasons why they're absent are very real, and yet the solution is someone present to help them along their path. When site coordinators from communities and schools are on hand, they connect kids to the resources they need. And when they do, 99% of students are present and remain in school throughout the year.
Jacob O., grade 10,
present.
Communities and Schools works directly with students, helping them overcome obstacles to succeed in school and in life. Learn more at communitiesinschools.org. Being present matters.
The open road is calling, and the ride begins at Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee. This July, you could burn rubber on a custom Harley-Davidson in the Fire Up Your Fantasy motorcycle giveaway. Play with your rewards card all July for entries. Thursday drawings for extra cash and reward play. Fire Up Your Fantasy, only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Hey, when was the last time you hopped out of bed without that knee or back yelling at you? Or walked downstairs without groaning step by step? I know exactly what that's like. I've felt those aches and pains as well. It's easy to think, hey, I'll tough it out. Maybe it'll fade. But nothing changes. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I want you to do what I'd tell any teammate to do. Call Dr. Caravelli and the team at QC Kinetics. Their regenerative treatments help your body restore and repair damaged joint tissue. No scalpels, no pills, no long recovery, just real lasting relief. Bring your x-rays and MRIs for a free, no-pressure consultation. They'll tell you honestly if you're a good fit. They even have Saturday appointments as well. Worst case, you learn something new. Best case, you get your life back without groaning every step. Call QC Kinetics right now at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Hey, I have a question for you. Why are you still paying full price to light up your building? It's Chris Hune from Universal Lighting of America. We're a 2025 service provider for ComEd and NIPSCO, and we make it easy to upgrade to LED. We handle everything, install, paperwork, and best of all, your utility company may cover up to 70% of the cost. You get brighter light, lower bills, and no more changing bulbs. Call us or visit ulasaves.com, and I'll come out personally to show you how to shrink your energy bill.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Sylvie, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
All right, we got ourselves a busy day. The White Sox are approaching a 3-hour rain delay. But we are told that the White Sox are now estimating a 4:45 first pitch.
Yeah, there was a window.
So that would, Waddle, Mr. Weatherman over here, was telling us all afternoon, texting. Everyone was like, I don't know, they're going to get this one in. It's going to be a washout. We had producers texting us, and Waddle kept saying, in about 2 hours from now, I'm seeing a window opening up.
Listen, Tracy's probably in bed right now, right? Going to sleep, getting ready for tomorrow.
Right around now, yes.
So if you can't get a hold of Tracy, all you got to do is call me.
Yeah. Is that creepy that we know Tracy Butler's bedtime?
Nope.
Around 4 or 5 o'clock?
Nope. I don't think
Not
it's creepy at all.
It's just, we know that she goes to bed early.
She told us.
Yeah.
It's not like I stood outside her house and peered into her windows to find out her bedtime. She told us when she goes to bed.
And for those who don't know Tracy Butler, she's outstanding at what she does on weather for the morning show for ABC 7. I think her alarm goes off at like 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah, and by the way, if you don't know who Tracy Butler is, then get a life.
Yeah.
Get yourself a life.
Get a life. Get a life.
I mean, come on. She's only been she's been an icon in this city for several decades.
So the Cubs won as well, 10-3. They needed this one. Waddle was really doing some taunting last night, Tyler.
That's not true.
On our other text chain.
That's not
He
true.
called me this morning to taunt me.
Oh,
That's
did he
not
call?
true.
What?
Yeah, he called me this morning.
Wait a minute. What happened?
Time out. I didn't call you to taunt you. I called
Jackass.
you to find out whether there was any information on whether or not the game was going to be canceled. My first salvo was, "Hey, Tyler, what's up? Your team sucks. Any
Your
chance
opening
in
and your
today's
final
game?"
punches were taunts.
It was, but I called you not to taunt you. If I wanted to taunt you, I could have just texted you.
It was a taunt sandwich is what it was.
He really put in some work today on this whole weather thing, didn't he? Are you telling me he called you early to talk about whether
okay. Waddle, whenever there's like rain in the forecast for a day game, I know I'm getting a call sometime between the hours of 8 and 9 a.m.
Yes. No, not that early. What time did I call you? I didn't call you that
today,
early.
but
I'll check.
I'm saying your track record. I know I'm getting a call
Bro,
between the hours
I'm
of 8
planning
and
my
9.
day.
I know you are.
Like
moving
listen,
and shuffling.
I
am. I get
because
it.
I got stuff to do,
I
and
get
I
it.
may be able to get to the golf course if, in fact, the schedule is rearranged.
It's going to be a wet course out there.
10:16 is I called you the first time, and then I called you again at 12:40.
A follow-up call. Wow.
I don't know why I called you the second time, but at 10:16.
You don't remember?
Second time you called me to tell me that you were getting in the car on the way down here.
Thanks for the update.
I
want you to know where I am.
Oh, no, because that wasn't it,
That's
Charlie.
so old school, Charlie.
Text me when you get home.
No, this was because Brendan let us know that we would be going on early if, in fact, the rain was an issue. So I was just saying, hey, I'm going to get into the station before the start of our show normally. So just a heads up. Listen, from now on, guess what I'm going to do?
Oh, yeah.
I'm just going to show up
BS.
at 2:15.
No.
Okay?
No,
2:15.
we need you here for the pre-show fist fight.
2:15. See you guys at 2:15.
Threatening us.
That's what it is.
With your
And guess
arrival
what? Your
time.
ass can walk from the Westlake Forest train station next time. How about them apples, too?
We'll send Jack up there.
He really is great with the carpooling, though, and picking you guys up
Waddle
like you're
is
his
great.
kids.
Yeah.
I mean, like he picks Charlie
And
up
we're
from
very appreciative of
from
it.
from the train station. He picks
I met his
Tyler up,
grandson out of it.
Yeah.
drops him off.
Charlie met
Got a
my
bonus.
grandson.
And
Yes.
he's got is it a faux hawk or a mohawk? What is it?
No, it's not a full mohawk.
So it's a faux hawk.
Yeah, whatever that is.
Yeah. It's like where
He's not shaved on the sides.
Right.
It's just short.
There's nothing like a baby with that mohawk look. It's a great look.
I dare you to call him a baby. He'll whip your ass. He's 28 pounds. He's only 10 months.
10 months is a baby, though, isn't it?
He doesn't look like a baby. He's like a grown-ass man. I think he shaved yesterday. He's giant.
Kid's a tank.
Isn't he great,
Yeah,
though?
he's big.
He's awesome.
Big unit.
Why so, like, do they think he's going to be a giant? Do you have some,
No.
is
He's
it ju-
actually
he just
starting to
likes to
thin
eat?
out a little
Yeah.
bit. Yeah, he does like to eat.
The
He's mini
chubbiness of a
he's-
baby is a
he's-
great thing, too.
He's
Got the
mini
Michelin
pizza
arms.
man.
It looks good.
He'll eat anything, too. He'll eat avocado. He'll eat anything you put in front of him.
The chubby
He's
baby's a great
eater.
look.
Great sleeper, too.
That's great.
Oh,
That's the number
fantastic.
one thing you want.
Now, if I could just get my dog to sleep through the night, I'm on
Going the
easy
opposite,
street.
yeah. For old, you got a young one and an old one.
By the way, Tyler, I'm calling you on the way home today, too. Okay?
I hope you do.
I am. I'm going to call you on the way home.
Why
Pulling
was
into
a
the
caller?
garage.
He's a caller. He'll call. And he stopped calling me.
That's not true. I was going to call you today, and then I don't know why I didn't. You know why? Because I called my friend John Whalen instead.
Oh, sorry.
He's just like Buddy the Elf. He's like, just calling to check in on you at work.
I'll call you in 5 minutes.
That's not true. I was trying to get the schedule.
This is like wishing him good night, right? That whole thing, that was a big thing. I'm just calling to wish you a good night. Calling to wish you a good morning, Tyler. Checking in to see how you slept. How'd you sleep?
Any good dreams last night?
Painted a picture of a butterfly.
That is so, like, you're misrepresenting. You're totally misrepresenting. You're a liar is what you are right now. No more phone calls for you, buddy.
No.
Later arrival times and no more phone calls.
I'm showing up at 2:15 from now on, but...
Couple of notes I want to give you, before
I'll call you.
I won't answer. I can play your games.
I don't think your phone has a caller ID, though. It's such an old model.
Of course it does.
It's so full with memory.
Yours just is a giant... Oh, no, it's not.
A giant what?
Nothing. Never mind.
What were you going to say?
The truth is, I was going to say something rude, but the truth is your name comes up as Sylvie Funny Guy.
Yeah.
Don't you remember? Because you took my phone one time.
And I tried to change my contact info to Jay Cutler.
Yes.
So that way, when I would text you, you thought you were getting text messages from Cuddy.
Yeah.
But you caught me.
I did.
Or no, but like
I think
I was able to execute it, but you knew right away that it wasn't the right, which was very observant from you.
Well, I would say this as well. I think you would consider that a capital crime if somebody did that to you. So the fact that you were willing to do something to somebody else that would just ignite a fire inside of you, I thought was weird.
You shouldn't have such an obvious passcode. I had to get through the passcode for that.
Well, what timeout? That you just look over here. That has nothing to do with my passcode.
Look over here. He's got an easy.
My passcode.
I was teaching you a lesson.
The easiness of my passcode has nothing to do with you going into my phone and rearranging the names of contacts. Those are separate ideas. Don't confuse those two things.
All right,
Dick.
We are out on Friday. Don't forget. Come on out.
Maybe. I'll call you and see if I can make it.
Waddle will show up at 5:30. Now, Waddle will be there from 2:30 to 6:30 with me.
Maybe so.
Our first event of the football season. We're out at Twin Peaks, which is always a great spot in Algonquin. I think I've gotten some clarification where someone tweeted me yesterday saying that the Algonquin version of Twin Peaks is a new one.
Okay.
That Twin Peaks purchased an older bar and that they turned it into a Twin Peaks. So this is a new Twin Peaks in Algonquin.
Fantastic.
So if that information is not correct, I don't know what to tell you.
I did a little research myself. I believe it opened in May.
Okay, good. So it is new. It's brand new.
You got to the bottom of this finally.
Yeah, Algonquin, Waddle and Sylvie live show, 2:30 to 6:30 at Twin Peaks. Cubs win 10-3. They move within a game of the Brewers. The Brewers are 64-44. The Cubs are 63-45.
I'm not joking. You know how important this game was. It's the difference between being down 3 and down 1.
Right. It's a two-game swing.
Not just that, but I think this is a nut punch to the Brewers, too, because I think they were pretty confident that Freddie Peralta, who's been unhittable at home, was going to walk out there, pitch a gem, and they were going to sweep your ass.
Well, and it was unraveling for the Cubs last night. They didn't just lose. It was the second time in about a week where they played awful baseball. The fundamentals stunk. PCA on the heels of throwing to the wrong base in the opener dropped the ball and he misplayed a ball.
Matt Shaw, Nico Horner, and PCA, arguably your three best defensive players, or three of your better defensive players. I know Ian Happ has won Gold Gloves, but all three of them committed errors last night. It was not a good night for the entire Cubs team.
How about this stat from Seiya, too? And the offense has been lackluster until today, and I'll go through the stats from today. But Seiya Suzuki now has played in his last 11 games. Seiya Suzuki has 15 strikeouts and 3 hits. Think about that. In his last 11 games, Seiya Suzuki has 15 strikeouts and 3 hits. He went hitless again today. He was 0 for 3. He did get on base a couple of times with 2 walks. He did strike out twice. His average is down to 249. His on-base percentage is down to 312. And his OPS is at about 825. At one time, it was close to 900. So he's very streaky. We've learned this with Seiya. Hopefully.
It's been 2 months for him. If you go back to the entire month of June, he hit 226, was on base 265 was his on-base percentage as well. So
they got to get him up and going again. Yeah. Got to get him. Michael Busch, who had been not great lately, did homer in this game. Was that leadoff home run?
Pitch, yeah.
First pitch.
Yeah.
Kyle Tucker, who Cap is now selling his stock on Kyle Tucker. I'll play you that here on the other side. Kyle Tucker went 2 for 3 today with 2 RBIs and a run scored. He also walked twice. So Kyle Tucker got on base 4 times today. Pete Crow Armstrong, I believe, doubled in 3 times. I think so. All 3 of his hits, he was 3 for 4 today, and there were 3 doubles. He drove in a run, and he scored twice.
All 3 hits would have been singles for any other player in Major League Baseball.
And that's the facet that he brings.
Yeah, I think so.
Moises Ballesteros, who was just called up, they DFA'd Brujan. Is that how they made room?
Yes.
Brujan was DFA'd. Ballesteros was brought up. Ballesteros, a big hit in this game.
Trade.
It was a 1-run game, and it was a 3 RBI double. Bases loaded double.
Trading.
Dansby actually got a hit today, which is nice. He got a hit with a runner in scoring position yesterday, too. He went 1 for 5. Matt Shaw went 1 for 4. So, and then showed up, as far as the pitching's concerned, had 5 innings, 5 hits, 3 runs, all earned. He did strike out 8. He did give up 2 more home runs. The home run ball will get him. Brad Keller continues to impress. 2 innings of scoreless baseball out of the pen. Nothing by Thielbar, who's been great. His ERA's at 2, and Palencia comes in at the end. No save, obviously, with such a big lead.
Real quick, the power numbers are something, though, that I would have to think that you felt were going to be more eye-popping for Kyle Tucker at this point.
Oh, yeah.
He's only got 18 home runs, and he's slugging .488, which is... he was .585 last year, .517 the year before that.
I look at Tucker as a 30 home run guy, 25 to 30 home runs. What's his high for a season?
It's 30. He had 30 twice.
So he's sort of like Rizzo power, where Rizzo would never go for 40 home runs or even 36. He'd usually have 30 home runs every year.
His thing was last year he was pacing for like 40
He
something.
was. He had 23 home runs in 78 games.
Yeah. So the thing about Tucker, then I'll play on the other side what Cap had to say. After all of this, where he has not been good, Kyle Tucker will tell you his last month has not been good. It's probably been very frustrating for him. Even with all that said, 276, 391 on base percentage, 488 slug. So, we're talking still close to a 900 OPS. He's at like 880 or something like that?
880, right? Exactly, 880.
So if he gets hot, those numbers will go back up, and he could carry a team in a pennant race. We know this. So let's hope that happens. We'll talk about the trade deadline and what the Cubs should do, and is Cap now selling his Kyle Tucker stock? I will play that. We expect to go to the South Side and resume action at 4:35 for the broadcast. And they're expected first pitch around 4:45. So we will continue to be here for you while this lengthy rain delay is going on. It is Waddle and Sylvie.
You're listening to Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Training camp marks the unofficial start of the 2025 season. As such, one must glue themselves to their listening device with it tuned to ESPN Chicago. Go ahead.
Okay.
Otherwise, you could miss the insights, interviews, and stellar coverage provided by the home of the Bears.
Darn.
Good. Bears training camp is now open. Catch a glimpse with Peggy and Dion, live from Hallis Hall. Saturday, 11 to 1. Training camp coverage on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, and by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
All right, golfers, the Southland's finest golf course is the Sanctuary Golf Course in New Lenox. My guy, Golfer Bob, is going to hook you up. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on awesome course conditions, just minutes from I-80 and 355. Book your tee time today at golfsanctuary.com.
Looking for a smarter way to grow your savings? Wintrust Community Banks has you covered with 4.20% annual percentage yield on our 7-month CD special. This limited time offer won't last forever. Stop by your local Wintrust Community Bank or visit wintrust.com/radio25. APY assumes funds remain on deposit until maturity. Minimum daily balance of 1 cent required to obtain APY. Offer subject to change at any time and without notice. Additional terms and conditions apply. Details at wintrust.com/radiocd. Member FDIC.
Take it from me, when you want the job done right, you call the pros. And that's why Chicago trusts Window Works. For over 30 years, they've delivered custom windows and doors that fit your home, your style, and your budget. No cookie-cutter stuff, just certified pros who get it done. And it's not just about beauty. These windows can help cut down your energy bills, too. Right now, buy one window, get one free. Dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to book your free consultation today.
All right, guys, I want to tell you about your Chicagoland Toyota dealers. I drive the Sequoia, and I absolutely love it, whether it's going to a Cubs Sox game. Remember, Toyota is the official vehicle of the Chicago Cubs. They're also the official vehicle of the National Football League. Now, it's summer vacation season. You still have time to swing into action at your Chicagoland Toyota dealer with their 2025 lineup. Leading off the RAV4, it's a utility all-star that delivers in the clutch. On deck, the spacious Grand Highlander, more room than ever, followed by the fuel-savvy Corolla. Next up, the Slugger, the Tacoma, bringing upper deck power every at-bat, and rounding out the lineup, the playmaking all-hybrid Camry. There's a Toyota for everyone, so check out the full Toyota lineup at Toyota.com, or do what I did and visit your Chicagoland Toyota dealer today. They're going to roll out the red carpet for you. Toyota, let's go places.
I slept in a lot of different rooms, different beds, but none of them really felt like mine. I spent 14 years in foster care, mostly in group homes. And I never had much stuff because I always had to be ready to move. Why get things if you just have to let them go?
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a forever family and a permanent home of their own.
Now I have my own room with walls that tell my story. I love hanging out in here. I play dress up with my sisters and I sing and make videos. But the best part? Knowing I'll always have a place to go and a family that loves and supports me.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
Guys, make the most of your space this school year with Steinhoffel's Small Space Back to School event. Right now, take 10% off space-saving furniture that's big on style, but made to fit your apartment, dorm, or your first home. Need a little help stretching your budget? Get 18 months, no interest financing. From sleek sofas to compact bedroom and dining sets, Steinhoffel's has smart solutions for small places. Shop in-store or online at steinhoffels.com. Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader, now open in Maryville, Indiana. 7 Chicagoland locations.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Sylvie, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
All right, we'll go to the White Sox game at about 4:35. They're in a lengthy delay, about 3.5 hours it's going to be, but clearing up, we got a window as Waddle predicted. Cubs win today 10-3. They draw within a game of first place. Big win for the Cubs today. They've been playing 500 baseball for over a month now. It's time that they go on a little bit of a run. You don't have to win me 10 in a row, but start winning series again, taking every 2 out of 3 games. Play some good baseball. Get hot.
It's time for Jed to make some moves, too.
Yeah, and we got the deadline coming up 5 o'clock tomorrow, so we're approaching 24 hours away. So Charlie found 2 things. I was alerted by a listener about this, and I didn't hear it this morning, but I guess it was even stronger on his recap, which where he goes online, he goes to his YouTube page, and he talks about the Cubs. And he was talking about a Kyle Tucker extension. and whether or not, like now the conversation with him and some of these others, which I don't get.
Does this mean now that also Clark and Addison, they're not all in on it?
I believe he's amplifying their message. Yes, okay. I believe that. And so this is Kap from the recap talking about a Kyle Tucker extension.
Kyle Tucker, I keep hearing, we got to pay this guy. Don't be cheap, Tom. You got to pay him $500 million. Jim Bowden's ongoing. That dude's going to get $600 million. Yeah, $600 million? For that guy? Let me tell you what he's hitting in the last 30 days, since the 29th of June. 208 with a 286 slug. For those of you who don't follow statistics, that sucks. That's horrible. How many times has he come up and you're like, weak ground out, he might get a little bloop single, he'll line one in, occasionally gets an extra base hit. When's the last time that dude hit a monster hit in a big spot? I'm talking about like a game record. That's what you get when you pay $500 million, not what we're watching from Kyle Tucker.
Everybody goes through slumps. Like, I am not out. If Kap wants to sell me every ounce of his Kyle Tucker stock, I'll buy it from him. And so much for him being all in, as Chris Bleck was saying. That doesn't sound like a guy who's all in on the belief of his team. And that is your best player who has had a down month. He's had a down month. There's no way to say it other than in baseball, usually a down month with a good player is followed by some really good times.
Bing, bang, boom. He's only had one bad month. This is it. I mean, and look, I mean, I know there's a limited number of months in a Major League Baseball season, but I think, you know, I do believe the month of August is a month where he needs to assert himself if your team is going to get to where it needs to be, and for him to confirm the fact that he's worthy of that big contract. My expectation is you'll see him play well in the month of August, because history tells you that more times than not, he is a well above average player.
Ian Happ hasn't lived up to his contract this year. Dansby Swanson, offensively, he's great defensively. Offensively, runners in scoring position, his average, his on-base percentage hasn't lived up to what he gets. Like, this is the price, though, that you have to pay some of these guys. And this is why we can't have nice things. When we've got someone 1 month ago saying that the Cubs are going to sign him. Trust me, whatever it takes, they're going to do. I believe they're going to sign him. To now telling the listeners that he wouldn't give him $500 million.
Well, I mean, giving someone $500 million, how many years is the contract? You know, what is the AAV going to be? I mean, like, when you throw out a number like $500 million, you still have to fill in the blanks.
Of course.
You know, are you going to give him $50 million?
$500 million?
Right.
Is it spread out over 12 years?
Right.
Does he want more average annual? Does he want more with the total package?
I mean, because I see Bregman makes $40 million a year, but that was a 3-year contract, 3 years, 120.
2 opt-outs.
I mean, Shohei obviously makes $70 million a year. Juan Soto makes $51 million a year. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm looking at Spot Track. I believe
he's coming quick.
Excuse me. I believe Zach Wheeler currently is the third highest paid player in terms of average annual value. So if that's what AAV stands for. I mean, and again, it's what the market's willing to pay, people.
That's the thing.
I mean, like,
do you want them or not? And then are you willing to pay for what it's going to cost?
And by the way, look, again, I'll repeat.
They didn't have
what
to
I've
make
said.
the deal. You know, like, you didn't have to make the trade if you weren't interested in signing him.
Currently, there's no salary cap in baseball, right? You are in the third largest market, and you are a top 5 revenue team. This is the price of being a legitimate contender. You know, do you want to pay him $400 million? Yes. But if the Dodgers are willing to pay him $500 million, guess what? You want him, you're going to have to pay what market value is. That's just the reality of it all.
And this is where I get worried with a team like the Cubs. When they say are willing to, okay, we think Kyle Tucker's worth $420 million, but we won't go a penny over that. And then they lose him because of the market, like you said. What are they going to do with the $420 million that they were going to give him? Oftentimes, it goes away.
Yeah.
Do you remember the Machado money for the White Sox? Remember Kenny? Well, we were willing to offer him $330 but he chose the Padres offer. Whatever happened to the $330 million they were going to spend over 10 years? Who's that gone to lately?
You know who that went to.
It went into their pockets. The same thing that's going to happen. So you could think, I don't want to pay more than this for Kyle Tucker. I don't want to pay more than that. You're not going to be able to sign guys in his place that will make up for that.
Right. I mean, and again, if the Dodgers have already told you what how they work, both verbally and with their actions, the Yankees are going to be willing to spend money. The Mets spend money. The Phillies spend money. You're going to have to see what he's going to go to free agency. He's going to shop himself via free agency. If you want Kyle Tucker, you're going to have to pay market price. Isn't that really just kind of simple?
Sure. I
mean, what that market turns out to be, I think everyone is just projecting it could be $500 million.
Right. Not every year, too, is going to be like a blockbuster year. Look at Bryce Harper's numbers. He's gone up and down, but he's always worth what you end up paying him in the long term. I believe the same thing in Kyle Tucker. He's cold now. He's got to do better, but I am not questioning what he's worth in the big picture because I believe there are a lot of teams who will be willing to give him that money. This portion of Waddle and Sylvie is brought to you by Steinhoffels. We got to be quick, Lewis. Lewis and Lyle, I know you've been patient, want to talk some football, but we're up against it having to go to White Sox, so you got to make it quick, okay?
Oh, of course. Yeah, I'm just excited for just going to say I'm excited that Ben Johnson's holding people accountable. I don't think Matt Eberflus would have ever pulled a rookie off the field the way Ben Johnson did, and let alone stare him down. I think I've said it before, but tomorrow's the anniversary of when I first ever told Eddie on the north side that I'd laugh at after every win to laugh at his negativity. But I'm going to reinforce that, and I'd like to actually up the ante. My family's been making wine since before I was born. I've been financially invested for the past 6 years. I get 6 cases every year, and I will put one of my cases up against him on the over-under for Bears wins.
Okay, so you guys are going 8.5, and you want to take the over, and you want him to make the play on under, and you'll bet a case of wine, and you want something in return from him.
I will put a case of wine against nothing. I would appreciate some beer, some New Glarus. I would appreciate some New Glarus from Wisconsin.
No, you've got to make a bet. Let's see if we could make this deal tomorrow. Okay, we're on tomorrow from House. Of course. All right, thanks, Lewis.
That'll work.
There's Lewis from Lyle, who he is obsessed, by the way, with Eddie. Yeah, because he mentioned him when he called Carmen and Yurko earlier today. But Eddie was on
his brain,
and then he had to go. So
you're smarter than that, Eddie.
Wait, I'm not.
What?
What did Eddie want? Eddie wanted to tell us.
You fooled me there, Charlie.
You're smarter than that, Eddie.
Wait, no, I'm not.
Because the way he said no, I'm not when I said he left, and then I thought I heard him say no, I haven't left.
Eddie wanted to tell us that some quarterback in the division was better than our quarterback.
Of course he does. Of course. All right, so we're going to go back to White Sox baseball coming up. Don't forget, Friday, we're going to be out at the new Twin Peaks in Algonquin. So start making your plans. Text your friends. So we're out on the road the next 2 days. Tomorrow we'll be at House. Friday at Twin Peaks in Algonquin.
Gonna have to save this WNBA story about somebody tossing something on the court. I guess I'll save that for Waddle's World tomorrow.
Can you make sure that we do discuss this? Because I'd like to discuss this. Thanks to Courtney Cronin, who joined us earlier today. Thanks to Charlie and Tyler. For Waddle, I'm Sylvie. It's ESPN 1000. Have yourself a great Wednesday.